legend. Take one, yeah, you're in the presence of a legend. Street fighter, I'm survivor. Hit the grind 'cause we keep getting higher. Don't miss this, you wanna witness? My style rise like a beast, no weakness. No weakness, no weakness. Only know how to go undefeated. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh, I can't stop, won't stop, I came to win. Oh, baby, I'm a champion. Oh,
damn fine day. Good things come to those who wait. I paid my dues, I made my way. I know it's been a long time coming. Climbing up and down the walls. I took a tumble, took a fall. You know it's been a long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day. Yeah, it's a damn fine day. Yeah, it's a damn fine day. Good things come to those who wait, so let me just abbreviate. It's been a long, long, long time coming. Climbing up and down the walls. I took a tumble, took a fall. It's been a long, long, long time coming. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. Hey, hey. And it just got better. It just got better. It just got better. And it's a damn fine day. And it's a damn fine day. And it's a damn fine day. Come on. Yo. Here we go.
You got a marvelous vibe, and I know it starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart.
All right. That's great. Come on, come on. Dang, diggy, dang. Diggy, diggity, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey.
starts from inside. So fill your heart with pride and let your light shine brightly. Yo, don't hide. You're a work of art, unforgettable and off the charts. I can't pick a favorite part, 'cause everything about you is the key to my heart.
All right. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. All right, okay. Hey. All right. Come on, come on. Dang, dicky, dang. All right, okay. All right, okay. Hey.
Move on up, get to the core of it. It's your time to remember the dreams. Feel us out, move on up.
That one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is happening. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so fast? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you One, two, three. I'm only here for the vibes, just trying to have a good time. Already jumped the line, and you're on the outside looking in. So come and make your move, 'cause I got nothing to lose. There's plenty of choices, and I'm feeling all of them. 'Cause girls and boys and boys and girls and girls and girls don't talk about it. Yeah, girls and boys and boys and girls and girls and girls can come and get it. It's going down. Turn up the light, let's start a fight, 'cause it's feeling like thing.
Welcome back to Rising Legends, and as one of my co-casters in the green room just said, slay, I'm here with Trouble and Weta, and I'm so excited about the final day of the Golden Spatula Cup, because after all, it is going to be the event that qualifies for the finals, the last chance for anyone to get in there, and I cannot wait for it to start. But first, Trouble, how are you? You've been a little bit away. We're so happy to have you back. How are you feeling?
Hi guys, thank you so much for having me back. First of all, I am so freaking excited to be working on the product with everyone behind the scenes and of course you guys. What a fantastic time. I think I was here back in Golden Spatula Cup 2, set 9. Now a few things have changed, but a few things have remained the same. We're about to have a look.
Yeah, absolutely. And Weta, you've been here with me the last 2 days as well. How have you been feeling? I know your brain grows every second of the day. You've been analyzing a lot of what the players have been doing. How have you been liking the competition so far?
I mean, I hope that my brain growing doesn't extend my skull. I already can't wear hats, so I think my head is big enough as it is, right? But I think that we've seen a lot of very interesting things coming through. We still see all of the Vanquisher dominance that we've seen, but I was watching a bit of NA last night, and we saw Bilgewater kind of making a bit of a comeback into the swing of things, which I think is kind of an interesting opening potentially for the players today to be keeping an eye out for.
All right, I'm very, very excited for seeing a little bit of Bilgewater. You know, I wouldn't mind getting in there. But first, let's catch up anybody that isn't familiar with what's going on. This is Rising Legends, and for anybody that's asking about Soju, wrong region. EMEA is where it's at, and we have a recap of what has been happening yesterday for you, so stay tuned. Welcome back to Rising Legends Golden Spatula Cup number 3. And despite Morgan being a menace to me behind the scenes, he's still here, I'm still here, and we brought reinforcements. Stuart, welcome to the main desk.
I'm excited, honored to be part of the main desk again after covering some of the TRCs.
Morgan, I know you're trying to throw me in with a curveball, but tell me one thing you loved about yesterday.
One thing I loved about yesterday is all of our convos and behind the scenes, because all of us flexing these bench press conversations, they never really get old ever.
Also gives a little bit of time for Noel to build up the board and get the damage in, but the Mordekaiser is just not taking enough damage.
Actually, it looks like it is going to be, I was about to say broken, but wet jungle, Soraka. Oh! SnubleTFT getting I'm gonna see here, Travis denying the Vanquish. Oh, come on! Yeah, you can see here, it really is no contest, right? Even though the Vanquishers are putting up one hell of a fight, you can see the animation coming through on the side of Travis.
For that we were referencing just now, can the Kale be strong enough to take them down? Has done it with the Mordekaiser, but the Aatrox and the Samira are onto her. Will take her down of HP. Powered up by the Wood, powered up by the Soraka, powered up by the Morning Light, but she will fall due to the Neela. Neela 3 just serving her worst, and with Neela against the world, but she is under attack. Is it going to be enough? Is the Rice still alive? He is not, and that will be the case. Espet fallen down, and case closed for Noel.
The Zayko's board, that damage coming in from the Kai'Sa is amping up. The Soraka's not able to keep her front line alive. That Fiora staying alive. Tarek is taking too much damage. Getting pretty close now right now for that Fiora. Maybe the stun might be enough. And the Heimerdinger does land the stun. It's over time. The damage coming in from the Invokers could be enough. She's untargetable by that ability. Able to delete the Soraka on time. And it is Dice of X for Spody. You can see him happy and triumphing with that victory dance he just made. And it is Dice of X for Spody as he takes his last win in day 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup.
And with that, we are going to end our show for today. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. And here we are. It's tomorrow. Trouble. You weren't here yesterday, only in spirit, of course, with us. based on what
Can
we
I
just
just
saw, how
say-
are you feeling?
Okay, I just got PTSD of like old League of Legends Fiora when she had her old ultimate and people would buy 5 or 6 Tiamats, sit in a bush and then press R and just literally wipe the entire board. That's exactly what I got from the 3-star Fiora on the board. He gave me like OG Season 2 Fiora.
I love that. Actually, a lot of golden forecasts. We had players re-rolling lots of stuff, but the first time that we've been seeing them re-roll forecasts, Sweeto, so that was quite interesting. However, let's take No, go ahead.
I mean, Pandora's bench, give it and take it away, right? Because in that exact same game, we saw B-Chris also completely missing, right? If I recall correctly. So, Pandora's bench, well, yeah, you open the box, you get what's for you.
I tried to forget about that. I am now upset again. So thank you for that, Wita. That was horrible. Shout out to B Chris. We loved having you. Unfortunately, didn't make it. But let's see who did, because here are all of our players that made it to day 3. Well, actually, those are all of the players that were here yesterday as well. I thought we were going to start with the people that just qualified, but of course, this is the overall standing, starting with 64 from yesterday. All of these players unfortunately got knocked out, but here they are. Let's see the players that actually made it into day 3, starting with Kevin Parker. Made it in on 26. We had the very first time in Rising Legends that our cutoff was 26.
I mean, it's just crazy, right? Like the fact that Kevin makes it on 26 points, especially after that last game that we saw yesterday with all the high rolls coming through from Hubin's Recombobulator on 3-2 to find a Scion and stuff like that, right? It was crazy.
It absolutely was. And at the top and out at the bottom of the leaderboard, we do have Germans, Wet Jungler. I know you have a little bit of history trouble, so I won't get into it. But there are players in here that we are excited about. Og for you surely is one that you're looking forward to, right?
Absolutely. I think I have a special connection with him, not just because he's Greek, but because when I made my debut here in Golden Spatula Cup 2 a couple of months ago, he was the first one who actually came to my stream and had a chat with me, and we're chatting about TFT. So yeah, let's go Og.
Awesome. I was so excited to see Broken in there. I was pretty hyped for him to make it into this tournament, and he's still trying his best to make it to finals somehow. But a player where we're pretty confident that he's doing well is Travis, winning the Ultraliga finals and absolutely stomping competition day 1 and day 2. Welcome to the desk, Travis. How are you feeling?
Hey, hello everyone. I'm feeling well, I guess. Getting into day 3.
Feeling well, you guess? I hope that's I'm feeling well the next time we ask you.
Yeah, it depends on the first game, I guess.
Okay. Is that so important? Like, if it goes bad, you'll have a bad mood?
I think the first game is the most important of the tourney, so I hope it goes well.
All right. Well, wish you all the luck for that.
Well, Travis, hello from me too. I wanted to ask you something that I've noticed. Like, obviously, Ornn was like a huge thing for the augments over in set 9. You somehow seem to have carried that favor of the Ornn over to set 9.5. Is there a particular reason for that?
I think Ornn is still the strongest legend. People are either bored of playing him or underrating him, but I've always played the Ornn basically, with exceptions of like when Ezreal was broken. So for Tempo, I think Ornn is still the best, so I'm playing him.
Okay.
Yeah, and actually, I want to put the headlights a little bit further than today, because we have the Rising Legends finals coming up in a couple of weeks. You already qualified through your ladder performances. So what is your expectations for GSC Day 3 and for the Rising Legends finals?
I think on GSC, I'm gonna try to play like on Rising Legends so I can get practice. And on Rising Legends, of course, I want to go top 4s to get to Worlds. So that's basically my goal.
That's an excellent goal. You know, we love to hear that. Now, day 1, your team colleague Lelouch was kind of dominating the leaderboard. Day 2, you were dominating the leaderboard. I know you guys talk a lot. You're friends. You prep together. Tell me a little bit about how that has worked for the two of you. How are you approaching TFT as that constellation?
I think lately we've been playing less together. I I practice more with TSW. I don't know how to say his nickname in English, but I guess
good.
that's it.
That's how we say it too.
And we practiced some multicasters, but I feel like it turns out that multicasters aren't really that good in a tournament format if you don't force them with TF, and I don't want to play TF on tourneys because it's really RNG. And you basically depend on high rolling stage 4 rolls. And like, I also don't want to play Vanquishers, so I'm basically trying to play uncontested comps. Like I play Rogues a lot and played Gunners yesterday.
Awesome, and it worked out great for you. We loved seeing it.
You mentioned also practicing with Lelouch, and you guys have had an excellent performance both of the days so far. Would you say that this is a Polska Góromtiv?
I think it's like, to be honest, this patch is quite RNG. Like some people from Poland that got in are, you know,
Travis?
and Lelouch didn't get into wave 3.
I'm here for that,
so,
you know?
All right, holding him back a little bit. We're gonna chill on the mean comments. With that, Travis, I've been sharing with chat, of course, the meme behind your name. But would you do me the honor of explaining it again? How did it happen that the meow meow came to be?
I mean, I'm not actually sure. I think it was Humex that said it first, but basically, I don't know how to say my nickname, and people say Travis, and someone said Traviscwat, and people started saying it like that.
Yeah. So after that, it became Traviscat Meow Meow, and it's even on your jersey from your org, right? The New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we
I
love
actually
that.
really like our jerseys. Like Lelouch has his guinea pigs on them.
Yeah, exactly. So really awesome. Shout out to your org as well. Of course, if you want to, you can use the time to shout out your friends, Lelouch, TSW, whoever you want, your grandma.
Yeah, of course, I want to shout out the people I practice with and also my Discord. Friends that play, I think, FIFA right now. Leszek, Kubenciusz. Shout out to all of them. Kubenciusz is going to give me luck today, so I hope I'm winning today.
All right. We hope you're winning today as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, and good luck out there on the Convergence. We're going to see you on the field. And with that, we're going to take it back a little bit, guys, because of course, Travis saying he likes to play Orin for tempo opens up a whole Pandora's box, you could say. There is so much in the meta right now that people are picking up, that people are playing, and that's doing worse or better for some. And one thing that I've been incredibly excited about is the hero augments. Now, there was a time and place where they weren't as good, or only one of them was good, but right now it feels like many of them have arrived in the place where most of them are pickable. So we've been seeing a lot of the boss based on Ionia Vanquisher, but we've also been seeing some Demon Flare, Wind Awoke, even the Riftwalk and the Ravenous Hunter coming out, which was even a surprise to me, Trouble. Tell me a little bit more about those hero augments.
I actually feel like, in particular, in this meta, there's a bunch of reroll, and a lot of the rerolls, as you mentioned, does rely on getting these champion augments. Now, one that particularly catches my eye is the boss, because not only is it used in combination with Ionia, but we have seen it in a lot of the ladder games from like super high LP over in NA, but also in EU. They just pretty much use it as a frontline to sort of ramp up, and then the set runs back in after the entire board is pretty much wiped out and wipes out the board themselves. Now, something else that's extremely fun to watch is Winds of War, because that Galio gets so freaking tanky that then it allows the backline to do all the work. Something like with a Fiora, if you have it next to him, something like with a Queen 3-star that we saw from Daysick being run as well this weekend. So it's kind of, it breaks my heart that the Warwick is no longer strong, because it was one of my very favorite augments, the Ravenous Hunter. But hey, if there's more reroll, it's more fun, because it leaves open so many different opportunities for other people to either reroll or go for higher costs.
Yeah, and some of the people that have been performing very well just overall here, we will be getting on the screen in just a second here. We're going to be looking at the players of the likes of Wet Jungler, Kubixon, Travis, we just had an interview with, as well as Ging. Look at these numbers. These are the numbers over the course of all 12 games that they've played so far, so day 1 and day 2.
Wow.
And when you look at that, like, it's impressive. Like you're looking at Ging, you're looking at Wet Jungler. Their averages currently are under 3 every single game. They're in that top 3, and that's absolutely magnificent.
It is. It's so impressive, isn't it? And I cannot wait for these players to go further. But of course, today it depends on the very high finishes. And there's 2 more players here that we kind of want to give a special mention to, which are Jimre and Luque. Now, Jimre has a little bit of intel because he's been observing for Northern Legends. So could you say maybe it's an observer diff with how many times he's made it into the top 4, only to be triumphed by Luque, both of these players making it to every single final day in all of our Golden Spatula Cups this set, Trouble.
I'm just going to say I am so surprised that a player could be that sick. Back when I joined you over in Golden Spatula Cup 2, we were not even spectating Luque's lobbies because he was winning them all. Every single one of them, he was just win after win after win after win. And I'm like, when does this guy lose? He's averaged 3.15. He almost top 3s every single lobby. 32% win rate is also massive. So to see such a player make it all the way, hopefully having a... I don't think he's here today from what we're chatting about, but I feel like he's one of the strongest players in general when it comes to TFT in this particular season.
Absolutely is the case. We love our players. Luque's here, Jimre's here. They're still fighting for those high finishes, prize money, and of course, a golden ticket to finals would always be nice. You know, you want to be able to say that you were a winner of a Golden Spatula Cup, and we have one of those on the desk for later, just to give you a little bit of a sneak peek. But first, let's check out where we actually are in terms of our competitive circuit, because despite it only feeling like set 9.5 launched, I feel like 2 weeks ago, we're already at the end of the set somehow. This is the last Golden Spatula Cup, and the Rising Legends Finals are in 2 weeks, 20 to 22nd of October, starting at 4 p.m. CEST. That means you are now, chat task, grabbing your calendars, writing that in, and if anybody gives you any tasks for that time, you're telling them Makes told you that you cannot be there, you have to watch the Rising Legends Finals. If you have work during that time, I'm happy to sign you some slips saying that you cannot go or something, Rita.
Like a doctor's notice from Makes.
I have the handwriting for it. Surely I can do that.
Perfect.
Yeah. We all know that, like, if a teacher's a TFT player, it doesn't matter because they can't read, right? TFT players don't read, so, you know, it doesn't have to be understandable.
Absolutely. Now, we are getting into territory where numbers matter, so bear with me. I'm trying my absolute best. There is multiple ways for qualification into the Rising Legends Finals. One of them is that golden ticket that we just mentioned. The next one are ladder snapshots, which I know you're a fan of, Wida, but the third one are the Golden Spatula Cup points. They're a little bit like a reward for players that do well, like Jimre and Luque that we were just talking about, and the top 21 point earners get in. Now, Wida, you've been doing a lot of mathing. Your brain is braining. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so essentially we will be seeing pretty much, as also some of the calculations have been done by Lonnie, right? Means that we're going to seeing 62 points pretty much be the cutoff right now. So someone like Double61 here, even though he isn't playing today, will still be pretty much guaranteed through his GSC points to make it through to the Rising Legends Finals. This also means that for players that are going to be a little bit further down the rankings here, that they have to kind of get in line. And again, if anyone is in here still, the minimum amount of points they can get is 20. So for someone like Lalana and Lyra, as two players that have great histories across the Rising Legends circuit and EMEA TFT in general, they still are in with a very, very good shot of making it to the Rising Legends Finals yet again.
Yeah, and some of those players are already in. Basically, anybody that was about 70 points or over 70 points in that previous graphic. And one of them is Solo Gesang Trouble, who I know you've been watching a lot.
I mean, I love this guy. I've learned a lot of TFT just watching him play. I feel like every single set that comes out, he has a Google sheet prepared with everything: early game, mid game, late game. What can you swap? Should you start with? What items should you slam? What is better to sacrifice? What is better to wait for? So it feels like when it comes to TFT, he's got it all figured out. He's like you mentioned about Wita, his brain is also braining for solo Gisang. It just feels like he hasn't quite put all of this brain into the results yet, but so far, points-wise, it looks really good for him.
You know, I'd love to see him come to the EMEA finals and wipe the floor just to prove all the haters wrong for once.
Yep.
That would be so good. I'm waiting for that arc on Solo Gisang, but
Just slam them with his Google sheet.
Of course, he focuses a lot on being an educational streamer and, like you're saying, does fantastic at it, which is why many people love watching him and love kind of getting that knowledge from him. Even yesterday, when we spoke to our players, they said that they watch a lot of Solo Gisang, amongst others. Wet Jungler was one of them. Of course, it helps if you know German, but even if you don't, TFT is the same in all languages, isn't it, Wita?
It is, unless the person playing the game is in a different language, right? We had Morgan yesterday going up about Neon being the name for Void in French, right? So that's something you got to keep in mind. You learn quite a few translations, right? You learn some new words you can impress your friends with, right? Like you can pretend that you speak a different language just by playing TFT.
I mean, I always do. I think I was talking to a friend the other day and my mom was listening and she was like, it's like you're speaking a different language. I understand the words, but the way you string them together, it doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, Mom, we've been over TFT so many times. I explained it to you. When are you hitting platinum? So I think we still have a little bit of extra work to do there. But if you're interested in getting a little bit of a reward and some treats, dear viewers, we have something lined up for you. It is our Twitter contest. This time, thankfully, not with a meme graphic. I'm always bracing for impact. It's about buy, force, delete, and the funniest comment wins. So it's not necessarily about being right, but it is, oh, and I think this is the wrong graphic. This is day 2. Production will have it figured out. Day 3 is on the Twitter. You can check it out. That was yesterday's. But head on over there, write your funniest answer, and you can win some eggs on our Twitter, which is, Wita?
At TFT Esports EMEA.
Yeah, very good. You get a star.
Very nice.
Well done. Now,
I mean, I'm always like phonetically clapping it out for the people, right? TFT Esports EMEA.
Okay, can you do it again?
That's cheerleader stuff right there. That's cheerleader material right there.
TFT, you know? We should do that for finals. Maybe I can get them. But here it is with Hayden, who is, of course, somebody that you're very familiar with, Wita. This time it's Misfortune, Set, or Jin. Who are you buying, forcing, and deleting?
I don't know. I mean, I'm probably deleting Misfortune because it's semi-unplayable and it's in Bilgewater. Set I'm forcing every game, and Jin, well, he's bought until he's replaced to become a Sire, right? So, yeah. I'm not very funny. You guys are very funny over on Twitter, so you can definitely do a better job than I do. That's kind of the whole idea about this segment.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are familiar with languages, you know, if you don't like hearing us talk in English, I mean, we could do it in German or in Greek or in Danish, but there are other people that do that too, which are our co-streamers. They're out here representing Rising Legends to all of the communities that prefer to watch in their native languages. We try to cover as many as possible. The list is ever so growing, so please check them out. Head on over there if that's something you're interested in. We'd love to catch you watching Rising Legends, no matter what language, wouldn't we? Can you say something in Greek real quick, Trouble, just to tell them where to go?
Right, something in Greek to tell them where to go. I'm not going to tell them where to go. I'm just going to tell them what's going to happen today.
Okay.
Θα υπάρχει ελληνική σημαία στο top 4 σήμερα. I just told them there's going to be a Greek flag in top 4 today.
Okay, I understood that. I was going to say, I'm just going to pretend that you said Greek will be on top. So shout out to me for getting it. But
I know like one word in Greek. I think it's like epignosis, which is like awareness in Greek or something. if I'm not too wrong. I honestly
Why
butchered
did
it.
you know that word?
It's a long story. It's a long story, but it's casting related. Basically, someone said awareness way too much, and we just started figuring out other words for awareness. And when you could do that, then you figure out we just go into a different language.
Okay. That's so weird, but fun party trick for you, I guess. We do have more to watch though, and we hope we have your awareness because we have alternative lobbies happening for every single game that's being played today. We do have casters that are covering it, and I really want people to check them out. So if the main broadcast, if our fabulous casters are not covering the players or the lobby that you do want to see, check out the alternative lobbies. Click on that alternative lobbies button. It's available on mobile, it's available on desktop, and we have these great casters with us today that will be covering the other lobbies, so do check them out. It's Stuart and Piehat are in lobby A, the talkers. We have lobby B with the Fury Horns with Sir Black and our own Barry Baden, and then lobby C with Fearless and Protroid. So really cool to have them here. Give them a little bit of love, check them out, and cheer on your favorite players because that's what TFT is all about. And with that, I think we are getting closer to our very first game now. I already talked to Wita about this, so I'll leave you the first step, Trouble, here. What's something you want to see today in terms of comps?
I think I want to see different iterations of set. We've seen the Ionia a lot, but there are people that actually use the set as a frontline, especially when he has the boss to allow the backline to do some damage as well. So yeah, I'd like to see different iterations of that. And of course, since I'm a Katarina player and 4 rogues is a thing right now, let's get it with Katarina carry as well.
Okay, I'm down with that. If you say rogues, I am with you, Trouble. I love a little bit of stabbity stab. Wita, what about you? Any exciting comps that maybe people could be looking forward to?
As I alluded to a little bit earlier on, right, the Bilgewater attacks that have somewhat slowly but surely creeped in over in an area where there's like very high vertical Bilgewater, just like free Bilgewater for Neela in a Vanquisher composition. It has seen a little bit of tech, some people trying it out here. I think that it will be something that we need to keep an eye out for today.
Okay, something I'm looking forward to is our casters in game number 1, because it is not only Morgan and Counterfeit that are ready for you, they're being joined by 2-time Golden Spatula Cup winner Zaza. So take it away, guys. We'd love to hear from you for game 1.
Thank you so much, Migs. Thank you so much, Trouble. Thank you so much, Wita, for the beautiful analysis. But now we're all done with predictions. We're all done with recent info. And now we're going right into game. Say it with your language. I don't know what it means in Greek. In Arabic, it means yalla. In English, it means let's go. In Spanish, it's vamos. And today, I'm not alone. I'm Morgan. I'm here with Counterfeit and the spoil that Migs just told you about. We have the only 2-time Golden Spatula Cup winner, Zaza. He joins with us today. So, Zaza, I'm very happy that you're joining us today in the casting desk.
Yeah, I'm pleased to be here. I'm ready for some exciting games.
So am I. Peter.
Absolutely, Sasa. It's wonderful to have you here. Of course, be able to have you on the cast to give your particular insights into this situation. Of course, where our players are going to be today on the cusp of needing to come through, fight against 31 other players, and try and take the crown here. Of course, a situation you're very, very familiar with. I just kind of want to open up the conversation here. From where you're sitting, how do you expect these players are feeling right now?
I think for a lot of players, there's a lot on the line right now. They need like a top 2, top 1 to make EMEA. And I think today is the highest in intensity, I would say, out of all 3 GCs, because now it matters for the finals. So I think a lot of people will be very nervous.
Of course, they're going to be very nervous with a lot on the line in that final day of the Golden Spatula Cup. Again, something me and Peter were speaking about a little bit before we got onto the broadcast is that today kind of reminds me about 1 month ago of Super Brawl, because again, we only have 3 countries with more than 1 player above now. We only got Poland and Germany and France. So if you guys were here for Super Brawl, if you tuned in, you definitely have a lot of these names ringing a bell for you. We got finally 2 people carrying Poland heavily, and of course one of them was with us in the interview. It's Travis, Cat Meow Meow, following up with the Makes meme, and Kubixon. They have been doing really well, carrying Poland, doing absolutely good. But keep in mind, despite the fact that they're presenting the regions, however, they're playing here alone. So only one of them may be crowned as the Golden Spatula Cup winner, Peter.
Yeah, I think it's no coincidence that that's the 3 countries that are represented still by multiple players, or places where our 3 regional championship winning countries. But I mean, to bring us to more of the meta discussion, so of course we've been seeing that we've had a relatively limited pool of compositions that our players seem most comfortable on. Do you anticipate things changing up at all for day 3? Or, I guess if you were in this situation yourself, how would you be approaching this game in terms of, meta-wise?
Yeah, I think in this patch, especially when you have like a weak opener, you really have to like play reroll or Xayah. But when you have a good opener, there's a lot of comps that become playable again because you spike on these legendaries when you get 8. And yeah, I think we will see very little variation in comps, but if there's someone with a good opener, we might see some Azir maybe, or some Sorcerer. So yeah.
Yeah, there's a huge variety in this meta, and this is something that I wanted to get back to you again, Zaza, since you're one of the players and not just anyone, you're a champion twice. So we've seen Travis say something that I wholeheartedly have to agree with, that this meta sometimes relies on heavily reroll composition. It's either you're doing the Samira reroll, Shogat reroll, it's either Nico, it's either Noxus, you're rerolling something. Like the only 4 cost playable units right now, Azir very rarely, and I know that Weeda's going to hate me for this one because he's an Azir player, but we also got Mordekaiser, we also got Fiora. Out of this meta, do you think that it suits your style? Do you think it's kind of tricky for players to adapt into? Or do you think that reroll meta is really easy for everyone to play with? Do you like the meta overall?
I think both GC I won was reroll meta actually. And I myself, I think I'm pretty good at like pressing the D button, but yeah, I think it's just a reroll patch, and the Xayah players need a really high roll game to get a first.
High roll game. Yeah, we saw a Setsuko interview yesterday from the Nexus Cup as well. But Peter, now we're back to EMEA. We got 8 players ahead of us. I know that we always love to keep predictions just in case. We don't really cast anyone, but we got 8 legends ahead of us. Who are you keeping your eye on, and who do you expect to do really well in Game 1?
I mean, Lallana's not in this lobby, so I feel completely free to start throwing out some wild predictions here. I mean, it's pretty, this day 3 is laden with big name players. Of course, one of the biggest names, even just out of this tournament alone, let alone his incredibly storied history, is going to be Ging coming here. 2nd place in day 1, 4th place in day 2. He's been so consistent in this tournament, in so many global championships as well. It's very hard to bet against him in this first lobby.
Okay, but not just for these 8 players. Zaza, you played against almost all of these names. You won against them, so you do have more info when it comes to us than in their play styles, in their aggression, who wants to go for a loss streak. So, I'm gonna ask you a very general question. Who do you expect out of the 32 players we got to take the title today? The Golden Spatula Cup 3 winner. Who is it, Zaza? Give us the leaks.
I mean, there's like still some players remaining out of my study group. And I really hope like Kevin Parker takes the win today because he's not qualified yet.
Yeah, you can see Max nodding in the green room. She's happy you just said Kevin. Yep. We love you, Zaza. She's happy with that. Peter?
Yeah, well, I think it's worth reiterating for anyone who's come into this, into our broadcast late. We have got this larger situation of players, as Sasa was alluding to there. We've got players who've got some amount of Golden Spatula circuit points already locked down, so they can play a little bit more cautiously. And we've got the players who've got no points at all already locked in, so this is their first event, make it to day 3 perhaps, but they have to get the win, and even a 2nd place wouldn't be a guarantee you're going to get to that EMEA regional finals and potentially the global championship beyond there.
Okay, with the starting of these rounds, Sasa, I need you to be very, very analytical with every single move they do, okay? This is now a study group. This is no longer a tournament. I need you to give me all the leaks. What are their positions? What do they pivot to? I need to know everything. Why? Not because I'm Hearthstone Master 0 LP, no. But because I want to know what's going on in their head at these type of moments in the game. Do you sell the Sona? Do you go around with the Uzi? What do you do?
You always sell the Zona. This unit is not very good. Oh, he does not. But yeah, with the Vel'Koz, he and like Tier and Glove, that's like very decent sorcerer start, like not the best meta line. So like with keeping the Zona, I think he's gonna go for it.
Well, something I wanted to bring up with our legends, of course, shown up on the right-hand side, is, I guess, throwing this to you first of all, I'd love to hear what you have to say on this as well, is the big topic of conversation yesterday was how much the emblems were influencing things. In this particular lobby, we can see we've got a couple of Earth players in, as well as, of course, Travis, with the Ornn, as we noted before, but we'll come back to that in a second because we've got Prismatics to deal with.
He has a glove here. Saza.
Yeah, he has to take this lucky gloves.
Yes.
He has a glove already. It's so much early game power, and he's looking for a good early game here with the Socks opener. So he has to take it. There's just no way.
Double Trouble is also one of these augments that we've seen shine really well, Peter. But he does take the lucky gloves as promised, and there we go. It's going to be lucky gloves with 4 Sparing Gloves, 2 Thieves Gloves already spawned in, and that is a Swain BIS with Gargoyles and Warmogs. How lucky can that be? I mean, it is lucky gloves, but that's quite lucky as well.
No, absolutely. It's a much less of a gamble than it was before. I believe it was Wita who was bringing up the idea yesterday, talking about how well Lucky Gloves and Vanquishers work very well together because, of course, the built-in crit for the Vanquishers. So also, would you tend to run the Lucky Gloves as just a general purpose kind of composition? Would it really be limited mostly to the Vanquishers line?
I think with the Last Whisper Slam here on the Zamira, he's committed into the Vanquisher line. Like, there's no cooking to be seen here. He will play Vanquishers. But one funny thing that happened here is that Ging took Lucky Gloves and like he didn't pick it up, and like the fight happened on his ward. So never punished, I guess.
Okay, but with him going into Vanquishes, I think we've seen someone else also pick Ionia Crown, so he's not going to be playing Vanquishes alone in this game. However, for someone like Kevin Parker, he went along with Golden Ticket, so he's already set a very straight direction for himself. He's going to be re-rolling, but with Buried Treasures, Asad Fuego has so many items. Now, he levels despite losing the first round. He has Invokers, he has a pretty nice line of items, but it's only Ankara Messi 2-star right now on his board.
Well, I wanted to touch back on you saying, with the mention of the Ionia emblem coming in, potentially a couple of Ionia emblems if the tomes work out that way. I was looking at some of the stats between days 1 and 2, and we knew that there would be Vanquishers played by the bucket load. But it seems like between days 1 and 2, I think we're getting even more load on that composition. And, the top 4 rate for that comp overall is actually not so good, which I have to assume is due to so many people wanting to play the composition that only a few of them can actually win with it.
Yeah, I think that's the case as well. Like when there's like 3 people playing it, like the average will be a lot lower. And I personally think that the Vanquisher comp is not that great if you don't have a +1, like Ionia emblem, for example, or like a Vanquisher emblem. And yeah, that could be the case as well, where there's people playing that line and not hitting.
Ooh, Travis going for a full, almost open fort with these 2 Graves units. Now, he's not gonna kill a single unit going against, of course, another Rascal Glove player, so it won't really be easy trying to beat this board right here, but fully opening with Pandora's items 3. What board could he go for here, Peter? I think it's a little bit too early to open fort with Pandora's, no?
Well, I mean, you certainly do have the options of being able to switch things around with the Pandoras if you like. It's certainly, though, starting off with a Radiant item, if you're going to leave that out and let that reroll, that is a fairly significant sacrifice to make that happen. But speaking of sacrifice, taking a quick look at our HP totals in the lobby, you can see that Traviscwat Meow Meow is down at 76. I do believe, from what we saw, that Travis was that Pandora's items player, so maybe he has decided to play more conservatively and hold out for really perfect items for his plan.
Yeah, we saw on Travis' board that he was holding all the rogue units, so I think that's just the line he's going for. And with Pandora's, it's really just looking for what line is open here, and in this case, it is the rogues, so he's going for it.
Ooh. He also gets another Kiana, which I think is very interesting, considering the Ishtal in this game might quite be in his favor. He has already that ready and then harvest as well. Yeah, it's wind. So that attack speed given to rogues, Yeah, with rogues, you would mostly want something like fire, maybe, to get in that lovely, lovely burst damage coming in from the Kiana. But we see Kubixon with his double Ancient Archives getting a Shurima's Bat and a Bruiser's Bat. So that is going to be another Void reroll player. If I'm not mistaken, Kevin was going for the same direction as well with his golden ticket. So we might be seeing 2 Void players already contesting.
Yeah, we haven't seen it. We've seen some of the stream. I think we were talking about in the pre-show, the idea of bringing in maybe a little bit more Azir than we've seen otherwise. Certainly that setup would seem a nice way to try and marry those 2 ideas together, with Harry Necton there from the early going, and the Shuriman's getting online a lot earlier than normal as well.
There's only Enigma win streaking so far in this lobby. Despite Gon going with the 4 challenges line, which is of course a very high tempo comp that we've seen shine into the light a little bit earlier, but Enigma is the only one fully win streaking in this lobby alongside Travis, and Kevin only lost streaking in this lobby. Now, will he be able to keep up that streak? That is the question, Zaza.
I don't actually remember what Enigma is playing, but yeah, I hope.
Lucky Gloves, he's the Lucky Gloves player.
He's Lucky Gloves. I mean, he has 2 TGs open now. There's no way he's gonna lose a round, right?
Yeah, he also goes against Travis, but Peter, I'm a little bit worried about going full low streak in a prismatic lobby, because something that I've always mentioned is that you really get punished because bows get inflated really early. So Travis going into stage 3 with 59 HP, isn't that a little bit scary?
I think it's very scary. I mean, as Salza said, we've got the couple of players with Lucky Gloves, so they've got immediate on-board power. It's almost the opposite of that to have the Pandora's items to say, eventually I'll have the perfect items for my composition. But by the time that happens, I'm worried that things will spun too far out of control for Travis.
And look at Kubixon's spot as well. He already had a hefty amount of 7 Shogath units on his board, almost fully naturaling as Shogath 3, not even rolling once. He also has 2 of his BIS items, the Bramble Vest, a Declo. The Shurima's Bat will keep him alive quite some time as well with the healing, giving him some attack speed as well for him to cast a bit more. But Zaza, do you roll here? Do you wait? What happens? Because he has 7 Shogath units.
I think he's gonna roll here. He wants it the early Cho 3 to gather more stacks. Like he's so strong right now, and he will be stronger. Getting those 3 items online so early is just so powerful.
One more.
If he hits the Cho 3 here, I think
he does. He does. Now what happens? You were about to say if he hits the Cho 3, huh? Now go. He did. What's up?
So hitting the Show 3 this early with 3 items means he's gonna be stable for a while. Usually you want to have Casio Freestyle in this comp, because like Casio is kind of the main carry. I don't think it's Show. And with that being gone, he will just push level now, and I think he's gonna like carry Azir maybe, or like some Kaiser. So that will be interesting to look out for in the later game.
I wanted to float this question here because we haven't gotten to see this particular setup that often. We've heard tell that the Streamer emblem is very, very powerful for the Cho'Gath. How does this compare to, your standard garden variety Cho'Gath who would just say have the Dragon's Claw in place of the emblem?
Yeah, I think not having the Dragon Claw is for sure a weakness against AP comps, because you usually want to like leave out the redemption for Shurima emblem. So we have to see how he lines up against those AP comps.
Yeah, going from Prismatics to Silvers though, Peter, if I was Enigma, I'd be quite sad about it. Why? Because I'm not going to be able to inflate my board even more and continue with the tempo that I have right now. If I'm Kevin, or if I'm Travis, I'm happy because Kevin just also hit a Samira 3, a Renekton 3, Kubixon going for the missed connections, which is, in my opinion, one of the most underrated augments, by the way. It gives you a lot of gold if you're rolling for a composition like this. It just got him a free Renekton 3-star as well, so this lobby is extremely high rolling, and he also pulls out a Kaisa at level 5. So, to sum this up
Easy.
we got him hitting Renekton and Cho'Gath 3-star at 3-1. And also we got Kevin Parker hitting Samira and Renny 3 as well. I mean, Cassiopea at the same time. Is this lobby extremely high rolly, or is it just me?
I think the spot Kubixon is extremely high roll, But one thing with taking the augment here is you need to consider that Kevin Parker is holding a lot of Casios. So he's kind of committing for Casio Freestar now. You saw him rolling to 50, and that could be a really expensive Casio, and it might throw his spot.
I mean, if you're in Kubixon's point there, actually no. So we'll come back to that in a second, just because we do need to check in with Travis, because of course we noted before Travis, along with Assad, who of course was a teammate of yours in the Super Brawl. Both of them are suffering in the HP totals, though Travis is definitely the one lowest in the count. We know he's been waiting for a while to put together this perfect itemization. Sasa, do you think this was worth the wait?
Yeah, I definitely think he has had a really solid game plan here. And it's a really nice augment for his Graves here with the Jeweled Lotus 1. Having those Night Harvester and the Hodge for extra crit. Like, he is really strong right now. And he is chilling on 40 gold. He's gonna slow roll the Grave 3, and I think his game plan worked quite well.
We do know, of course, that there are several, well, as we've seen for ourselves, there are a lot of players going for the one-cost reroll in this lobby. We've seen, of course, the Cho'Gath, we've seen the Cassiopeia, we've even seen Samira being slurped out of the pool. So we know that presumably Travis is going to be able to get that 3-star Graves online faster than he would otherwise as well.
Oh, Enigma being young, wild, and free here, which is one of the most recently added augments after set point 9.5. And I think it was also in set 9, so it isn't really that new, but it still revolutionized the gameplay of so many players. Now, this augment does so well because not just does it give you the ability to immediately go into carousel even if you're winning, but it also serves you really well in the very, very late stages of the game at stage 5 and stage 6. Even if it's only 1 or 2 players picking, you still get that carousel advantage because you immediately pick. And now we're getting to see the Own Forge into action, and we have so many item selections already committing to the sniper focus.
Wow. I think this is a really interesting decision here. I would have taken the Deathfire Grasp because the Sniper's Focus actually got nerfed this patch. It's not that great anymore, and I think the comp doesn't use it that well. Maybe he has some secret tech here. We have to see.
Yeah, I mean, I like the setup. It's certainly a classic composition that's been around for a little while. I mean, we're seeing the spread itemization from just Samira and the Cassiopeia, but we said we know how hard Cassiopeia can hit. The 3-round win streak is in place. Kubixon just above on a win streak of his own. The top 3 players pretty closely caught together, but it feels like Kevin Parker is certainly on the path to raise his stakes while cutting down some of that HP from the top of the lobby.
Yeah, now that Sniper Focus has gotten into action. Sasa? But you want to say something about Kevin? Give me these insights.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about Kevin. I think his spot is very good as well. Like, there's a lot of good spots in the lobby, I think. So it's going to be interesting, who ends up in the top 4. But I think in this comp in particular, it's important to have the Swain Freestar. I think it's a lot weaker without. And yeah, he has currently 3, so he needs to find a lot more. Let's see if he levels or he doesn't. I don't know.
I'm wondering how far Kevin can go with this one. I mean, you can see with all of the rounds accumulated, those Noxus stacks will be stacking up, and the Cybernetic for a little bit more punch in the immediate. You see from the other boards across here, especially this one from Ging, one of our players we're paying the most attention to coming into this lobby, it does seem like it's still possible for Kevin to overpower his current level of opponent.
Yeah, Kevin Parker really having a very successful stage 3, by the way. He went fully 5-flow streak in the stage 2, and now he's one of the players who didn't really have that luck into stage 2. Of course, going with golden ticket, it is expected that you want to lose and sacrifice most of stage 2 so you can get that much economy. Also able to come here with a 5-win streak. Now, what's his plan moving forwards? Does he keep rolling for the Nafiri? Of course, in this composition, because Cassiopeia and Samira tend to cast a lot, you do need that dog 3-star, but he's still 5 copies away. Sasa, do you roll? Do you wait? What's the plan for Kevin?
I think he doesn't have a Noxus pet here, so the dog is a lot weaker. I think his plan will be to push level here. And we see...
Is that a Kai'Sa 2 on stage 3?
Yeah, we see Tartaman rolling in PvE here.
What is this lobby, man?
I mean, well, Tartaman's on a pretty substantial loss streak, actually falling behind Travis. Just to show quite how much damage the Tartaman's been taking, but presumably this will be our turnaround point. And Sasa, this is something I wanted to bring up from earlier on. Hopefully it will still be a relevant point going forward in this lobby. Challenges as a whole. We've been seeing a few more of those creeping in across our days of play. How do you feel like they kind of fit into the current meta?
I think they fit under the comps I spoke about earlier, the ones you play when you have a high roll opener. And I think Duelist falls into that category as well. Like you need to like hit level 8, get that Aatrox online, and then you actually like can contest those meta reroll boards.
Yeah, look.
Evening out the entire thing. You feel people in a little bit of a background.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
So can you tell us a little bit about Assad?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have really bad connection right now.
Oh,
It's
I
okay,
do
it's okay.
apologize.
I can hear that. I got that covered up for you, Sasa. Finding here long distance spells again with Travis. I'm not sure if I hear what Peter said exactly, but hey, it's a minor inconvenience, but it is not an inconvenience for Travis right now. Was again been able to find that Graves again 3 starts, so now he's only down 2 Kiana copies. Peter, long distance spells is such a very good augment because it enables both of your carries in such a rook composition, which are fully itemized, share all of their stats together.
All right, it looks like we might be having some general issues there, so we do apologize. We'll get things back underway again. Yeah, this is the 3rd day of play. This is a very, very important day with extremely high stakes. So if there is even the smallest of problems coming up, we will be throwing our pauses in here, making sure that everything is absolutely fine. But to come back to what you were saying, Morgan, yeah, I mean, Travis definitely feels like, again, like a lot of our players in lobby, he's got exactly what he wants. But as we see on the right-hand side, or we were seeing on the right-hand side, I think nearly everybody's got exactly what they want. And just trying to find how they measure up against each other is the fate of this lobby.
Yeah, the fate of the players as well is that one of them got a small DC, but considering the face of the lobby, I think that it's extremely high rolling so far. So to sum this up again, if we just enter the stream, we got a Kai'Sa 2 on stage 3-6. We got someone naturaling Shoga 3 at stage 3-1. He only rolled 6 gold for it. We got Kevin Parker with his golden ticket able to hit both Samira, Cassiopeia 3, having 6 Renekton units on his board as well, with still staying above 30 gold. So this lobby, due to the prismatics that came up in the early game, and I think a little bit of more Dog's Blessings from day one, everyone has so much potential with their boards right now. So I think it's only fair if everyone is extremely high rolling, because in this lobby, things are getting extremely close, Zaza. So would you call this a high roll, or is it reasonable since they're all prismatic? So essentially, it is easier to hit the pinnacle of your board.
I think like this is quite expected when you have all these players going for one-cost composition. You take out so many one-cost units out of the pool, so everyone has a easier time hitting, and yeah, that's probably why they hit so easy.
Okay, so it makes sense.
So we'll get back into things again. We can see that our bottom half and top half of players are starting to build some separation. Travis actually now in 5th place. You see that both Ging, Assad, and Tartman have all dropped down pretty low. Tartman is in the most peril. I mean, we noted before, Tartman did put together a pretty damn good board. The fact that he's still falling this far behind this early on is, again, a testament to how strong this first lobby of the day is.
I'm a little bit worried about Tartman because he started with the Ionia Crown and then went into Cybernetic Bulk. So you would say that he does have a very nice front line. He's been able to get that Ionia board in a little bit earlier than others. But his itemization right now for the Kai'Sa is looking a bit sus. Because Collector and the Kai'Sa, yes, she does execute so many units because she can get them with her ability quite easily. But we saw this Lucky Gloves board earlier, and Zaza, of course, he's the 5-head. He's the mastermind. He told us, you don't need to let anyone cook. We know he's going to be playing Vanquishes on Ionia. So he took almost all of Travis' units out of the board now. How can Tartman get out of this position that he's consisted heavily by Gon Zaza?
Yeah, I think like the Kai'Sa 2 on his board is way weaker than the Xayah 1. So I don't know if he hit the Xayah, but he needs to hit the Xayah. Like if he doesn't put out the Kai'Sa, I think he's just gonna bleed out.
We'll see how Gon does here against Kevin Parker. Kevin Parker has been on the rise in recent rounds. You can see that Cassiopeia with a sniper's focus is absolutely ludicrous. Her single target damage is ripping the Vanquishers aside like it's nothing.
It's also scoped weapons, so that gives her more and more range. She doesn't have to move, so that does an insanely good combo with the scoped weapons because, again, the damage that comes from this thing is adaptive. It doesn't give you bonus attack damage only. No, it is an increase to all of your damage between each hex of you and your target. Now, Tartman has been able to hit Xayah too, by the way, so he did end up selling the Kai'Sa, but I think he's still suffering despite the fact that he has a Nila 2. He has an Ionia Emblem on her, a God Breaker, which might not be the BIS for her. And I think his front line is quite suffering with that. All of his items are placed in a set. Zaza, what's the play here? He's 1 round away from losing before Assad even.
I think he cannot afford to sell the set here. Even though the Shen 2 is smiling at him. Like he's basically one shot, so he's gonna just die here if he down gets this board.
It's him or Assad, Peter? We're losing someone before stage 5 already.
It seems like Assad, with the Invoker emblem in place, has got the board online just a little bit quicker. Though the backliners hiding behind that set we didn't have very much faith in, are actually surviving surprisingly long, and it looks like Assad who may be taking the L here. I don't think that Nico is strong enough by herself, and Tartman breathes a sigh of relief. He's at least not 8th.
He also got that Shen 2. Zaza just said he was smiling at him. Also not locking that shop, giving him more and more chance to maybe try to get a replacement set, place the items on a Shen, because all thanks go to that gold collector of the Xayah that gave him 2 gold during this fight.
Yeah, he's really hoping for a remover here. That would be the dream. And yeah, Assad unfortunately not hitting the Nico. Nico Freestar, which means he's going 8th. Unfortunately, I think Nico Freestar is really important in that comp. And I think like Tartman, he hits RC here, that's really strong. But I think Tartman spots quite well. And like if he finds a replacement set here, he could maybe even place top 4.
That's a very good scenario, Peter. He got the 2 items he was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to get a little bit more optimistic. We have got several meaty opponents in Gon, Travis, and Ging above Tartman, though. There's only 1 loss left for Tartman to try and improve his position.
Wait.
Gon is making his board as well.
That's Ari 2.
Wait, is that an Ari 2 on level 7? What?
It is.
And then someone tries to debate with me that this board, that this game is not extremely high roll. Okay, it's a 1-item Ari. He's not been able to hit the Xayah so far, but that's an Ari 2. Apparently not enough because, again, just before that round, we saw Tartman hit 2 of his BIS items for Last Whisper, RFC on that Nila. So she has a lot of damage, apparently. Ari 2 might not have been the play, Zaza.
Yeah, this Ari2 is honestly has the power of a Jin 1. Like it's no diff. Like there's no front line for her to like get out her final cast. So this Ari is unfortunately pretty useless.
Oh, that's a little bit harsh. Useless, not even like weak or just useless.
To be fair, based on what we saw in the previous round, I think that's quite accurate as well.
You're a bad unit, Ari. You don't deserve to be on this board. 14 gold
I mean,
is
it's a
more
good
worth
unit. You just need to know a front line.
we know it's the German way to be accurate rather than everything else. And absolutely, it's been a very accurate push through. Tartman is still staying alive. Well, I was going to say one staying alive. I think that gold collector you called up much earlier on, Morgan. The hole in the strategy there. But again, Tartman, I think, very lucky not to be 8th.
You celebrated a little bit too early, Peter. He's not staying alive. And also, I think that this damage from Gon really didn't allow him to keep going with the Vanquisher board. So far, if I'm not mistaken, we just got 2 Vanquisher players holding hands, 6th and 7th.
Oh, look what we see here. He was win streaking in the early game and he's playing Azir. Unfortunately, he has not hit like a Heimer or like a GP yet to like place on his board, get those legendaries online. It's the Jarvan 2. Yeah, but I think this is like a solid game plan for Enigma. High roll and into Azir. Fortunately, he hit a bit late, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a decent enough ball, but yeah, we've got a massive loss streak behind Enigma right now. We see that Ging, who's the player just above, also on the win streak as well. The Cassiopeia Samira 3-star combo, even at this stage in the game, is still proving to be almost unbeatable as Enigma survives by the skin of his teeth. As Ging goes down to 10 as well, 4th place is still in question.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of Prismatic Lobbies, by the way. It's a Sorg Spat going for him on an Ari, so that might be a very good pick here, but too far, too late. He already pivoted to the Azir board, which of course doesn't make that Ari very, very useful in his hands. Now, has he gone for vertical Sorks, as Zaza suggested? That would have been an 8 Sork, an Ari unit, and also maybe with his frontline he might have been able to do it, but this is the beauty of Prismatic Lobbies. You can have someone win streaking and stay at 100 HP until 3-3, but then end up losing because everyone else just goes around with their board. And now we got the top 4 players playing reroll compositions, except Ging being the only exception playing Vanquishes.
Well, this is something I wanted to bring up with you, Sasa, particularly. Is that we hadn't really been talking about Azir going into today, and the strategist sorcerer kind of approaches here. In this lobby, we've had from Kubixon's side of things, I believe, on the Azir as well, or not, at least on the more Shurima side of things, and now Enigma potentially moving this forward to a top 4. Is this, an approach our players should be looking at more often?
I think players tend to just completely cancel our comps because they are not like the top meta comps. But I think like in spots like Enigma spot, I think it's good to like go for Azir because you're just uncontested.
Alright, I don't think Ging gets to survive another day as he gets snipped by that Gwen, and now we're down to our top 4 players in this lobby. It's going to be Kubixon at a whooping amount of 74 HP. He has a lot to tank. He also has a fast 9 angle. Doesn't have to sack, he doesn't have to wait anymore, but Peter, Enigma is 1 life away from dying.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Kubixon on 74, just said, has so much room in this lobby to work with. I was initially looking at what Kubixon's board was doing here, and this is why I thought it was an Azir board because of the itemization. But no, the Cassiopeia would be carrying, under other circumstances, the Azir items, but she's just so damn strong that apparently it's good enough. 6 Bruiser, 6 Shurima, not a board I think we may have seen at all so far this competition, but it's doing super well.
Yeah, and it combos so well because that Shogat has a lot of HP coming in for him from all of these stacks, and also 6 Bruiser giving him the immediate ascension from the Shurima, and Shurima gives you maximum HP. What does Shogat love more than HP? It also scales into his ability, so these rare bites are going to be way stronger than you think they are. Immediately, that Cassiopeia also tanks a lot of damage with the Bruiser emblem, so even if you have a comp that has some backline access like the Rogues, he doesn't care. His board is extremely strong in his lobby. Enigma has no chance at even getting a glimpse at killing this Shogat as he goes down. And now, Kevin Parker has also lost his battle against Travis and is down to our top 3 players. I think it's already a Kubixon game, Zaza. But can Travis and Kevin steal a 2nd place?
I don't want to be that kind of guy, but there's 3
Be that kind of guy, Zaza. Be the bad guy.
1 cost reroll in the top 3. There's a Cho player, there's a Rogue player, and there's a Noxus reroller. So yeah, we said like in the pre-game it's gonna be reroll, and then those Vanquishers trying to play for top 4, and yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Zaza. This kind of expresses my immense love for this meta. You know, I'm so happy seeing 3 reroll players at the top. I'm happy about this. Totally, you can see it on my face, by the way.
Yeah,
Well,
coming back to the point, if like Kubixon will win the game here, I think it's gonna be really hard to like stop this stacked up Cho on level 9 here. I don't like they have to like cook up something to win here, like a 3-star forecast, for example. And Kubixon is positioning here for the Rogues, as you've seen. Kevin Parker as well.
Kevin Parker's only on the 5 HP, so he doesn't have any more room if this round does turn against him. Where the Rogues go, there goes the damage. The Graves into the corner as they tear apart everything. Kevin Parker will go down, so it will be only in the hands of Traviscwat to take down Kubixon, which no one's been able to do for a little while.
Yeah, the question here, Zaza, is there any chance for Kubixon not to lose against this immense, very strong Travis board? Of course, I'm just kidding. What can Travis do to get out of this situation?
I don't think there's anything Travis can do. It's not like let's not act here.
Tell us lies, Arthur. Tell us sweet lies.
I love how
no, I'm not lying. I'm not a caster. I'm not lying.
Wow!
Whoa!
For 1 cast, and already putting us on the That's honestly, that's I really want to applaud you for that. That's amazing. You do so well.
I'm not a caster, so I'm not gonna be lying. And then I took that one personally. But honestly, Sasa said nothing wrong. It's seemingly quite doomed for Travis because a Rogue board wants a backline carry composition. It doesn't want a 6 Shurima, 6 Bruiser comp because one-shotting these units is just going to be impossible, and this is the only thing that Rogue compositions excel at. Look at that fight between Cho'Gath and Echo. He ends up being eaten, sitting straight back to Zon to maybe try and get more and more mods that break through this immense Void creature, but Kubixon doesn't even have to do any effort. Travis loses this one, and just as Saza said, okay, we're casters, so we're gonna be lying. He has a chance, but it's very low.
I think the matchup is like one thing that like makes me think he cannot win is like the matchup here. I think those rogue units tend to struggle against these like damage frontliner, which is like Cho'Gath is kinda is, and you also see the bruiser spread on the Cassio here, positioned for rogues. It like makes it really hard to punish this Cho composition with rogues.
Kubixon against Travis. We've heard it all from Salsa. Peter, it is now down to maybe our final fight of the game for the last day of the Golden Spatula Cup.
Yeah, we said this last day is dominated by 3 countries, France, Germany, and Poland. Our top 2 in this lobby, both Polish, both showing exactly why they are a region to be feared. I mean, both of these boards are absolutely nuts and off the charts, but we knew it was never remotely in question. This is going to be an incredibly hard-fought day 1, but round 1 goes for Kubixon. Poland take the top 2.
And to all of you guys in the chat saying, haha, Shurima's fat on Cho'Gath, not having declo on Cho'Gath 3. We would love to tell you that Kubixon is confirmed not a fraud. He knows what he's doing. That pivot into the Shurima board with 6 bruises was extremely smart. Saza, that was a beautiful game, wasn't it?
Like, it was a really good game. I think all the players like played the meta really good. The players searching for a viable one-cost line, and then the other players going for these vanquishers. And we even see like what I've talked about like before the game started. Enigma hitting those high roll opener. He can flex a bit, like play a comp that's not in the meta. And yeah, we just saw it this game. One cost dominating, unfortunately, but yeah, I think all the players played really well.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to agree with this one. It is a reroll meta. You have to fall into the abyss to make sure that you're actually one of the top 3 places. But Peter, that was a beautiful game. We saw a lot of these one-cost rerolls shine into action. So now, do you have any final words before we go into our break into our analyst desk that are going to analyze all these reroll compositions, which I'm pretty sure Mix is going to be happy about?
I do believe we have a special feature because that lobby was so brutal that we're actually going to be jumping into a different lobby, the end of what Lobby C are doing right now. So do remember, of course, that we do have our alternate lobbies running right now. You can access those through the command center. We're watching the end here as we see favorite of the stream and apparently still a real deal despite being a caster, Kenobi getting a win here against Stinky Abuser.
Ooh, whether he's on the broadcast or he's not, he's still taking W's, baby. Kenobi manages to get a first place in his first game on stream in lobby number C, and that was such a beautiful game. Thank you so much, production. We got to see that moment. We got to partner up and vouch and keep the bias up with our boy Kenobi. Since Egypt is out, I know who to vouch and be biased for now. Zaza, we might be going into a break now on the analyst desk. Do you have anything to say in that game?
Yeah, one cost is broken, please nerf.
One cost is broken, please nerf. All right, thank you so much, wise words. Indeed, this man, he said it. I'm not a caster, I don't have to lie, so I'm gonna have to agree. Ladies and gents, let us now go into a small break before we get back to our golden trio on the analyst desk as they give us more and more info about this game.
Hey, I'm Travis. I'm from Poland. My in-game name is Z10 Traviscwat. I think the new set is great. The patches we had so far are really good for the beginning of the set, and I can't remember the game being so well balanced, despite what some people are saying. So far it's really nice, especially after set 8, which I didn't like. I think the best performer in Runeterra Reforged will be either me or Lelouch. We both like the set a lot and we're doing good so far, so I'm hoping we win the EMEA this time. Okay, so my best performance in a Rising Legends tournament was probably second place in Golden Spatula in set 7. I almost won, but Skipeus cooked a fun board and unfortunately beat me. But yeah, that was for sure my best performance. I also played in Rising Legends finals, but I finished like 20th place or something like that. Oh, I can highlight a underrated player. I think Alanskyl is coming back to the game and he's gonna be a beast set 9.5 when he scales. Okay, I want to give a shout out to Lelouch, Alanskyl, the people I train with on Discord. I also want to give a shout out to my team Zero Tenacity, they're cool guys. And of course to my community that watched my stream on Twitch.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, and I cannot believe that the very first game of the day, we don't see a single Ionia Vanquisher in the top 4. How incredible is that?
I feel like
Okay, apparently not
especially-
incredible. No, don't mind me. It's okay.
Okay. I don't know if it's incredible or not. What is incredible though is that all of these one cost rerolls were dominating the entire lobby. And as you mentioned, I feel like the only reason we didn't see a top 4 cost comp in the top 4 was the fact that because a lot of the players hit their units super early, the 1 cost 3 stars, it feels like a lot of the other players who were running for these level 7, level 8 comps had to either burn through their economy, and sometimes you don't hit, or you have to burn through the levels and try to get to that level 8 super quickly to try and guarantee that you hit your 2-star 4 cost. And I feel like in a meta where the game just runs out of hand super quickly, it is just so scary to try and go for these 4 costs.
Yeah, and you could see that play out here for these guys, Kubixon, very early on. Finding that show 3, getting those misconnections, finding that Renekton 3 was contested on the Samira by Kevin Parker, but the one thing that set him aside from the other players, Swede, was getting those extra emblems. I think this is the first time I've seen this comp with 2 Bruiser emblems and a Shurima emblem.
Yeah, so it really just enables the fact you can go into 6 Bruiser while also having 6 Shurima, right? And it's very important to have the vertical Bruiser alongside the Shurima due to how the healing from the Shurima scale with percentage HP, meaning that, yes, the Cho'Gath did not have a declaw, but it still had that secondary healing option plus that Ascension coming through, providing even more damage on that main carry as well as spreading across multiple different backline carries with that Shurima package.
And Travis in this game also showing us the rogues, Trouble. You were pretty excited about that one, despite the Graves coming in kind of late, no?
Honestly, I was very worried for Travis. He had burned through a lot of his HP very early on, trying to get the perfect items for his Graves with Pandora's items that he chose through his augments. And his Graves got 3-starred at 4-2. At 4-2, he was still level 5. Luckily, somehow, he hit 3-star Echo before he hit 3-star Graves, level 5, which managed to actually bail him out a lot of his fights until he could 3-star all of his rogues in the front line.
And of course, we are seeing the standings here right now. All 4 lobbies have concluded. We got a kind of like a sneak peek of the lobby in which Kenobi dominated the games. And you were really excited about that scope weapons tech on the Nila as well, right?
Oh, absolutely. I saw yesterday over in NA was scope weapons, double rapid fire Nila. So you can literally just attack straight the backline. So the technique basically is a lot of the times you want to have your carry towards the side of the opponent's carry. So if the front line gets drawn to the other side, you instantly have access to that backline. So +1 from scope weapons, +2 from the 2 rapid fires, you could instantly just attack the backline. Plus the whip from the straight line hits pretty much the entire board. And it's absolutely nutty. I love the fact that Kenobi actually brought it out and managed to even win with it.
Yeah, and I was kind of talking about this at the start of the show as well, right? We were kind of talking about how like these small like Bilgewater inclusions into something like the Nila composition, right? Kind of removing the Sire from having any influence really is an alternate route to go down when you are looking into playing these contested lines. So if you hit the Nila 2 before you hit even a copy of Kaiser, right? You do have that secondary out, and the fact that we're seeing these adaptations mid-tournament, I find super exciting.
I find it super exciting as well, and something that I find even more exciting is getting to see our top lobby, which will be the one that is up next. We do have our casters hopefully ready. Morgan, Counterfeit, and Zaza are here to take you through it.
Thank you so much, Makes, Trouble, and Weeda. There was a lot of makes in this sentence. I'm Morgan, I'm here with Peter, and again, the 2x Golden Spatula Cup winner, Zaza. That game was absolutely beautiful. We saw a lot of 1-cost rerolls, and surprisingly, despite the fact that yesterday Vanquishers were a little bit dominant, Peter, do you think that this game, maybe we might see people riding away a little bit from it, or just because they were contested it didn't work? Are we seeing Vanquishers again in this game?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's in question. I think that really it's I want to kind of open this question to Sasa as well. We see tournament-specific metas emerging. In that last game, having multiple players going for the 1-cost rerolls, as we mentioned, it benefited all of them to have it happen. So if this starts to spread, and if maybe the similar thing is happening at other lobbies, do you think it's possible that we see more players kind of entering into some kind of alliance of convenience and saying, if my start is good enough for 1 cost, then it's right for multiple of us to shove down that route and kill players very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that was what happened in the lobby. Like it was pointed out in the analyst desk. The tempo is just so fast when these one costs get hit early. And yeah, I think people like players should look out for these reroll composition, helping each other. And like if there's like 4 one cost rerolls in the lobby, it's gonna be so easy to hit all of them, and they can shut down the Vanquishers because they're not that strong on level 7. They spike on 8, and they're just gonna die to one cost in the end.
Yeah, you can do that if you want to go with a pro player style, or if your favorite streamer is Soji, just like me in Trouble, cutting her, you can always go type in the chat 2020 Cho'Gath/Defen and just pick him, play with whatever you got. It doesn't even matter if you have a spot for him, it doesn't even matter if the Ishtal is wood, no one really cares. Now, portals. Portals play a huge role in whatever game that you're going to be playing. If it was something like Stillwater Hold, this is going to be such a beautiful lobby for Piltover players because they're not going to be punished. Ports are not going to be inflated. Peter, what board do you want to see this game? To me, it's always going to be the Sump. Yesterday, we were this close to seeing the Sump being picked in, where players could just go all in, ignore that interest. We didn't get it.
Well, my assumption, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, Sasa, is that as we head to Lobby 1, we can see our players either came first or second in the lobby. I would assume as a group, the players who are doing well would want a portal that has the least effect on the game possible. Am I right in thinking that? To try and reduce the variance in the game and try and emphasize their individual skill.
Yeah, I think especially like in those tournaments, people usually pick the very safe portals. But in ladder, there's like always these 1 or 2 players who are just trolling around a bit, and you end up.
Who would you say in this lobby? Would you say would be the troll?
Oh, in this lobby, I don't know. I think I could imagine Lilana like picking some off, like maybe some portal where he has a tech. So yeah.
Okay, so it's you and Peter keeping up the bias for Lilana now. I'm sticking with my fraud friend, the caster who lies a lot. Kenobi is going to be my pick for this lobby. We saw him get a first place in the last one. Holy moly, this lobby is full of beasts, Peter. It's kind of hard to make a choice, but I'm going for Kenobi. I'm vouching for my man. Let's go, Kenobi.
Oh yeah, well, all of these players have done extremely well. We'll just see in a second if any of our players are planning on trolling. It does look like we've got more or less. We've got more or less what we'd expect. Lilana, you did call it, was the first one to break away from the pack and start spamming everyone towards the rupture. So we might be in for something slightly different than what we would expect.
Are we about to get one guide? Oh no way! He just left the choice for them.
You see Kubixon staying on the side. These portals are not it. I'm not picking anything.
Holy moly! They've gone for completely random location. That's a million miles from what we thought. So we will be headed to Shurima. We'll find out in a second which one of those it's going to be. But I guess I couldn't have been more wrong about our players' willingness to throw caution to the wind.
Okay, it's already confirmed that it's going to be the Warlord's Palace. So this makes it quite interesting because all of these players, they didn't know what region they were going for, but it ends up being Warlord's Palace. Now, Sasa, give us the tech. Give us these juicy information. Warlord's Palace, how do you play? Which comps are good? Which comps are bad? What's your favorite coffee? When do you have it? All that stuff.
I think Warlord's Palace plays out like there's no region. It's gonna be just the default TFT, and one important thing is people have to like save up some gold, like to roll actually the items, and they can maybe if there's like a chaos shop, they can go for a good radiant and maybe win the game through that.
Yeah, it's ironic indeed that by trying to go for the most random portal, which I think they were all doing just because they realized maybe that they were going to be on stream, they've ended up with one of the more conservative regions overall. But so with that in mind, without having to worry about anything shenanigans wise happening early on, so do you think are we still likely to see people trying for anything like the one cost rerolls, or do you just kind of go back to the complete default?
Yeah, I think one cost reroll will be a lot weaker in this region. There's no like econ inflation, like a bunch of gold like in other regions. So yeah, maybe we see some more 4 cost. Okay.
Oh, he didn't even try to tailor for it, and he does get that Shurima emblem when he already has a very good Shurima start for it. He also has 4 Shurima at the active at the ready. But that Talia, if she goes in, keep in mind the 4 Shurima is not really the point where Shurimans hit their power spike. They hit it at 6, where they all immediately ascend at the start of the combat. 4 Shurima only makes it so that all of them ascend. But hey, it's not at the start of the combat. Now, we're going, is he gonna level? I think his spot is pretty good for Shurima. He has a GS that he might be able to slam, but she's keeping it at level 3. Gonna be playing 1 round without using that spat on anyone, Peter.
Yeah. He's actually staying. Oh no, he's leveling in.
Oh,
the
he
end.
leveled. Okay. He just
but,
debated all of us.
Yeah, I think he was scouting if the show composition is open, and I think there's someone playing it. So he just pivots out here, levels, and tries to play as the end this game. But I think out of all the options he had, Shurima was the best option here because he already had a lot of Shurima units.
Yeah, I mean we can see that have of course got other players like Traviscwat who have gone straight in. The Petrosite chains means that we've got ourselves at least, well, we know we've got a Demacian player for the rest of the game who's going to be very strong indeed. One thing which of course we didn't get to see, or at least I haven't seen so far, and hopefully, shackles rather than chains, my apologies. It's going to certainly discourage any of our players going down towards the Noxian route now they knowing the shackles will specifically work against them, as may well be the case here for Kenobi if he sticks on this current path.
Okay, wait, but my idea with Petrosite Shackles is that you always wanna, mostly wanna go with the carry roll if you're able to win. And actually, carry roll is one of these compositions that can kinda win a little bit on the early game, so you can save some HP, still keep up the tempo, and be able to level up Kale. But I find it kinda weird that he leveled to level 4 here. So Zaza, what's the plan? Petrosite Shackles not going for Kale? Kinda surprising.
I think what makes him level here is actually the fact that he has no components for the Kale, so he's looking to hit a Demacia spat later in the game, which will make him really strong, and then he's probably gonna put it on Mordekaiser and have Mordekaiser Fiora dual carry. So that's the ideal game plan. If he's not hitting a Demacia spat, I think it will just be the Fiora carrying. Maybe even with Mordekaiser, but no Demacia spell on him.
I mean, Travis was certainly willing to take the gamble in the previous game to go all the way down to the bottom. He's certainly a man with a plan. At least, the early items in here are at least solid, even if they aren't the Kale items. Maybe that Galio already is an absolute, monster on the front line. He's doing a lot of the work just by himself.
But that's also 5 Shogath, natural by Psycho. He's going with silver tickets, so you would expect that in this lobby, if he's uncontested, he'll be able to get that he'll be able to get that Shogath way too early in the game, and I think that's the case. I have not seen a single Shogath board in this lobby, but he doesn't really have any item for him except just a null magic mantle, and that's it. He just has a cloak. Again, I keep calling it null magic mantle. I'm a League of Legends player. Forgive me. I'm a fraud. But it's a cloak now. And he doesn't even go for it. He goes for the tier at the end.
Yeah, tier's a really good component in the comp. Archangel Cassio is really strong. Redemption, of course. Blue buff is best in slot Cassio. So I really like picking up a tier here, because if you pick up this cloak and you get another, you're just gonna FF
Oh, is that a Nila on level 5 with a Vanquisher Spat? Yes, baby.
Some player difference from the Lana coming through.
You just gotta ask. You know the tech, Peter. Just ask.
We know the Lana's built different. The player who was the UK scene before there was even any of the UK scene at all. The Lana, of course, arrived in this tournament along with Kerfuzzle, our Fuzzy King, and Blaster Moon, who did very well in day number 1, but is like so many other countries the only representative left of the UK. We saw him do pretty decently at Malaga, playing alongside Maisie Marzipan, but I mean, this is a lobby full of massively respected players by, really everybody in the community, so it's a delight to see them play against each other.
And these boards are insane, by the way. If you look at it, you'll be like, oh my god, he just hit a Nila. He has 4 Vanquishers. That lobby is unkillable unless he meets Lyris, of course, which has Petrosite Shackles, and he just ripped through that Nila. So we can debate if that Nila was really a high roll or not, because she still ended up losing.
Yeah,
From a
he
board
ended
that
up
was
losing,
natural as
but
well.
yeah, this Nila will save him a lot of HP for sure. I think like Travis is not beatable in this stage. Like I don't know what you need to hit to beat this board. Like probably some rogues to kill off the backline. But yeah, I think Travis is like pretty much guaranteed a 5-3 clear. Maybe I'm jinxing him. But yeah.
Well, with
If he
Zyko's
doesn't-
on the opposite end of there with a 4-loss streak, as is Lyris as well. Lana, you can see sandwiched in the middle there, not quite in the best economic situation, I think. Because, yeah, with these early units being hit in this early setup, I have to think that Lana was expecting things to go a little bit better than they have.
Yeah, well, against that final board, Matt thought that maybe I can actually start win streaking these final 2 rounds, but now his win streak and loss streak gold is absolutely thrown away. He has lost 1, won 1, lost 2, and won 1. So he's not been able to keep a streak at all in this stage at least. But that early Nila, just as Sasa said, it will save him a lot of HP rolling down later on. And I think so far he's the only one committing to the Vanquish's Bold a little bit earlier. We have not seen a single Ionia. We have nothing else coming into action. Again, this being Wild Lord's Palace, we're playing a very normal game until stage 5, where we see this portal start coming into action, Sasa.
Yeah, I think with those 4-cost compositions, I think HP is more valuable than gold. This doesn't mean like you go 0 gold all the time, but you have a lot of time to eco up, so it's not that bad. Like to not get a streak here. I think if he like hits some upgrade, he will for sure streak the next stage, and he will be perfectly fine.
I mean, you can see on the right-hand side, a lot of our players have not been able to maintain their streak. I have to think some part of that is due to Travis pushing through very aggressively in Kubixon and several other players all trying to put together these very strong boards, but only so many players can win in any given round, and it has been a little bit unfortunate. I suppose at least it does take some of the gold out of the lobby for at least our mid-table players, if not our win streakers and loss streakers.
Oh, one of Cho.
He's one of that Shogath, giving it all he can, but he still doesn't get it. Down to 3 gold, but he still doesn't have it, Sasa.
Yeah, like if we were in WOT reviews right now, like I would just have people screaming at me for upgrading this Rek'Sai, because you need that Cho 3-star as fast as possible, and investing a lot of gold in this Rek'Sai makes you hit it later, and you lose stacks because of that, and potentially like a round here, like you can't even play it.
He has a duplicator, by the way, but he just got a little bit greedy, I guess.
Yeah, I think the duplicator ideally goes on like what he doesn't hit. So for example, the Castillo or Renekton here. But yeah, I think his spot is still okay. Like he shouldn't be too afraid.
Oh, more
Well, I want
duplicators
to
coming
expand on what you said there, Sasa, just because as we wait for our augments to get picked up here in silver, about how our players are trying to optimize here, and try and get every single last piece of gold, exactly where it needs to be. When players, when you're playing at this level, when other players are playing at this level, what kind of difference does it make to go for these kind of small optimizations that get you maybe get you your units maybe 1 round earlier than you would have otherwise?
Yeah, I think like in a lot of other comps, it doesn't matter that much. But like you're playing Cho here, right? This is a stacking unit. Like he wants to like eat the champs early to get more HP. And he cannot do that right now on 2-star, so it really hurts him in this composition. But in general, like one tip for the chat, for the viewers, like if you play a reroll composition, you should focus on your 1-star units first. Getting a 3-star gives you a lot of power, and it's fine to like not go for the 2-cost and 3-cost usually.
Okay, so we saw army building coming in from both Kenobi and also Travis, which has been win streaking with that Demacia board. And we were thinking that he might go into a Demacia mode, Zaza, or he might be going to maybe for the classic Fiora carry. But he went army building. That means he might want to reroll something, and I think it either could be the Kale, because Quinn is contested in this one, but doesn't army building slow down your tempo a lot if you already went streaking?
Yeah, I think usually you take like army building if you can roll for upgraded 3-cost, for example. But I think his plan will be here to freestyle the Gallia actually, and just build a strong board around him. I don't think he's gonna go into reroll.
Well, taking our eyes away from the Demacia board for a second to Kubixon, haven't talked about them a huge amount in this game, but we do know that from yesterday that Nico was doing the rounds quite a lot. Kubixon seems to be our assigned player this game. You noted the Gargantuan Resolve being in place, but while this is going to be a kind of 3 cost from reroll, you can see that on the other side from Zyko, the 1 cost reroll is already online and running roughshod through Kubixon before he's really ready for it to start hitting him that hard.
Yeah, I think the Nico comp is actually one of the highest cap comps in the game right now. Like if you get that online, he has perfect augments for that. If like Kubixon hits like 1 more Titan Seer, Nico freestar, I think he's unstoppable and he's on track to win his first GSC.
Yeah, now that Nico with the Gargantuan is going to be extremely tanky, by the way, all thanks to the Healing Orbs. After every kill, she gets to heal herself. And Healing Orbs is a little bit revamped version of the old Thrill of the Hunt. If you are a nostalgic TFT player, Thrill of the Hunt was quite not optimal because sometimes your backline carries would steal the kill from the frontline unit which she wanted to heal. Now Healing Orbs makes it so that the closest unit to it always gets the heal. But now we're looking at the carousel and we do see their items and components right next to us.
Nico.
It goes to Nico. That's what I was gonna ask about, Sasa. We see so many components, so many good units.
Yeah, especially like the sword on a Nico is a high roll because you want those healing items, the BT, the gunblade, and I don't think he has one yet, if I remember correctly. So getting this BF here is really good for him.
Yeah, I love it in combination with the Gargantuan Resolve. Enhanced Titans. You're building up this incredibly tanky unit, then healing it back up again. Incredible amount of effective frontline. The Cambiz, though, putting together an interesting combination of Slayers and Shurima. Decided to go for the randomized emblem. I believe must have re-rolled that one with the Reforger, and is now going to make this board work one way or the other.
Yeah, he's looking to put in 4 bruiser, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what Camus was actually doing here, his spot was not great, so he just flips the emblem and hopes to high roll. This is a good play, I think. Like in these spots where you like play your off meta line, you like have to go for these high rolls, and yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, we've seen how this board, by the way, performed really well in the final lobby because we saw 6 Bruiser, 6 Shurima. And again, we explained how this one works. So the idea is all Shurimans ascend at the start of the combat. And what Shurima does, it gives you an increased attack speed, it gives you increased maximum HP, and your units also heal every few seconds. So it works really well with Bruisers because if you know one thing about these Bruiser front lines, they love that Gunblade on Azir to give them more and more additional flank capabilities. He was trying to hope for another Shurima spat or another Bruiser spat or a Strategist. So 3 out of all of these emblems would have maybe given him a nice front line and a nice board. But now we're looking at another Noxus reroll player. Peter Stinky is 1 dog away from that Nafiri.
Well, it's not your regular Stinky Abuser Noxus challenger board.
Yeah.
It's a double trouble board in which we've got the 2 Samiras, in fact being the only ones benefiting from that so far. But this is a fascinating setup. We've seen various different approaches to double trouble, but this is not one I'm familiar with myself. I don't know, Sasa, you can illuminate us on if this is one of the better ways to approach double trouble.
Wait,
yeah,
Samira's a beast?
The Samira is a beast for sure. But I think Double Trouble Samira is actually like in general Noxus is like a really good combination. You have all those HP from Noxus, and getting all those resistances on top just synergizes really well. So like Noxus reroll is actually one of the best lines to play with this Double Trouble.
He saw a lot of players going for the Cassiopeia reroll here, so he decided to, despite the fact that he had 2 Cassiopeias, he was only 4 away from hitting that Cassiopeia 3-star. But because this is a double trouble board, I don't think Cassiopeia fits into this that much. He only needs 1 out of them to get the Noxus in. And I think he's going to be double troubling the Swain for frontline, the Nafiri for this additional Dark and Power Runner, and the Samira. So this board shines on level 7 where you have 3 Noxus, and I think that's the tech. He might even sacrifice that Cassiopeia later on because, again, you just want her for the Noxus, and he's 1 Samira away, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be absolutely massive. I was kind of curious to see if we'll be seeing the blue buff coming into play here. No, not going to switch anything around. There's no casting speed items going on Samira. It's just the healing and the raw damage instead.
Yeah, he cannot go for a blue buff here. He has no frontline items. He needs to go for the bow here. And the other item is probably a Redemption, which is a really nice item on Swain. He has a lot of HP, gets those procs in, heals for a lot of health.
Yeah, with the double Nafir coming in, all these Samiras are going to be benefiting. It doesn't really matter which one it goes to. Of course, you want it on the one that is fully itemized. But as long as these dogs keep crawling through after every Samira cast, it's going to be extremely powerful. Now, blue buff on the Samira is definitely BIS. But just as I said, he doesn't really have the option. He doesn't have the luxury to remake these items. He's already slammed some of these to survive. And the thing with Noxus rerolls, you want to conquer opponents. You want to get wins for the maximum Noxus value. Because this comp only starts shining after you get all these points. And now, Peter, to our final point of the game, I think it's gotta be Prismatics, and it is! It is Prismatics.
Oh,
I think
boy.
What the Forge is... Oh, Satch. I want to say What the Forge is so nice in this comment here. He skips it first.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Ooh, Dragon's Will, though. Already I'm blue buff.
I was really hoping we would see something coming in here to power up the Neferi, but no Radiant Deathblade or anything similar to get a little bit more punch behind her longer term. I mean, we've got the defensive item you're calling out Sasa as being necessary, so that's something at least to buy a little bit more time.
We got an egg! Finally someone got an egg! It's gonna be Kubixon!
Okay.
I think Kubixon will win the game. Like, he's gonna get this cash out with his Nico Freestyle. And
he's smiling
be
already.
brief you, Sasa.
Okay.
It's very important. So we'll ask for Danny, our observer, to give us a count on the egg. When the egg is going to hatch, we will begin to chant egg, 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 and we hope you will join us in the chat, climaxing with a earth-shattering yell of egg in your most brutal voice possible as the egg finally hatches.
Yes.
Just keep that in mind. Please do join us in on chat, assuming Kubixon makes it that far, which seems fairly likely.
And spam Wawa with it, so you can have that cat dancing. Wawa egg, that is going to be the spam. I'm gonna be in the chat myself, by the way.
I like it. You brought your own angle to it. Nice.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go for the second Titans here and hitting that second Titans or with the augment here. He's just gonna Nico will be unkillable and he's gonna get the egg cash out.
We have an imposter. What is that 7 Demacia with a Noxus Joven? We have a fraud. I repeat, we have a fraud. we have a Noxus Joven for God knows what reason, but apparently that Ancient Archives didn't really give him what he wanted. That Mord is also one more copy away. Sona giving him a lot of attack speed for all of these units, Peter.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've kind of gotten Sasa's read on Mordekaiser at the moment, which of course, has been a unit a lot of people have been hyped for, has been picking up popularity from day 1 to day 2, and now turning up in here in day 3 as well. Travis, once he gets to level 8, can bring in 4 Slayer. I mean, we know Travis Sasa is in a very precarious position right now. Do you think this is the right way for him to go?
Yeah, I was talking about it earlier, right? He needs the Master Sped in this comp to really come online, and he hit it. Hit the Master Sped, put it on Mordekaiser, and if he ends up hitting a Mordekaiser 2 here, I think he's on a good way to top 4 this game.
Speaking of spatulas, Lyris, we can see in our readout on the right-hand side, has got the 2 Ionia spatulas, so we're definitely picking up a bit of steam in this lobby. You can see there being deployed on both the Ashe and on the Neela as well. It's a board that's still a little bit coming together, but the traits are very crisp indeed.
Yeah, he's 2 Ashe copies away and he's 1 more Neela away. And despite the fact that he got that Neela a little bit early in the game and we were all like, yo, a very early Neela. Oh wait, I think that was Travis actually. Doesn't really matter though. He's only 2 copies away from that Ashe. He has a hot Joner, a QSS, so she's gonna be whipping through. 4 Vanquishes will give her the buff. But one thing about this board is that your only backline access with the damage is maybe if we get lucky with the Jhin cast, maybe if the Ashe is on the same side of the Soraka, so she's able to deal enough damage, but will it be enough to break her on time? Healing orbs and that Targon buff going in for the Nico. She's getting really tanky. Gargantuan Resolve as well, keeping all of these bonuses coming on her. She blossomed through her wave through the front line. That Jhin is a beast, but maybe it's not enough to kill her on time. What are you casting and what are you targeting, Nico? It doesn't really matter because Soraka will finish the job and Nires loses to that Targon Soraka board. This Nico is huge.
Well, Sasa, I wanted to float with you here. You know, we've got the Xayah coming a little bit later on. In that particular matchup, we've discussed it on previous days, because Xayah can spread a little bit of damage around, and Ashe can spread a little bit of damage around as well. You know, how much of a difference does that make to have Xayah in the mix, you know, in that particular matchup to try and confuse the Soraka targeting away from your main primary tank?
I think the Xayah is for sure better in this matchup to get like more single targets because the Ashe has a hard time to kill the Nico, and I don't think the Ashe will ever kill the Soraka. So yeah, I think it's just a hard matchup for the Ashe.
All right, okay, Travis, you called for them to get the 2-star Mordekaiser. They have got that online, handing out a heavy loss to Kenobi, who goes down to sub 18 HP. But Morgan, I believe we have got ourselves, finally, some Portal Impact coming.
Yeah, some people that might really suffer from this, though, is the ones that have rolled all of their gold, so they're not going to really have that much variety from the World Lost Palace. It has been recently changed into 1 gold per refresh instead of 2. So someone like Canvas with only 6 gold doesn't really have the luxury of rolling that many times. But for instance, people like Lana, sending out a lot of gold, and someone like Travis also didn't have that much. We're looking at so many good items. Saza, what's the play here?
Yeah, as I said, like with the emblem as well, like he needs to hit a bailout here. So, he actually, I think this is like a really good, he's looking for a frontline item here, hits the Warmox, and gets a really good item for the Mordekaiser here with the Radiant Hand of Justice.
Yep.
Is that a Radiant Titans on the Nico?
Radiant Titans with Gargantuan. Radiant
Gargantuan.
Gargantuan Resolve. This one is gonna be scary, Peter. And
oh lord,
okay, Danny, how far are we on the egg? We want to hear these quacks when it's about to hatch.
Oh no, we're gonna have a lot of quacks, I suspect, before that one win is cracked.
Oh, 1 win away. Oh, Travis also just win 3 and a Javan 2. He's a fraud, but he had that Noxus emblem removed from him, and it has been reforged again. I think he got a reforger from the World Lost Palace, giving him a Vanquisher emblem. That doesn't do that much, but we're 1 win away, Peter. It is now Travis against Lakoko. Oh wait,
Danny, please get us back on Kubixon's board before the egg goes off, otherwise I'll be so sad if we don't catch it happening. We'll check it with Alana and Travis though. As Travis, again, one of our players who's starting to dip a little low on the table. Alana has stabilized a little bit. We can see that Neela has popped up to full power and it's now tearing through. Still not good enough though. Have we got that egg?
Okay, talking about egg cash outs, there's one cash out he does not want here, and that is the double Radiant. It has been.
Nothing.
You got it.
Yeah,
you got it.
Please, gentlemen, with me. Egg.
Wow, egg. Wow,
no,
egg.
Did we get paid?
I think it should be hatching right now.
Paid?
We got baited. It was 2 stacks. What? Oh, this might be a spectator bug. So 1 more round.
Okay.
It's gonna be easy for the Nico to get 1 more round, right?
That's right. We messed up the chart that time anyway, so we needed the practice round. All right, we'll get it right this time. All right, I think we should start from the moment it looks apparent that Kubixon's going to win this round. We'll start the egg things. We hope you will join us in chat as well. Hopefully, Kubixon can actually get the win here against Sticky Abuser.
Look at the double board though. Deswayne is a beast. He also has a Radiant Gargoyle, so he's going to be healing a lot. And all of these targets being on him, it's now either him or the Nikos that are going to be going down in this one fight. Now, he does have that Godbreaker coming in. Infinity Edge from the Samira is wrecking through, and the Nico falls down before that Swain HP barely went down, but it doesn't really matter for Kubixon because regardless, that egg is going to be hatching, and now he's been down 1 prismatic for an entire stage.
Egg. All right. What do we got? We got halfway there.
Nice,
We'll
let's
work
use
it.
this. Oh no.
Oh, these are all AD
I
items.
mean, you
though.
got a fun.
I'm concerned. Like, the fun is really good here, but what do you do with an Infinity Edge and a Jewel Gauntlet on this board? That's a lot of crit items.
Yeah, I think what you want to do here is you play in Aphelios for 3 Targon, and he can utilize one like the 80 items. So that would be a way to utilize items. But I think like the casual is not that bad. He can like roll for a unit next turn that uses those items well, and it will be perfectly fine.
Sounds good. Sounds very good. Peter,
All right,
US board
things are not
now
looking good for Kenobi or Cambis, though. They have both been eliminated. Lyris could be next up on the chopping block as well.
Ooh.
The bruisers are absolutely titanic. We've got 3 out right now, and Traviscwat doesn't seem that far away from dropping out to give us a top 4.
And this is why you don't want to contest Vanquishes, because if you end up with all of them being 1 cost, you're definitely not gonna be killing these bruisers. I think it was a Zaya 2 diff and a Nila 2 diff, because that fight was looking pretty close with that Shogath. Zaza, we see another carousel, but now we're down to our top 4 players. Well, top 5, I mean. Oh wait, I leaked the script. Travis is the last one alive here. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Travis is losing this much. I think what happened here is that he faced the Nico, and like the Nico's a really hard matchup for him. The Mordekaiser just gets stuck on her. I think like Travis should win his next round. Like this board is really strong, despite having like a dead emblem on bench.
I want to reiterate what's at stake here for our players in this lobby. We've already lost nearly half our players already. This is table 1. There's a lot of our players in the competition. The only path to the EMEA regional finals coming up soon is to win this event. And so getting a first at this top table is the most clear, direct path to making that happen.
It kind of hurts when you see another bullish player about to knock out Travis here. And also, I'm a little bit weirded out by the 3-star Quinn not carrying the 3rd Demacian item. He has put in the Sterak's Gauge, a Radiant 1 for the Fiora. Not enough damage coming in, but Travis will fall down on exactly 0 HP. That is such a perfect knockout from a perfect teammate. From Poland to Poland, and now we're down to our top 4 players again.
We have the Cho'Gath here, 2 Dragonclaws actually. We just saw how crucial the Dragonclaw was in this lobby on the Swain, and we see 2 here. That's probably the reason why he top 4'd actually. Yeah, the Dragonclaw just... in this lobby, there's Mordekaiser, there's Nico, just so many units like Casio that get stuck on that. So like the Swain might have a chance to win the lobby.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. Certainly the Vanquishes are looking pretty scary on the other side from Lallana, though Cassiopeia does avoid most of the early aggro, gets knocked up in the air, but it doesn't bother her too much. These Bruisers are absolutely titanic themselves. They're proving incredibly hard to put down, so much beef. Ooh. Eventually the front line drops though, and Lallana left with its carries. It's 1v1 at the end, and the last feather does it. Apparently Jin, the real carry all along.
That Cassiopeia is a
unit.
beast, but yeah, this Jin unit. This Jin unit is not a fraud. He doesn't have a single item on him, but all he needs is that 1 bullet to knock out the Cassiopeia. The thing is, that Radiant Gunblade on her kept her alive for so long, but it will not keep her alive from that sniper shot.
Yeah, Kubixon is actually losing rounds here. Like I said, the Swain is such a bad matchup for him. This Radiant Dragonclaw just completely counters him. And yeah, I think we need to like get back to this Radiant Dragonclaw from, who was it? Psycho, right? Or was
Yeah,
it?
Sasa, you're a beast, by the way. He did put in that Aphelios. That was a very good read, and he will be utilizing these AD items. Okay, now we know why you won Golden Spatula Cup twice. I understand now. This man can literally tell the future.
Oh yeah, I would expect nothing less. Kubixon is in trouble though. Psycho as well, down in the teens. Remember, a single point could be the difference between someone becoming Golden Spatula Cup champion or Golden Spatula Cup number 3 and not making it. So even these two against each other, and they'll go face to face, could make all the difference.
Wait, I would have thought that it might be the Hand of Justice on the Aphelios for more of a crit damage, but apparently he wants to keep the K'Sante alive for as much as he can because he's playing against the board that has very tanky units. He's trying to utilize that K'Sante to try and kick him away. He's managed to keep him out of all focus now. The Ari is shredding more and more damage into the backline. The K'Sante casts one more time. It's all that CC and the Mana Reef coming in. This Shogun is not able to bite anyone because this Ari is doing God's work, keeping him away. And Zyko will lose despite the fact that he has a very, very chunky board. But that third token going in kept his board alive for a very long time, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, well, so Sasa, you were talking about how, this board had a bad matchup into the Swain before. I mean, that matchup looks trivially easy in comparison, at least.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to point out here, he has hit the, backline access with the Ari, and he hit the K'Sante to help, knock out these really tanky frontliners. So he made some adjustment here, and, he's looking kinda unbeatable right now, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that Arzoo comes into play right before the fight now, Peter, and you did say that this Swain fight should have looked way better, and now he's onto a Vanquisher's board.
Yeah, all the Vanquishers tucked up in the top right-hand corner. There's a massive amount of damage coming towards Nico. She is getting shredded, but it doesn't look like the front line is quite good enough. The 2-star Ari, enhanced by the power of Ishtar Wind, pushes through. Stinky Abuser is out. Kubixon gets the win against his last remaining opponent, Lalana. He is looking real good for your prediction to come true, Sasa.
Yeah, 1v1 here. Can Lalana do something? He has a lot of gold, so he can maybe go for a 3-star Sejuani here. He already has 4 of those. And if he ends up hitting that, I think he might have a chance.
Yeah, there goes the Nico. She's placed carefully to go against that Nila to try and delay her as much as he can, but he ends up swapping again. And now she's gonna be onto that 2 items. He has binary airdrop, so what's coming in from that last item might be the huge difference maker, and it is. It's a guard breaker against a board that is full of shields. It's going to be very good, Peter.
Oh boy, yeah, right into the backline, but maybe buying just enough time. Those Vanquishers need to stack up. The Ari cost is astronomical, but the Nico stands astride the world. Lalana is not done though. 2 HP between him and second place.
Yeah, sadly, no Sejuani here. He really needs the Sejuani 3-star right now. We're gonna have a 60 gold roller next turn from Lalana, so it's gonna be really important to see if he can hit here.
If he can hit, and he's now rolling all of his gold, trying to look in for that final reroll before he can actually go against Kubixon again. That board and that fight didn't even seem any close. He's finally able to get the Sejuani. He's now down 2 Sejuanis. He spent all of his gold, rolling absolutely quickly, has not missed any. He's scheming up, but now he gets the Sejuani. He's now 1 away. He has to sell all of his units. Very committed to it now. But what does he do? He gets the Sejuani 3 on the final fight, but is it enough alone? However, he's against the K'Sante. I don't think that was a good idea at all, Peter.
Oh, this
It's one lady on one large boar. The last hope for the last remaining player from the UK. As Sejuani gets pushed back into the corner, she's still alive. Gonna get the big stun. Nila gets destroyed though. Lalana threw everything and the kitchen sink at Kubixon, but he leaves Lobby 1 undefeated, the Polish player on top of the world.
That was one of the fastest rerolls I've ever seen in my entire life, but again, against the K'Sante, that Sejuani was really thrown back into the backline. So I'm not sure if the Sejuani 3 was a win condition against the K'Sante board because she just got flipped, so he had a free access to his backline. Saza, was there any other solution, or what's the intent good? He tried at least, he tried.
I think the solution is just hit earlier. So so he doesn't have to sell half his board, and he can play around the K'Sante. But yeah, I think to point out, Lalana got second here, but I think he played it very well. Played to his outs, got a second on this 4-cost line. And if he ends up hitting a 3-star 4-cost there, he might win the game.
So honestly, just to bear in mind, we are moving to a different lobby here. This is Lobby A. This is live right now. And Morgan, we've got 1 life left for all of our remaining 3 players.
Yeah, I wanted to say that this reroll speed was really massive. And speaking of reroll speed, I think that this is something Jimbray is going to need in this lobby. He's against Kevin Parker. And also, we've seen Kevin Parker do really well in that final lobby. So again, we're against players that have been performing really well in the past games. Saza.
There's a fraud on the spot. There's a fraud. Do you see this Malza? What is he doing? He's level 9. I mean the Malza, not the player.
Yeah, the
I think it
balls
was
are, of
worth
course.
clarifying. Yes.
Wait, I think he has it for 8 Sork, no?
Yes, I think that's the reason.
Yeah, but he has 3
There we
items. He's
go.
looking
It's
for
fine.
Ari here, obviously.
He doesn't have her.
But I think the GP here could carry the fight. Maybe. Let's see.
Will
Yeah,
he,
it's a
though?
sorcerer gangplank. He's going to be casting pretty much immediately, fully itemized as well. We know that Jimray has been attracting a lot of attention here. This is quite a board to get a first place in. As Morgan, as you said, this is Lobby 2, so these players are only just below in performance the players we were just watching.
You just need one more player to die here, and the Sork will come into action. The Zilko is dealing damage despite the fact of going out early, and Jimray is still going out. But luckily, Kevin Parker gets to live for another day. He lives for another day. It's him, not me. Why is the camera still on me? He lived. I'm still alive. I know, it's all good, but now we're looking at Kevin Parker's board. What? Let me look. Are there any frauds on his board? Oh,
There are
okay,
no frauds on this
No
board.
frauds.
No
This
frauds
board
to be
is
found
looking very
whatsoever.
strong.
So, Sasa, again, I think you're a great person to tell us a little bit more about Kevin Parker. He barely made it into today, but the fact that, again, he's playing at Lobby 2, it's looking like there's a good chance he might actually win it here. It feels like it's a testament to his potential as a player.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he went top 4 in the last game, going top 2 now, and he needs like this top 2 to get onto the Rising Legends final. So it's gonna be really interesting to like spectate him throughout the day if he is gonna make it. But like right now, he gets a top 4 first, so it's looking very good for him.
Yeah, Kevin right now with the Demacian emblem, he does have that Demacian Scion dashing through the backline. He started all done with Noxus and all of their issues every day. So he switched regions and now he's been able to get another win for Kevin Parker in this lobby. This was Lobby C, and we also commented, I don't know which one was Lobby A and Lobby C, but it was still a lobby that is full of decent players. Now, we're going off to a very small break, and we'll also have an interview with Luque, one of my favorite players because he mashed my head in Twitch Rivals 1 year ago, so I still remember how good he is in the game. So let's hear from him. And again, Sasa, we were very proud to have you here today. And before we go into break, do you have any final words, any shoutouts for the stream?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm on vacation right now, so I'm a bit on a scuffed setup, but it was still a lot of fun. And yeah, I hope I can do it in the future.
We enjoyed you being here, boss. Not just have you gathered W's on the Rift, not just have you gathered W's in the game itself, but today you were such a W caster. You were not a fraud, Sasa. Thank you so much for being here with us. And we're
I'm
gonna
not
be
a
off
fraud.
You're not a fraud. You're a beast.
I'm not
This is what you are. This is what you are. Now, let us go into a quick break, interview with Luque, before we're back to our analyst desk.
Hello, my name is Luca, and my EGN is Luque. I'm from Italy, and I play TFT since the start, and I'm gonna play GSC today. Okay, so yeah, I got invited, and I managed actually to win the Malaga Invitational in Game Police in Spain, and with my brother Balotelli, and it was such a cool experience, like to meet all the players. And actually, I think the team mode, like 2v2 or double up, are really good and are gonna be maybe the future of competitive TFT because they're really enjoying to watch actually. I think these events are actually really good to develop the community because like you can actually meet your favorite players in person, or even if you're a casual player, we can go there and play maybe some games with them. So yeah, I think these events are really, really good. Okay, so I think one of the best performers from Europe and on the previous set was probably Solo, because he's always like rank 1 in ladder, but also like players like Lelouch or the French players like Enzo and Brank, Le Coco, and of course Double are really strong. Okay, so like a tip if you want to qualify on the Golden Spatula Cup is to always have your mental strong. Like don't, if you have a bad game, it shouldn't bother you, and just play at your best and stay strong. I want to give a shout out to my community, my awesome Italian community, to my friends Balotelli, Raiko, Zweller, all the Italian players, and Forza Italia.
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and there was a lot to unpack in this last game that we were blessed with. First of all, my notes say, what the heck is that one large Nico that we just were blessed with by Kubixon? The way he played out this run was so impressive. I thought the previous game was already really good from Kubi, but he seems to be on a roll. Together with this egg trouble, it just impressive how he managed this.
I think it was such a great chain of events that happened right there with the Gargantuan to slam the Titans onto a very early, I must say, 2-star Nico. And then when he came over to the Bazaar from the Surima, I'm trying to think of it, place,
Warlords?
state, country, whatever.
Warlords
Thank you very
Palace?
much. Yeah, exactly. The Warlord's Palace. He gets a Radiant version of that as well. And a 3-star Nico. So it feels pretty safe to actually peek the egg to make sure that he hatches.
Yeah, and a really unfortunate thing for him as well. He actually just briefly saw the board here was the fact that someone else had the dignity to knock out Stingy Abuser and Alana, right? Because had that not happened here, I think that's a matchup that Kubixon will end up losing quite a lot of the time, because the combination of just the sheer burst coming through from that Samira double trouble alongside the red buff, it just meant it was very difficult for the composition to sustain in that matchup, and it also had massive troubles taking down that absolutely huge Swain in the front line. So really, really big boon for him there.
Yeah, that's a Samira comp all being about that burst damage, just not able to burst through the large boys that this round had to offer. But Trouble, you were excited about one specific thing in this game, which was the Petricite Shackles being picked up by Travis right at the start.
I felt like it was very interesting because he had a Galio at the very beginning and he started stacking him with defensive items. And I'm like, okay, so it could be Petricite straight into Winds of War on 3-2, which unfortunately wasn't because it was a silver augment, but still it was vertical Demacia from there on out. But I find it very interesting because there's a lot of Noxus units that are so strong right now. The Mordekaiser, the Katarina, people are running vertical Noxus still. We've seen Samira and Cassiopeia compositions running as well, so I find it very, very strong in general to just have that extra oomph when you're fighting these Noxus units.
Speaking of extra oomph, this roll down that we're seeing here on the left-hand side, where Lana sold off everything that he had just to make the Sejuani. Of course, too little too late, but the effort was there. It was the correct play to sell everything. He was going to lose any other how. I will not discuss this. I am Team Lalana when it comes to this roll down. I think he did perfect. So much gold rolled down in so little time. But check out the standings.
I don't know if that was an oomph or an oof, because I think Zaza said it as well. He said, had he rolled, 1 or 2 rounds prior, he wouldn't have to deal with the stress of selling the entire board, but it was still really fun to watch.
Also about really building up the economy here, right? But going into the standings here, a couple of names that you might not expect to see so far down the standings, like Coco and Dasik all the way down towards the bottom here. They're probably not going to be a shot of taking up the title, but at the top of the standings, like we saw makes, and we talked about this as well before, Kubixon goes 1-1 here. This is a guy that has been, the close comparison is Ram, right? He just gets thrown out on every single tiebreaker that's ever been in Rising Legends history. He's finally here at day 3 and he's starting off with a bang.
And he's one of our youngest players as well. Kubixon winning Ultra Liga finals in the Polish circuit at the age of 15 has to be something you have to note, you have to respect. And him making it to day 3 after first Lelouch was triumphing over the board on day 1. Travis triumphant kinda, second place on day 2. Now it's his time. Polska is coming out on top in this Golden Spatula Cup, and I am, for one, quite excited to see this. We do have a quick break ready, and after that, we're going to continue with some interesting in-game casters. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Snubble, or Snubble, depending on who pronounces it. I'm 25 years old and I'm a TFT player from Denmark. Who's going to perform the best in the new set? I hope Kevin Parker makes it for once. He's been pushing for a while, been consistently a very good player. I'd like to see him make it. The same goes for course, because Solo hasn't made it like to Worlds, right? It'd be cool to see Leilani put up like a strong tourney performance this set, because he's been insane ladder warrior for so long, right? I played in the one tourney I played in GSC 3 in 8.5. Like, I'm still very new to the set, right? So it was my first open qualifier and it was my first GSC, but I made it to day 3 in my first GSC. I didn't place very well in the last day. I think I placed like 28 out of 32 or something like that, like 22, 28, something like that. Like, it wasn't pretty, but we made it to day 3 pretty comfortably, even though I think I low rolled the 2 days. But like, I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, so hopefully we'll see that this set. But yeah, there's still a lot to learn. Like, I really started playing at the end of set 7.5, so I'm still very new, right? And I only really grinded set 8, so I'm gonna shout out like probably like Bitter, Fossil, Frobber, and Witch, and then like my stream community is like probably the places I'll send a shout out.
I promised you some interesting casters, and here they are. My name is Makes, and I'm still with Trouble Inc. and Weta. They gave me a lot of brain support for what is about to come next, because we're going into a game, Weta, where there's still everything open, basically.
Yeah, and again, we have 2 players in the lobby here in Esper and Kenobi who have kind of done a reverse of each other, right? Like, they've gone 1st and 8th already, both of them. So we have players in here that have shown great prowess today, but also, as you're talking about, Makes, they need to everything is open here, but they need to start performing at a higher level to get into those top 2 spots that we're talking so much about.
Yeah, you gotta have those high finishes. For many of them, the Golden Spatula Cup points are not enough to make it to the finals. They need that 1st or 2nd place on the overall scheme of things. And we were speaking about this, Trouble. There are so many stacked players in this tournament. You barely can choose any favorites. You want them all to go through.
Absolutely. I feel like, especially in this lobby as well, Kenobi, a standout. He won with a very particular combination with the Nilla and the scope weapons. In game 1, we have Wet Jungler that has consistently throughout the year been showing up in these tournaments as well, Asad Fuego as well. So I feel like it kind of becomes a little bit difficult when it's round 3, because you feel like if you don't have enough points, you guys mentioned it, you have to win. But the lobbies are so freaking stacked, and people have already accumulated also points in these lobbies that are willing to go the extra mile.
Yeah, and I think that another thing is also worth noting here is the fact that, like, speaking of Wet Jungler, right, it was a player that when he all the way back from set 3 is one of the best ladder players, but it wasn't really until last set where he kind of really started to make a name for himself in the GSC circuit, and like, he's already qualified 2 finals via ladder most likely, but he still needs to have a good performance. You don't want to go into regionals on a weak performance.
No, you don't. But I think there's some players at least that like to get like an 8th place right before tournament. I read that on a couple players' fun fact because they feel that gets like the bad luck out of the way. So we'll see if that worked out for them. I believe Uzi was one of them as we are entering into our 3rd game of the day. Valor's Hollow, Unstable Rift, or Ecliptic Vaults. I think that's an easy choice as players are strouting towards the vaults.
We're just waiting. You know, it's super exciting to see where does it land. I can't predict this, right?
Which
Like,
one is it
all
going to
8
be?
Yeah, right. Like, oh no.
Yeah, very open choice. I'm glad you both gave me the tension of the moment there, but in a well shared out vote, it is going to be the Ecliptic Vault with 8 out of 8 players.
We just wanted to keep the tension going, you know? It's like the silence just to see what's going to happen and then the build-up. And that's the build-up, of course. I think Ecliptic Vaults is a great augment in general, whether you want to play for going towards that level 8 or even going all the way to level 9. But on the other hand side, even if you want to reroll and you have rolled down all your gold, you know that you're consistently going to be getting one through, like a bunch of gold through every single time that you pick an augment. So that is really cool, especially when you have, for Arzoo Fuego, he has the Earth, he has the Poro. It looks like an Earth. My bad. I need to check my eyes out.
If you squint real hard, Trouble, it might be an Earth, but this
You know
time
what,
around,
from here, it looks like an Earth.
I know. Give him a spatula, and we're gonna get we're gonna get that right.
A little stash.
There is a Vi on that bench, though, so there is a chance that maybe we'll see a Piltover run. These have become a little bit rarer these days, and you would still need a little bit more to make it happen. But I would personally look forward to having a little bit of a Piltover moment as we are looking upon legends. There is a Executioner coming in from Shapeshifters.
The Draven getting picked right there. I wonder if this is going to be a Spoils of War kind of move from there. Also really interesting from the set of bricks, he does have the Earth. We've seen a lot of people's directions being picked through the Earth. Like if you get the early Bruiser or the early Vanquisher, you know what you're playing straight away. Scope weapons, it's Nila time carry. Let's freaking go.
You say that, right? But also dedication is also something you gotta consider here, right? Because
It's so good, yeah.
it's so flexible. It allows you to kind of look towards some Mordecai's alliance, but scope weapons is way too hard to pass off here for Gong. And he's also going to be going into one of these pilled over openings. It's a little bit awkward to a certain extent because scope weapons makes it really hard for you to trap like an Echo in the corner, right? Because they can still attack and still build up mana when they get closer into that. So you gotta keep an eye open for, are there going to be any other players in the lobby that will be full last stream? Because we saw RNG Uzi fan on day 1 full open forting for these Sire roll downs. So gotta keep an eye out for that.
We just saw a player that is on Piltover, though. If I spied with my little eye correctly, Gone GLC was on the Piltover angle there, had the TX already in play. So we're going to be seeing how that goes. That will be one very offensively lost streaking player, which is maybe an issue, like you're saying, Rita, but we'll be having more interesting stuff come together. Bricks on the dedication here is the only player that picked it up, but another strong direction for some of the others coming through.
Yeah, and also, you look at this setup here coming from Shapeshifters, right? This is going to be a strong tempo line. The big issue for him here is that if he's going to face other people that are level 4 with upgraded units, he might end up struggling a little bit because he doesn't have like a Casio 2, for example, right? We've seen how prevalent Casio 2 is on stage 2 and stage 3, even as just a super powerful carry.
It is. We have the Sentinel Spirit here on the right-hand side. We have something that I love. We're seeing the Demon Flare Swain out of our friend Kenobi. Very, very happy to see that picked up. And of course, the Morning Light also in here. So lots and lots of players getting that early direction, getting those early statement augments, which for the players that are keeping their tabs open, usually is bad news, because if everybody's locked into good comps already, you kind of have to take the pick of the litter, and that's not always a good thing.
Yeah, always pivoting when it's not the most optimal thing to do is not the greatest, especially when you don't high roll a unit that's extremely valuable to you. But I don't know if anyone remembers good old set 9. where everyone would be looking for that early Samira, where everyone would be looking for that early Swain just to get the 3 knocks in together with the Casio and have that super strong early game. Now Kenobi right here has the chance to snowball all the way. He's stage 2 and stage 3, especially now that his Swain is tanking.
Yeah, and it's kind of switching the perspective here over to the RNG Uzi fan perspective here. Has that Mauling Light right now one of the strongest augments in terms of just having the ability to play towards these Nico lines, right? There's just so much healing there. Just giving that a little bit extra, and you can never really have too much healing in a composition that is so reliant on having that extra frontliner online.
Now, I am very interested in seeing the Demon Flare board out of Kenobi, because we were kind of talking about those hero augments top of the day and kind of expecting people to really pick up that Demon Flare more often, similar to how they're doing it with the boss. But thus far, either it hasn't appeared as much, or it appeared when players already had gotten different directions and didn't want to pick it up. So I'm really curious to see how Kenobi is going to pilot that one.
Yeah, opening carousel here, coming through now. This actually is the first carousel of the game. I'm finally able to say that without being incorrect, right? I feel like this is like something that I feel like we just like all kind of trip over a lot when it's this first carousel of the game. But Tarek, when it's here, you have Chainvest open here as well, right? We know that Chainvest is going to be super relevant in this lobby. We have seen so many of these things as well when you look at some of the setups as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Double Swain right here is not ideal, especially since you were talking about Kenobi and how you want to see the Swain over there. So usually you want to be hitting that early 2-star Swain, especially since he did have the 2-star cast and the 2-star Samira. But right here, you see that what jungler is holding to Swain slams the spark as well. Does have the scoped weapon, so I'm wondering if this is going to be, at the end of the day, a Nilla in the backline, which is the more popular champion, I would say, especially when you have scope weapons. There it is. See, if you cannot be right there and you're sitting with your 1-star Swain and you look over and you see them do with the spark, you're a little jealous.
Yeah, but again, like the spark slam here for me is the interesting part about this, right? Because the spark really doesn't help you a lot in the Nila, which is like purely the physical lines. I think for me, this is going to be a sign of him trying to go down the Mordekaiser route, especially with holding on to some of these Noxus units. Something like the Swain will be staying on the board long term.
And that means that there's a little bit of hand-holding going on. We know that Jungler has a Swain. We know that Kenobi wants the Swains. We know that the Swain is some of the other boards as well. So that will make it harder for Kenobi to actually get it going. Hopping over to Gone GLC, who, like I mentioned earlier, is on that Piltover route, has racked up 9 losses thus far. And just checking out the HP totals, he had really good losses as well. He didn't bleed too much. He's not terribly low just yet, which is a really, really good sign.
Now, the super interesting thing with that is that back in set 9, when you had Piltover, everyone else in the lobby will try their hardest, especially if they're like on a win-loss kind of situation where they don't have a streak going on, to try and ruin your streak. We saw a lot of people Daisy coming in mind, especially when he had an emblem. He would wait to slam that for Piltover stacks as well. But right here, I feel like Gone has gone pretty under the radar, stacking everything up, and 67 HP. I would say if you're above 70, you're a god if you're playing Piltover and you've lost the entirety of stage 2. But I think 67 is also pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is actually a very good spot here. One of the biggest like high roll situations that will come through here for Gone would be actually going into a silver augment here, right? Picking up the tiny titans and then kind of just working with it from there, right? But we can already see now he is going to be transitioning into some sort of AD line out of this with that last Whisper Slam that he's a guarantee he doesn't lose to Crocs, because even though we've seen it happen a couple too many times here on the Rising Legend stream with Double 61, it's not ideal when you are really needing to hold on to that life total.
Yeah,
I don't think you want to be seeing this. I don't think you want to be seeing this, man. Seeing the Nico when you're just expecting more gold or something because you've got the Piltover. Not the Nico, man.
It's a long-term investment, right?
Right.
Yeah, there's just like no diamond hands on the opposite side of this, right? But another thing you gotta keep in mind here is this will give him a lot of opportunities to kind of hit the units on the opposite side of the cash out, right? Because it will mean that he can use that in a pinch to get a 2-star Jace, for example, or find the last copy of a Jinx if that's what he really wants to go down here. And I think it's an all too familiar position for Azad here. I feel like we've seen him on this Cho'Gath line quite a lot this week and rolling down 3-1. He's a little bit far away, but this time around he's not fully invested his entire economy into trying to hit. He still has the 33 gold to work with.
Yeah, and this is something that Zaza was saying in the previous game as well. To have this Cho'Gath 3 as soon as possible in order to build up the stacks, in order to make the Cho Bidem dream come alive, you do want to have it ASAP. The fact that Assad is showing enough restraint here to say, I'm only 2 copies away, I'm not going to roll my entire gold before these augments come in, shows a lot of restriction and knowing that he needs to play a little bit safer.
Let's see what he has here. I think frequent flyer is no longer necessarily an option. He has actually he's pretty far from the Renekton, to be fair, and it's only 8 soap refreshes, which I'm assuming he's gonna go through because he still has a bunch of economy, so he could resort to going there. Gifts from the Fallen though is pretty good, and it's a combat augment, and you do like combat augments, especially when you're running a beefy frontline like the Cho'Gath. Bit of a pickle right here. Oh, he did go for it. Okay.
Yeah, so that kind of the thought process here as well is the fact that the dual Lotus actually provides a lot of power for the Cassiopeia, provides like a crit chance for the Cho'Gath as well, right? So you do have that long-term damage investment, but with stuff like frequent flyer coming through, for example, you are going to be able to kind of freestyle some of the other parts of your board here. It's going to be a lot easier for you when you start leveling up to find some of those 4-star or 4-cost 2-star upgrades, for example, right? So the long-term perspectives in this are actually very good because having the value, or having the cost, sorry, of your rerolls is incredibly powerful.
It is incredibly powerful, but you need to be super careful with hand-holding, and that's something we're seeing across the lobby. 2 players already both on the Ionia Vanquisher. We're seeing emblems on them both, with Bricks having a little bit of an easier time into it. And we're seeing some more hand-holding down the line with a little bit of that Shurima angle that players are putting up right now.
You know what's a little scary in this particular lobby? I feel like there's a lot of healing. We've got a lot of Swains, we've got Orbs, we've got Hodges going down. So I feel like they're going to try to figure out ways to try and break through the healing. Something like a red buff would be extremely useful. Sunfire would be extremely useful. Any kind of unit that actually shreds or sunders would be extremely useful. Anti-heals would be extremely useful. Because if you look at the Swains, they're going to start getting absolutely stacked. And we saw in the previous lobby that the Swain was getting absolutely tickled by any sort of damage. So if you don't have that anti-heal, it's going to be very difficult to break through the front line.
Yeah, even just ways of getting into backline access, right? That's one of the reasons why the Vanquisher lines are so powerful as well. Because Ashe, Saya have incredible backline access. Neela does as well to a certain extent. She's not as bursty on the targets behind, where something like the Saya can 2-shot a backline through a tank very often, right? So I'm very excited to see what that decision here is going to be for Bricks. He's going to push levels. He's going to stay on level 6 and roll. But for someone that is on that line, well, a Saya just popped up on the carousel, and that's going to be a massive hit.
It absolutely is going to be. There were 3 players that really would have liked that Zaya, but Gon is going to be the first one in line to pick it up. You're getting a little bit of a sneak peek at the items that our players are currently running. Not seeing too much anti-heal just yet though, Trouble.
Yeah, not a lot of anti-heal, and of course if we go towards Gon as well, he hasn't cashed out yet, so this needs to be the big roll down level 7, try to potentially maybe even hit a Zaya too. You've got the Vi too, you've found the Mordekaiser as well, random Ari. Hitting the Zaya here though would be so good for him. Gonna put a legendary in. If you don't cash out here, it gets a bit tricky because yes, you pick up the Zaya, but you also pick up a Negatron, which is not the most useful in the current situation.
We also gotta figure, like, look at his matchup pool right now. He's playing Kenobi, Shapeshifters, and Uzi. These are the 3 highest HP players in the lobby right now. And looking at the side here of RNG Uzi fan, this Cassiopeia 2 might be a 1-cost, but she is absolutely incredible. Look at that massive Catalan positioning as well. Completely locking down that Jinx, just slowing down her ability to put out DPS quite significantly here. And there's a chance here waiting for the Ahri cast to come through. Maybe she can do something, but that is potentially one hit down the back.
Yeah, positive point here. Jinx is still alive and she is getting through the units one by one, but she is just not fast enough. The Cassiopeia is biting down, and for Gon, that's now a very, very bad news. He needs to make this board stronger somehow. 30 stacks is great, but not if you cannot transfer them into power, into a cash out. And he keeps getting these random legendaries, Trouble.
Yeah, and this is a problem right here because usually on 3-5 is where you go level 7, you donkey roll, you hit something very strong, and then you get your cash out. But since you didn't get your cash out, you need to keep on donkey rolling at this point. You need to get your board as strong as possibly can be. Had to even sacrifice the Jinx right there to put the items onto the Xayah. He has a chance here. Still only a 1-star Swain and a 1-star Mordekaiser could be a chance to get that cash out.
Trying his hardest to get it this time around. Will he be able to do it? Frontline on the other side is crumbling, but there is a Mordekaiser that's dishing out lots of damage. Does the cast come through? It does, but it doesn't do any damage. This Ahri just sneezed at the enemies, and that was it. Gone, not able to get power out, get damage out. This backline is weak.
It is. You gotta go for it. And this is kind of where the duplicator will come into to great effect, right? It will just give you the opportunity to potentially find that Xayah 2 and then go for the cash out that way around. The issue as well here, we gotta keep in mind, is that it's going to be very difficult for this TX to stay on the board afterwards with the line that he's going down right now. So he needs to ensure that it's going to be a good catch of himself. Gold orb here could be here. It's just going to be a single spatula. And no component here that really helps him. You can make an Ionia emblem, actually. That could be a big thing here. Needs to find Anila to really get this online.
Looking for something, anything, any upgrades. Finds an Ashe 2, Shen 2. Okay, at least that gives us a little bit more frontline than what we had thus far. Uses the Nico on the Xayah, but doesn't have the Xayah 2 just yet. Will make the Ionia emblem though, and hopes, prays that that is enough. The match pool has moved a little bit. Shapeshifter is still in there, and is going to be the one that's on the other side. The strongest board in the lobby, and Gon is staring right down the barrel. Can he take down the front line with the upgrade on the Shen and the Ionia activated? Now the Xayah, 2 items, trying her best to take down the enemy board, and this is looking good. Gon finally getting something that will be a cash out here. 40 stacks is good. 40 stacks is a lot, but 21 HP is not.
Okay, 21 HP in soldier terms is 5 lives. And on 4-2, you're going to get 12 gold from the augments as well right here. So he's getting the cash out, which hopefully will be gold for him. If this is gold, he speedruns level 8 and rolls it down for some legendaries. He's getting gold from the augment. Let's see what all of this is. Oh, nice. He really, really needs all of this gold. That's a really nice frontline item as well. Getting the fastest to level 8 to slam in one of these legendaries that are sitting on the bench as well. That was such a good cash out. It was late, but it was worth it.
It is definitely an upside here we need to keep an eye out for. But which was the Espat, for example, already has a 2-star. Xayah is on the roll here. He needs to kind of figure out a way to get his upgrades in, because I don't think necessarily wants to commit this second duplicator already to get it online. Rerolls that into a... Okay, Radiant Deathblade coming up. Gets a Xayah 2 online here. This should be a stable board, but we also know Brix has been full streaking so far with this Ashe setup.
Yeah, and it is Brix, it is Espat, and it is Gon that are all on that Ionia Vanquisher line. Very familiar territory for us going back to day 1, day 2, a comp that is just, you'll see it in your own rankings if you queue up. But the fact that now 2 players have hit that Xayah 2 makes it so hard for Brix to be able to stay in there and somehow claw his way into the top 4. He also doesn't have the Sentinel Spirit, so he's fully relying on the power of that dedication and that Ionia emblem.
Also, though, if I'm not wrong, Brix had an insane economy in the previous PvE round, he was level 7 with 70 gold. As you can see, he's level 8 with 50 right now in his bank. So he's absolutely and utterly speed running that level 9 for the ultimate cap board. And he's most likely going to have that over at Birds. Again, you see sort of the different sides of the coin right here, especially when you play in this particular point where you get gold from your augments, the fact that you can play the rerolls, but you can also speedrun level 9 with a really strong board. Bricks had a strong board, he's speedrunning level 9.
He is, and the big thing here as well for him is that he's playing the version here which will cap out very nicely with the addition of an Aatrox, right? And being able to go level 9, potentially hit that ahead of the curve when you are this contested is going to be a massive thing for him as well, because Ash 2 is going to be more than adequate in a lot of the matchups, but it's not adequate right now for Kenobi. He's still struggling to find those free star upgrades to his front line, but as we can see on the bench, he is ever so close to hitting them.
Yeah, and there will be a carousel next, so maybe if he's lucky, there's a Swain waiting there for him, or maybe another upgrade that he could use. After Gone stabilizing on the back of that cash out, Kenobi and Espet are next in line down there with 35. Assad Fuego only 1 HP above them with 36. We're glancing across this. There's a Rise, there's a Belveth for legendaries, but Gone will pick up the Zaya regardless.
Yeah,
I think taking it off the board, especially when it's so contested. If I'm not wrong, Gon had a cloak on his board. Oh, not anymore. So I was thinking he wanted to make a gargoyle, but the gargoyle has already been made. But anyway, nevertheless, an extra defensive item for the front line. You take Zaya off the board when it's so contested as well, so other people don't hit. When you're 21 HP, sometimes you have to be the rat.
Come on, come on. We're rolling it down. Can we find the Swain? Can we find the Taric? Swain will come through. That is your Demon Slayer Swain. But Wita, is this enough for Kenobi to actually stabilize here?
Time will tell, right? Because the big issue here as well is he doesn't have Sorcerer in right now, so there's not going to be that actually a little bit of boost to the HP coming through the AP scaling here, and he's just going to be a little bit too far away from being able to level up as well, because he also wants to go on to level 7 to be able to get that Taric 3-star in a different way, because like he already has so many copies of it on level 6 here. The fact it's also Mordekaiser paired will be a big thing to look out for, but the rest of the lobby is picking up its pace here, and we've gone full win streaking below him as well. This could be another wave coming through for Kenobi.
That would be a really bad case scenario. On the other hand side, for Gon, sweating to get the cash out, getting the perfect one with gold. He's been able to snowball it so far. 21 HP. He's building towards that level 9 right now with the extra gold that he got from the 3rd augment, and of course the cash out. And right here, Kenobi, I'm seeing 2 of his main carries right here. 1 the Swain and 2 the Samir. Yes, they're both 3-star, but they're 2. Both of them are on 2 items, and that Swain needs to actually get that 3rd item on board as well as the Samira if you want to get this comp rolling.
And you could see him go to level 7 here, try and get a little bit of a power spike from just leveling, getting another unit and getting that Sorks activated here with the Taric moving into place. But is it going to be enough against the Ionia Vanquishers? This is looking good for the Swain. He's still standing strong, and despite the Zaya doing everything she can, Kenobi cannot take this board down, and that's so unfortunate for him. He's looking for any upgrades now coming from these Raptors, maybe a Taric 3 or the Morta 2. Those would be the things he's looking for, I assume, Trouble.
Yeah, the super problematic things on Kenobi's board. 1, his Swain unfortunately is not very tanky, and 2, the Samir just can't quite dish out too much damage with the current items that she has on them. Looking at Assad Fuego's board right here, so Bite is going strong, looking for a 3rd item on him. Something like potentially Warmogs or a Claw would be absolutely fantastic on him.
Yeah, but again, like he's not going to have a lot of selection here. When you start looking at the item distribution already here, this could be really scary, and we could exit out the stage without having our 3rd item here. The Cloak is a fantastic start. As you're talking about, getting that Declaw online here will be huge.
Ooh, close. Oh, close.
Not coming together here.
Hold on.
Not now.
Bricks is level 9. Rolling down all of his gold. That is a 5-1. Thank you so much, observers. level 9 on 5-1 in this day and age where everyone plays 1 cost 3 roll in this
9
economy.
Ionia.
My god.
Yeah, there are multiple facets to this as well, right? Because we talk about the Ecliptic gold, like the Ecliptic Vaults gold coming through, but also the grab back gold from this Earth Legend as well really helped propel him into this position now. But the question is going to be, is this 9 Ionia going to be strong enough to win out from here?
On the other side of the board is RNG Uzi. He just hit this Nico 3, which is the biggest point for this comp that he's running, and you can see why. She is one large unit trying to tank as long as possible with the support of the Soraka, but it was not enough for Uzi, and Brix looks to be cruising towards a burst here. I was worried about him. He said, no, do not makes, I got this, and here he is, full econ, level 9, got those legendary units out. Players are starting to follow though. Gone, also going to 9.
To level 9, but you're gonna struggle a little bit just to get the Heimerdinger upgrades right here, because you do not necessarily have enough gold. He has to sack the Zaya. I mean, other players are looking for the same, but you cannot be a rat forever if you need to upgrade your Heimerdinger.
So on the right-hand side, you're seeing the current gold and streaks of players, and basically everybody has rolled down to 0 or around 9 or 10, except for Shapeshifters, who's still holding on and sitting very, very comfortably up there.
Definitely is here, right? As we were talking about earlier on at the start of this game here, we was going to see Wet Jungler go down this route here with the Mordekaiser instead, but he is starting to bleed out a little bit here, down to 26 HP, and we start taking a look at the entire lobby HP here as well. This lobby could flip on its head very quickly.
It absolutely could, and Kenobi is staring at that Swain saying, please, please do something for me. Swain has got his back though. All players remain in the game as we enter 5-3, but the field has gotten so close that I think eliminations will come our way rather sooner than later.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's such a saving grace that he did manage to get that Gargoyle on his Swain. He did manage to hit that Taric 3 as well. So big shields, huge protection coming in from your Swain currently. That's exactly what he was missing. The longer the Swain stays alive, the more damage Samira can dish out. In the next carousel as well, he's hoping for third Samira item, and I think he'll be good to go for a top 4.
Espad going up against Uzi. Espad is on 10 HP. He might fall and falter against this comp, being two-way contested on the Vanquishers, trying to flee into the vertical Vanquishers, but it doesn't seem to be enough. The front line has crumbled. Then Nico taking out the Zaya with one large hit in that backline, and that will be it for Espad, taking a massive hit with 6 units still alive. Will knock him out, going out before Assad, but both of these players going 8th and 7th.
Here we go. Next one, top 6. Most of the lobby has actually hit level 9. Shapeshifters is very close as well. He had huge economy. So I'm assuming that after this carousel, he might be sending down his gold, hitting that level 9. And there would be a huge level disparity between the lobby. Half of the lobby is level 7. Half of the other half of the lobby will be level 9. So now we're talking 4 units difference when it comes to the board. Shapeshifters right now is gonna go over to level 9, and he does have 20 gold.
Yeah, and like actually, I was looking at that very intensely because there was an Arzoo with a Shurima emblem on the carousel, right? So he was really hoping that he was going to be able to get that, really boost this vertical Shurima line even further. But when you look at what he has right now, he has this Rise online. He's going to be able to get some, he's going to be able to dish out the damage. He doesn't have any gold to scale with, right? That's the big thing here as well. He's invested all this gold into going level 9, but in the process, he has removed a lot of the damage coming through from his secondary carry.
Notably, he is technically level 10, and on the other side is Uzi with level 7. That's a massive gap in unit when it comes to the sheer power and number. But can this Azir take down the Nico frontline once again? Is nearly non-existent for Shapeshifters, and I don't think there's a way where he can. The Nico will fall, but the rest of the team is alive, and one fierce kick to the chest will take out this Azir, while Kenobi will go 6th.
feel like it's very important to start looking at your options for either Anti-Heal or even Giant Slayers. So this Azir having that Giant Slayer is huge. You need to make sure you have Anti-Heal because his front lines do not fall as easy. Wet Jungler right here is the only one I think in this lobby stuck in between, neither level 7 nor level 9. He's at level 8, 0 gold. Most of his carries are level 2. As you can see, the Javan, the Mordekaiser, and the Nila over in the backline with the scoped weapons. But the front line is so extremely weak. And Javan is not necessarily one of the tanks that actually is that beefy in the front line.
Yeah, we'll see Wet Jungler go up against another board. Which one is it? It's Uzi, right? We're seeing Uzi on the right-hand side go up against Jungler, and Gone on the left-hand side going up against Shapeshifter. Both of these players could get knocked out here in one hit. Gone looking really, really good and healthy, nearly knocking out Shapeshifters. But for Wet Jungler, all is lost. He will face an end here in this game in 5th place.
Yeah, and very often we have seen these Noxus lines really excel. It has been off the back of 2 emblems, right? To be able to kind of bridge the gap and go 7, go 9 Noxus. This was not the option for him, right? He was kind of stuck on that 5 Noxus. He did have a bunch of upgraded units that you're talking about, but as you also pointed out, the lack of the front line there meant there was not enough time to be bought for that Mordekaiser in the backline dish out the damage. Meanwhile, Shapeshifter has found himself in a position where he is most likely going to be ending up going 4th here with an Azir.
And just to remind everybody that this lobby is the lobby that's currently 3rd in the overall standing. So all of these players are playing rather tryhardy to get into those first couple of rows, because for many of them, they need a top 1 or top 2 finish end of the day to make it to the EMEA finals.
Ooh, you find the rise, but you have to sacrifice the board, and you can't sacrifice the board because you're sacrificing your trades. Oh, that feels bad, man. On the other hand side, Nana Ionia, every single unit has been upgraded for Bricks right here. He's played that early game tremendously well, and now he has a chance to eliminate Shapeshifters.
Okay, that Rise gets picked up by Shapeshifters. Hopefully the right choice. We can see him in the background on the right-hand side, whereas Uzi is fighting for his life still. In comes the Ahri ult, and this is looking rough for Bricks. He will get knocked out here in this spot, but so does Uzi, so it comes down to the minus HP that we will see in just a second.
Yeah, and in the previous game, we didn't really see a lot of forecast success with the Ionia lines. Well, this time around, guess what? We have 2 of them to talk about here, right? So it kind of just depends on what the situation tends to be here. And kind of see some of the differences as well with the fact that there's only 1 emblem on the side of Gong, whereas there's 2 emblems on the side of Breaks, leading to some few differences in the layout.
Yeah, and honestly, I have to give absolute mega props to Gon with how the early game went with his Piltover. And right here, he has the chance to get Bricks into 1 life.
Yeah, Bricks is looking pretty scary, as he's already taken out units left and right in a couple of seconds. They're faltering to his power. The Zaya will take a little bit of a hit, and it's enough. The Ahri 3 items can help him sustain here and knock down Brick. Just a few pecks, but is that enough? Both of them are still in and can try to do something here.
Yeah, and one of the big things to keep in mind when you look at the boards here right now, Gong has a Bramble Vest. There is no Bramble Vest on the side of Breaks. And in the mirror, when these are 2 comps that are heavily crit-based, not having that negation for one of your frontline tanks here is an absolute massive miss.
I think this is going to be it. 19 HP and 6-3, looking to be a rough matchup. Eyes on that Ahri in the backline on the side of Gone. Can she survive? Can she dish out the damage? She will take lots and lots of hits here, but does remain alive. Ahri on the other side trying her worst, but it's not enough. Bricks takes another hit, but hangs on with 2 HP as we are going to move into Carousel.
My god, that was massive positioning diff right there. You get another Ionia spat. You get to slam potentially another legendary right there. Bricks is going to deny it from Gone. It's going to be his 3rd Ionian spat. It would have been huge from for Gone right there, because he would have been able to slam another legendary on the ball with an Ionian spat and get rid of one of the lesser good units.
And one of the big things here is as you're talking about lesser good units, it allows him to add in the Aatrox, that second life, that extra bit of sustain once that Darkened Blade comes into play here. Could be the difference maker in what could be the flip here for Brix in terms of being able to win this game.
On the left-hand side from Gone, look at this, a little bit of sneaky tech. He's holding on to Daniela. He's not giving away that he has the Heimerdinger and Chop. Last second, he is going to buy it out, get that upgrade onto the Heimer for a little bit of extra power. And you can see the turret in the front line sustaining, staying alive, using another body for the front line for the enemies to chew through, to protect his Ahri, to protect his Saya in the back line. And that will be it. Gone, who looked like he was going to be gone at the very beginning of the game with those Piltovers, and a desperate steer and cash out is going to make it and take this game home.
Absolute desperation on stage 3 to stage 4 for Gone, playing that Piltover, manically trying to get that cash out, donkey rolling every single round to find that 2-star forecast that will give him the cash out, and he finally came on 4-2 with a huge gold advantage, with the augment giving him 10 gold, going into level 8, and the fantastic positioning at the end won him the fight as well. Huge props to him.
Absolutely. We're going to go into a quick break. And after that, our analyst desk is going to tell you all about this game before we head into game number 4. So don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, I'm Memo. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Germany, and yeah, I'm a TFT player. Right now, I think set 9 or Runeterra Reforged is like one of my favorites so far. It's like where I've been seeing the most success, and I've been taking the game more serious. I think the balancing was a bit off here and there, but I think like all the new features, like the legends, are very cool, and yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot right now. I like the TRCs a lot. I think it's very healthy to have like every region have like their own league where they can like practice and stuff, and have like weekly games where they have to play in a league. I think I was like twice first now in the regular split in the German league, and I think it was very good for like the entire scene to have like a stable league that they can play like all the time. So first of all, I would love to shout out everyone in the German community. Like, you guys are the best. Like, legit, you are always spamming the chat. Like, when I see you guys' name in the chat, I always like get so happy. Even in last GC when I was not streaming and I was seeing like you guys cheering for me, it was like such a good feeling. You guys make me motivated to keep on playing and keep on trying. So I really appreciate every one of you. But a special shout out to like all my study group, especially like the OGs like Zaza and Elia. Like with these guys, without these guys, I would never make it here. And like this set, we started prepping with like some Turkish players as well, like Ging and Çınar. I respected these guys a lot. Like I was always looking up to them. Like back in the day, like in set 5 and stuff, I would look at Ging's stream, and it's like crazy now to talk to him and like prep with him. So thank you to those guys as well. And yeah, lastly to Dicek as well. I think without Dicek, I wouldn't make it so far last GC. He showed me how to play Urf, and because of him, I think I had like a lot of success last set.
Okay, it was 3-2-1, but guess what, baby? Mena won that one. Even if he didn't come up first, in my heart, Mena still won it. We're on top. I'm not gonna say what rank, but we still got it. And Peter, that was such a very exciting game. Finally, we got the most underplayed, never seen composition, never ever seen in any lobby. Ionia.
I mean, we talked about this earlier on in the day that the Ionia Vanquisher stats were showing that a lot of players were having some really bad games with this one. This results from here, of course, completely fly in the face of that for it to be taking first and second place. But I think a large part of that is, we had so much money flowing in from the Ecliptic Vaults. We were ending up with these truly ridiculous late game boards.
Yeah, I believe it's fair to say that it wasn't really your typical classic Ionia game that you see, because we've had Bricks fully rely on slamming as many Ionia spats as he can, so there were 3 fraud units. Ashe is not by default an Ionia. Yes, sometimes you put the Ionia spat on her because she's a Vanquisher. Same thing goes on the Darius, and we had a Juggernaut, which is Aatrox with the 3rd Ionia spat. Now, looking at Gon's board, he did not heavily rely on Nila because she was very consistent in this lobby. We've seen like 4 or 5 Nila players, but we ended up getting 2 Ionia players coming up first and second. Espat, on the other hand, was very unlucky because he got ratted so many times out of that Nilas and Carousels. He wasn't able to hit it 2-star, and that's that. Vanquishers in this lobby, they did shine, but not for Espat.
Yeah, it was a very tough lobby to be a French or German fan, honestly. To be coming into that lobby with 4 players out of the 8, and for all 4 of those players to end in the bottom 4, the pretty big problem if you're hoping for any of those players to end out today with the win. You mentioned, this is the really rarefied day where our players need to be performing an absolute peak performance. You really can't afford to be having any bad games at all, particularly when you're not playing at the top table. It's even worse. Fortunately, of course, Morgan, we will be headed to the top table for next game, so we won't have that problem immediately, but we've still got to get some standings in as well and check where everybody is. Any last words on this particular game?
Yeah, my last words with this one is that I'm really happy that he said, Germans and French are not really happy with that game. So if you could look at the green room, you could see he makes his face really agreeing with that sentence. And my heart stays with Kenobi. He was playing Demon Flare, but there was just so many Noxians in this board. So he hit the Swain very late into the game. Yes, he got a 3-star Taric, but it had no items. Now, looking at the standings, you can see that Kubixon is the only one pulling an illusion day 3. He won 3 lobbies, going extremely strong into the last day of Golden Spatula Cup day 3, alongside with Kevin. So way makes he can get to party. At least there's a German in the top 3 places. And I'm happy seeing Bricks in the 10th spot as well. I believe we also have a chance.
Yeah, well, this has been the day for the Polish players, really. It's an absolutely amazing performance. Kubixon has Stinky Abuser in 2nd place as well. I genuinely thought this was going to be Germany's day. They topped day 1, they topped day 2. I think it was actually Makes herself who pointed out, it can be a very different day 3, irrespective of how those days 1 and 2 went. But we'll have to find out. As we said, we're heading back to Lobby 1, Morgan.
Yeah, exactly. The pace of these games is going extremely quick, so we're not going to be slowing down anything. We're keeping up the hype, we're keeping up the energy, and we're going into game 4 as soon as possible with who else but a lovely trio who are going to be taking you to extreme levels of hype. Makes sending it back to you with Trouble and Wida.
Thank you so much, guys. And Peter, you said it was not going to be Germany's day, but we're only 3 games in, and I see 1 Kevin Parker in those top 8. So don't you dare take that hope from me. I am so ready to let all of my biases come through in that very next cast. But of course, the big narrative here, Wida, is going to be whether or not Kubixon is able to back run that first place.
Yeah, and with the way our format functions here, every single time that he wins a lobby, he just widens the gap between him and the nearest competitors. That is one of the biggest things to keep in mind for him right now.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy to see that Kubixon is now the new Le Coco. First after first after first after first. Now, here's the deal, right? When you go first 3 times in a row, you've reached your highest highs. It's like you're the G2 of League of Legends. Now everyone has the highest expectations of you. If you don't win again, you're suddenly a fraud. Obviously, I'm just kidding. But of course, there's pressure. You win 3 times in a row. Keep continuously staying at least onto that top 4 to make a huge showing for yourself.
So I don't know if you know Trouble, but league comparisons are not allowed on the TFT desk unless you're saying, oh, in League, that game that TFT was based on, you know, like we do with Arcane. So just putting that out there, we're the main characters here.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I know. Now I know better. Thank you.
All right, going into the game with the portals, Rita, talk to me. What do we want?
And not Halls of the Nine here. Hall of the Nine is like a very high variety, very swingy portal here. Lalana, the only one going for the much more less swingy Warlord's Palace here. Psycho also wants a little bit more of the kind of traditional TFT gameplay with less variety, because in reality, Warlord's Palace most of the time doesn't feel like a portal in the first place. And it is where we are going to end up here.
Okay.
Yeah, we are going to go back to back into the Warlord's Palace. It's just going to be the way it is. I would have been ready for a little bit of Hall of the Nine action, but you know.
I'm just going to say here, last time there was a Warlord's Palace and Kubi was in the lobby, he had Gargantuan and then he got a Radiant Titans. So I'm just going to say that these lobbies kind of really suit him.
Yeah, while we have a bit of downtime though, I actually want to talk to you guys a bit about my failed music career, right? I once went to audition on X Factor. I got 3 no's from the judges. Can you believe that?
I'm sure there's a joke in here somewhere, but
yeah, I have the I have the DJ Khaled cosign. We the best music.
Oh my goodness, we don't get out.
Okay, DJ Khaled, sure.
I thought I was the one with the worst jokes on this desk, but you just stole that title from me without any restraint, as we are going to be looking at the legends here. Anything you're excited about?
Ooh. Okay, so one of them is Arzoo. The other 2 is obviously Earth. Earth has been my favorite ever since set 9 came through, because it literally gives you the easiest direction of your life and also makes everyone else who thought could steal your comp into pivoters, because you have the advantage due to the emblem. So Kubixon is one I have my eyes on, and of course Ketzer.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think that Ketzer is a player that kind of just like tends to pop up. Like you don't necessarily see him all throughout the season, and all towards the back end, he shows up with a good chance of making it into regional finals here. He does need to have like one of those good performances that we kind of have been speaking so much about all throughout the day here. But Kubixon, though, we talk about high rolly situations and high rolly augments. Pandora's bench, well, that is one of them.
Okay, pick the AFK, Lalana. I believe in you. You can do it. Give us a little bit of AFK action. I mean, social distancing, probably for many also. Okay, doesn't want it. Rolls it away, cybernetic bulk. A little bit more generic. But surely you must be thinking about the AFK, and it's going to be exactly that. Hype for Lalana, who will now go maybe get a coffee, you know, freshen up, stretch his muscles, as he's not allowed to do anything.
I want to talk about something very specific here as well, right? Because this Godbreaker is one of Lalana's most slammed items here. This is an item that he, generally speaking, tends to play for. He is one of the players that has the best understanding of the early game in TFT, probably worldwide. I'd say he has a very specific way, very unique way. And when you talk with him about it, it's very clear. He just thinks TFT in the early game a little bit different than everyone else here. He is so comfortable playing from very weird openers into just falling in line into a composition here, so super excited to see that mix, but that's just a Rocket 2 and 2-1 on the opposite side of the field?
Yeah, not really sure how that one came to be, but there's a lot of very generic augments coming through. We have buried treasures being picked up, spoils of war, the jeweled lotus, red buff. The only thing that I'm a little bit excited about, I think, is going to be on a roll from Etra, because I think that's not something we see a whole lot of. So can you give us a little bit of an idea on how he's going to play this?
Well, you can kind of already see the makings of this on his bench right now. He's just holding on to every single pair imaginable to man, and then he's going to get those free rerolls. It's not as powerful as it was before it was changed, the way we had that whole Lease and Apocalypse for a patch, right?
Don't remind me. I hate
so you
that.
only get 2 rerolls now, and that per turn when you star up a unit, right? So the thing here as well is worth noting is that if you hold on to 1 cost, you don't lose the gold, right? So you actually just get a free reroll because you can sell it back without losing any money.
Interesting point for him here, and I think that's the correct play as well, making back the 10 gold to that a little bit more income. You can see that based on the units he have, he wouldn't have been able to make 9, but of course he is going to get those rerolls. Another one coming through here potentially on the Kale is not going to be possible. He already had one available, and like you said, there's only 2 per rounds now, so no crazy re-rolling, but he is doing something sneaky. He's putting one on the board and then trying to combine it afterwards.
Yeah, he is. Again, you could also just see him just roll past it here, right? Because holding on to the pair here is actually super valuable. With the way this open has panned out for him right now, we could be seeing him going down the Samira Cassiopeia line that we've seen so many times today already.
Yeah, but another person seems to be on a similar train of thought. Kevin Parker back with the Samira and Cassiopeia. We've seen him do this before. He really likes picking up the one-cost units like a true German tier list player. He's living up to the reroll.
Yeah, and again, think back to what we spoke about with shapeshifters in the previous game. This is somewhat the same scenario we're talking about with Kevin Parker, with the fact that he does have this relatively strong board, but the second you roll into someone that's a little bit stronger than you, you are going to lose some value, not going to be able to like get that drip feed and build that streak.
To give you a little bit of an idea on what's going on here in the general field, you can see it on the HP totals as well, as players are picking on the carousel. Psycho is the only one that was able to build out something like a win streak with that, I believe Soraka, that was him, right? Being already on board. And then at the very bottom, Lalana, of course, on the back of the AFK, also having a 3-loss streak. Both of these players will look to build this one out.
I also saw that there is a red buff for Stinky, if I'm not wrong. So seeing that Psycho is snowballing with 100 HP, knowing that he's going towards the Nico and the Soraka carry together, having that red buff, you making sure that you are shredding through these HP bars when the healings are coming through. So it's a really good investment in general, again, with so many Swens and so much healing in the game currently.
Stinky abuse of a red buff. I don't think we've seen that before, right? He's just running it back, you know? Good vibes and that.
Okay, just a quick note. Check out Kubixon. He is smiling from left to right because he found this Arzoo with the last with the Hodge, and he couldn't be happier about that. Supported by the Jhin, that's going to be a lot of damage going out. One more ult from the Ashe, doesn't even need that, and he is in a great position, and he knows it.
Yeah, absolutely right. As you're talking about great position, because of the nature of how prevalent we've seen Vanquishers be all weekend here. And with the Pandora's bench here, he has the opportunity to go towards the Ashe reroll line. Not something we've seen super well discovered on the mainstream all throughout the day, but no matter what here, he will just have an incredibly strong tempo.
And also, let's not rule out the fact that he could potentially, he has the 3 Ionia in. On 3-2, you could potentially hit something like the boss, and you have insane units already to base that upon of. You already have the items for your carry, you already have a 2-star Ashe, you're gonna be re-rolling and benching units that are 2 cost if you wanna play for the boss as well with the Pandora's bench. So this could be a very quick 3-star in everything and go in Ionia.
Look at this, he has so much power, and Katzer on the other side is completely unfazed by that. He's thinking about his next move, not wondering about how Kubixon came to a 2-item Arzoo before 2-6. And you can see something that Kubixon is doing that I think is worth to elaborate on, because the way he placed this Pandora's... Sweetheart! What is that? Zaya and Kaisa in the same shop. You can see that he is just as much in disbelief as we are.
And the big thing about this is now he just gets a forecast. You can just freely rotate through on the bench here to get into a Saya pair or go into just anything he needs for his competition. You can see the Lana on the board. Just I cannot believe what he's seeing either, right? These are tournament winning rolls right now.
Wow. Just wow. If this Kaisa turns also into a Zaya, this is going to be mind-blowing. I honestly absolutely love players when they're very expressive, whether they win or lose. And Kubixon, he shows you his emotions instantly. Not so lucky this time, but I don't know how much I can say that he doesn't have luck when this is bought on 3-1.
Incredible. I mean, I think the smile is warranted. He might be crying out of happiness there from what we can see. However, Psycho is still striking, so bringing it back from this high roll to another player, that's somebody you want to beat. That's somebody you need to beat, and Kubixon is going up against him.
Yeah, and you can kind of see already this Swain is just going to become an eco once she has arrived here. But Swain is a great item holder for now. We've seen Titans work incredibly well with him in the past, but even then we can just see the power of this Vanquish setup is just way too much. Your Psycho streak has been completely broken now, and Kubixon the only one on the win streak in the lobby.
Is the boss incoming? If he hits the boss here, he's on a really great trajectory to just run the Xayah, to just run Ionia, have an insanely strong front line. I'm going to stop myself here because it's going to be a silver augment.
A breath of relief is being heard throughout the lobby, but of course he gets some upgrades from this nonetheless, and that is a fully itemized Ashe. We're going level 6. We have Freljord in on the back of that reroll from the Pandora's bench, and Kubixon doesn't look like he's going to get weaker anytime soon.
No, now looking over here, we can see another Pandora's bench being picked up, this time around on the side of, I've missed who it was, to be completely honest with you here, but Ketzer on the missed connections here. We saw this earlier on with Kubixon when he was trying to roll for that Cho'Gath here. Ketzer very much in the same position, but it doesn't have that high roll on the side of that Shurima line.
Checking out the augments on the right-hand side, notably Ging on the Tiny Titans. Wow, why was that hard to say? Rising above the lobby here, Trouble, but is that going to be enough for him to find a better spot with a player like Kubixon here?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult, especially because of the Pandora's bench on Kubixon. It was Stinky as well that went with the Pandora's bench. He's playing the exact same composition as Kubixon, so there is going to be a little bit of contest there when it comes to the units played. And of course, there is contest here with the units played on this particular board. Of course, Lilana is still going through getting that economy being built up, level 6. Ketzer, though, is gonna start slow rolling right here to try and find that Cho'Gath. Still quite far away. You're on 3-3. You've rolled down a bunch of gold, and you are 4 Cho'Gaths away. 3 currently away. But I think one of the 2 bobos is a Cho'Gath, because when he picked them up, I don't think he picked a Cho'Gath yet. So indeed, one Cho'Gath away.
I was just checking the AWP position because there is a set position for the AWPs here. So I was just looking up at the little mini-map of that, and he does indeed still have a Cho'Gath and an AWP lying and waiting.
And the cool thing about that is that it works similar to having one on your bench. So that is a guaranteed Cho. Even if other players, you can see it here on the other side, Etra also looking for the Cho'Gath. Even if other players try to roll, they will not get that very one Cho'Gath out of the pool. It will be guaranteed for Ketzer.
Yeah, now looking at this here, breaks the loss streak now, so Ketzer really wants to hit here so he can build on that start the win streak as we are going into the stage 3 carousel here. Another one that would like to start that win streak here would be Lilana. You took a lot of damage early on due to the AFK here, and now needs to find a way out of that. Fiora on the carousel could be an option here, but needs to go for the 1-cost bow even to have something to slam.
And honestly, if you're looking at 4 cost right here, if you have a Pandora's bench, it doesn't matter. Just take the 4 cost with the best item available to you. Stinky is going to grab that Silco with the punch. I call the glove a punch.
The crit glove?
It kind of looks like a punch anyway. And you just take the item and just stick the 4 cost onto the Pandora's bench and hope to get something that fits your composition.
Kubixon. He's third in line in this lobby and somehow still manages to take home a Shen from that carousel. I need every other player in this lobby to wake up and smell the coffee because Kubixon is about to run them down if they don't deny him these kind of picks.
There are a few issues, right? He's still on set 1, for example, so sure, the Ashe will be dealing and pushing out a ton of damage here, but it will not be like guaranteed wins. So if other people in the lobby are getting closer to matching here, and Kevin Parker going down the route we haven't seen a whole lot of this week and have any success with, at least, it is going to be the challenges here. It's so augment dependent, it needs a lot of combat power to come through here. But with the dual Lotus here on this Kaiser, she should be able to absolutely annihilate the rest of the board.
Oof. That
It's a
was
close
very,
one.
very, very close. Yeah.
All right, Etra, what are we doing here? We do have the Noxus online, but Mordekaiser is still very far away. And Etra is falling in HP totals in comparison to the rest of the lobby. At the very top, we are seeing Ging now has taken a couple of pretty hard losses after picking up those tiny titans. Now back to, I would say, a normal HP total, allowing him to maybe in the next couple of rounds get an earlier pick in the carousel as well. And hopefully he was able to use that to get as much econ as possible.
Yeah, and I also would like to look after the next round at Etre's board, because I'm pretty sure he's gonna have to start rolling it down. He had a few Graves there, but it wasn't quite a 3-star yet, so he'd have a lot of things to upgrade, especially after the neutral round. But for now, he's sorry, not a Graves, my bad. Samira sitting on the bench. Going for the trio from set 9 with the Swain, the Cassiopeia, of course, and the Samira, the trio of Noxus.
Yeah, now also, I think you gotta keep in mind here, right? Lalana is also going to be on the Vanquish line here, so Stinky and Kubixon will be contestant. As I was talking about, Kubixon will take a loss here, so his streak has been broken going into neutrals here. This will hurt his economy quite a bit, but he is in a very fortunate position already, so it will not be the end of the world.
I am starting to worry just a little bit about Etra, just because I can see we're going for the Noxus. Like I said, the Mordekaiser is something we're looking for. 1 copy away from the Samira, 3 Cassiopeias away from the Cassio 3. But I'm a little bit scared that the rest of the lobby is going to run away from him. So once he finally manages to find that Mordekaiser Rita, is it going to be enough? Will he be able to catch up?
That's the big thing here, because Cassiopeia 3 will already to a certain extent have fallen off. He has so much gold to work with, but if you can also like start chaining together something like a Swain 3 here, that could also be absolutely massive. Getting that Bramble Vest here for Swain will be huge. Could be a Crown Guard as well, depending on which route you want to go down here, but as we've been highlighting, there are a lot of Vank players in the lobby, so getting that crit negation in here is absolutely massive.
And also it's very important to point out that he 3-starred the unit he has absolutely no items whatsoever for. So your carry that's 3-starred right now is just there to shred some armor, but that doesn't really matter because your other carry that has items is dealing AP damage. So currently I feel like Etre needs to sort of stabilize his board. I feel like he needs to roll down a couple of gold, try and get that Cassio 3 to get his board rolling and then save up to level.
Speaking of somebody that has a rolling board, there's a Fiora 2 on the side of Kevin Parker that somehow snuck into this game without us noticing very much, but she's schlick-schlack-schlucking her way through these boards as Golden Augments
Oh, very nice technical term.
It's from the French broadcast. I try to learn a little bit of French on the side. Okay. They say that, yeah.
It's kind of necessary when you are in TFT. Their dominance and a lot of time resources, they're kind of omnipresent, right? But Alana here going for You Have My Sword. And I actually wanted to highlight this here because when I looked at like just his general setup here right now, we saw he already had the Sire, already had the Needles online, but he had them 2-starred now. So all that extra gold that he's gotten from the AFK and sacrificing his HP in the early game has now given him a full-on stable point. He's fully hit on level 7 and should absolutely steamroll all the way into a top 4 potentially.
It had to be a level 6 roll down, however, on 4-2. Looking for that Soraka 3, prioritizing that Soraka means you're falling a little bit behind. Only 1 Soraka off and 3 Tariks off, so it's looking good so far. And was lucky enough to hit that Nico 2, but we all know that in this particular composition, you really strive when you have that Nico 3 on your board. Nico 2 is not strong enough to just keep that front line going until Soraka ramps up.
Yeah, absolutely right. We were just hearing about that from Zaza as well, saying that's really your win con. Soraka 3 is all nice and dandy. Tarik 3, all nice and dandy, but the one thing you desperately need over anything else is the Nico. And there is one more coming around, but he's still quite a couple of copies away from making that peak happening. And if we're looking to the right-hand side of the lobby, the HP totals tell a different story as Kevin Parker hits another 2-star forecast on the Kaisa.
Now just have 4 costs, and if we can at some point observe this, I would please love to look at Kubixon's board as well, because he's the other player that's actually contesting the Nikos, has the Pandora's bench as well, so he'll be able to cash out a few more of these 4 costs, of course, after this fight. This Fiora is popping off. I think it's one of my favorite additions. I'm like a child right here because I'm seeing the set in action for the very first time, and I feel like Fiora as an addition in general in the game just looks so much cooler than Garen. Thank you, Riot.
Yeah, but there are a few things we gotta keep in mind here as well about this specific setup from Kevin. Yes, it might look okay and all, but his board doesn't get a lot stronger right now. Like, he needs to find another item for that Kaiser, and again, that's a big thing to keep in mind here, because the comp was taking down a pretty big chunk here, so he's looking good for now, but he is going to get outscaled relatively quickly if he doesn't find some way of just like absolutely exploding his board into a completely higher position.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Stinky being able to pick up that spatula might be a little bit of a game changer. I don't know what kind of components he maybe has available right now. I do know he has some Thieves Gloves and some other stuff. I'm going to check in with him in a little bit. But to give you an update, we have 3 players on some variation of the Vanquisher Ionia line with Stinky, Lilana, and Kubixon, who we're now looking at.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, my bad right there. It wasn't a Nico contest. It is a Vanquisher contest right here from Kubixon. And he does have 5 Ash on his board. He's rerolling and 2-star Kassadin on the bench as well. So you're most likely guaranteed to hit at some point, since Ash is quite a contested unit currently. Does have 2 4 costs rerolling as well. So pretty strong and solid board, and you've got rolling some massive units too.
Yeah, there's a big issue here as well, though, about his position, right? He doesn't have that Nilo 2 right now. Most importantly, he doesn't have the Shen too. So this is like kind of what he's hoping that these two forecasts here will turn into, because when they are this contested right now, they need to be in a position to kind of figure out how they are going to get themselves out of a hole here. And right now, it could potentially look like Kubixon's absolute rampage throughout the first couple of games today is going to go to a massive halt.
Yeah, the 3-way contest is never an easy one, as they say. And now that Stinky, we just saw him also picked up that Ionia emblem from the carousel, it's going to get even harder. But speaking about hard, Etra's board, he's holding on to gold. He's on 14 HP. He just won the previous round, has the Mordekaiser 2 available, but is that going to be enough? On the other side, Stinky has found the Ionia Spet, like I just saw. That is a little bit of extra power you're going to see there, but is it enough? Can the Mordekaiser do enough here to make his way into the backline? I think it's looking good. The power up from the backline of the Samira is a lot, but it doesn't seem to reach. Cassiopeia trying to spit on that Ash, but Etra now really, really low as we are entering the Dragon round. 20 gold to go.
Yeah, that was a unit diff right there. Level 7 for Stinky versus level 6 for Etre. Unfortunately, the roll downs for Etre has not really gone his way. Cassiopeia was extremely contested in this particular lobby. So as you can see, he gave up on trying to roll for her. He's got Samira 3 quite easily, but doesn't have any items for her. No third item on the Mordekaiser. Just got one here with the likes of the Giant Slayer as well. And we're looking for a third item for your Swain, which is the Gargoyle. So all in all, Warlord's Bazaar right there does him justice, gives him the 2 items remaining that he really needed. Now, I don't know, and I don't think you roll down for that Swain 3. You're only 1 off. But you do not have the economy to go level 7, and it's very important because you're going into stage 5.
Well, Stinky Abuser, however, went with a little bit of a different cash out, found himself a Tactician's Crown with a bit of gold here, finds that Nila 2. Right? There's going to be a different way for him to kind of look into getting this board capped out, even as in the Rise. The Rise on the Shurima is just being a pretty fun one to watch. Just get that big tornado all over the board and generating extra resources for your team in the process.
And Etra used that gold that we just saw that he had to go level 7 to try keep up with the rest of the lobby, but nothing comes around. He rolls once more, gets a Kale at least to get that Slayer in there and help his Mordekaiser where possible. But is that going to be enough jiggling units around? Kale goes back out again. He seems a little bit busy after playing this on a roll for so long. I can't understand why, but it is a matchup of these Noxus boards. Ging on the other side, Chet has been asking for him relentlessly, and here he is. Check that out, Aatrox, 3 items, Noxus emblem, shredding through the board, and he will probably deliver the loss to Etra, locking him in as 8th player here in this round 4.
That was a him versus the guy she tells you not to worry about. If anything, Ging was the best possible scenario to play because he's level 8, not rolling at all, waiting to go to level 9. So that would be the one matchup that you would wish to play, not necessarily a capped board, but you can see how far behind, unfortunately, Etre fell with the roll downs and not hitting the right units with the right items. So unfortunately, that was it for him for this round.
Yeah, it is also worth noting Etre is a part of the operational line. This is the lobby, this is the first lobby, which means these are all the top points earning players from all throughout today that are still stacked in this lobby. So I still hope for him for a good performance and a good placement here, but those top 2 spots here might slowly but surely be creeping out of reach for him.
Yeah, Stinky on 12 HP. We saw him sell off that Ash to try and transfer the Ionia spat and the emblems to his Neela, but Ging comes around once more and knocks him down. Another player completely annihilated in this tournament by Ging, and you can see how he's been putting out pressure onto the rest of the lobby this way.
Yeah, and a big thing here for Kubixon actually is 2 players going out way before him, right? Because this actually means that even if he does go bot 4 here, the points loss is actually not going to be as big as it could have been here. Finds the Needle 2 now, which might be the saving grace for him. Meanwhile, Cats are also looking for a saving grace here, potentially even on a Seer 2 to transfer these Cassiopeia items over to would be that, but it is not looking in the best of spots for him right now.
And looking at Kubixon as well, he had a pretty hefty early, hitting that Zaya super early on, but currently he has been losing a bunch of these fights. 19 HP, about 2 lives. I don't see him losing with too many units different right here, especially since he has upgraded a little bit that front line, but still it looks pretty weak. Your Shen has a death gap. Yes, the shield is huge, but the HP is lagging because he's only 1 star.
And on the other side this time, it's not Ging, it's Ketzer, but the outcome might yet still be the same. The Neela trying her best to take down this massive unit that is Cho. She will succeed, but the rest of the board has already keeled over. Can they deal with this Neela, or will she clean them up one by one? Either way, this will be so close that Kubixon will not get knocked out here, but he is taken down to surely his last life.
Any interesting spats here? Shurima emblem is there, Bastion emblem, Strategist emblem, and Jot. These are not necessarily going to be massively comp changing for any of the players that we have in the game right now, but it also could leave someone relatively empty-handed out to the last 2 players here, because the rest of the items are not necessarily fantastic either.
Yeah, I'm looking who the last 2 players are, and I'm like, maybe you just take the Legendary or the 4-cost to put in your Pandora's bench, but the only one left with a Pandora's bench is going to be Kubixon. He's going to put 2 4-costs onto this bench. He says it's 1e2. I mean, he could potentially, but you need to make sure that you roll a perfect 2-star Zaya, and he also needs his Shen, which is actually got on the bench right now. I think it's a Hail Mary, right? You put everything on this bench. If you hit that Zaya 3-star, you actually win the lobby right here, but you could also hit a 2-star Shen and then sell and transfer the items over for a stronger front line.
The big thing is, well, he doesn't have the Ionia emblem, else Joanny will be going onto the board.
Yeah, doesn't have that, needs the Shen to offer the 6 Ionia here, and he will be trying his Hail Mary version of finding a Zaya 3 to solidify his placement in this tournament. But Kevin Parker rolls around with his Kaisa, with his Fiora, and despite Kubixon having such a great start in this game and a miraculous run in the first couple of games, he is going to get knocked out here in 7th.
Yeah, in 6 even, and that's actually really big for Kevin. This is really big for Kevin Parker, right? Especially these players that are just behind him within like the 5-point breakpoint, really, right? If they go first in this game, they are gonna completely close the gap to Kubixon, despite the fact that Kubixon won the first 3 games of the day he took part in.
Oof. Feels bad, man, having to sell the Mordekaiser right there just to hit the 2-star Azir, 2-star Mordekaiser fucking as well right here.
He has
Could
it.
be-
That's
could be the difference maker,
sixth
yeah.
copy for Ging.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
has a fully 2-star Morta with
Two
a
left.
Nashor's Tooth in the front line. He needs a couple more to make the dream come together, but right now it is not going to be the case. He buys it nonetheless. We could see the little pop-up on the right-hand side, but will Ketzer somehow claw his way into the top 4? He has 11 HP, around 30 separate him from the person next in line, which is Ging. Does this Azir have what it takes with the power of the bruisers in the front line? Good enough is that nobody is reaching the Azir. The Ahri supporting with her Essence Depth, delivering a lot of AoE to the background. And despite the Soraka healing as much as she can, that will be a loss for Zyko.
Yeah, the 2-star Nico in the front line is not going to provide enough without any shred either, right? So that's a big issue as well. I want to point small thing out in terms of Ging's position. He has a full duplicator on the bench. He could have gone for an Aatrox too, just to play for pure tempo, but he's trying to go for that first plate out you guys are talking about in that Mordekaiser free. And who knows, it might arrive on its own, and then he can just make the Aatrox 2 in that nature instead.
Going to be a huge round here. He's being pinged. He's being ratted out. People are pinging the Mordekaiser. The Mordekaiser 3 coming. Yeah, it's being pinged out. Gold as well. Gonna sell the Karma. Get that +1 onto the economy. 17 gold to roll down. Gonna grab the 4 costs from the pool as well. A lot of 4 costs are gone already, because this is actually a 4-cost lobby right here. And everyone will be rolling just to hold that Mordekaiser on the bench, because if he hits that 3-star, the game is over.
One more
Not
Nico
only
here,
that,
however.
they still need upgrades. Like you were saying, the Nico needs to come around. We saw the Shen 2 pop up for Lalana, but are those upgrades enough for these players? Ketzer still fighting for his life. He is going to go up against Kevin Parker, and Kevin Parker looked quite strong very early on. Has a strategist emblem slammed as well to support just a little bit on the other units. But is the Azir strong enough to take down the Fiora? Finds her quite early, and despite her evading a lot of the other stuff, he will lock down on her, takes her down eventually with the help of the Ahri, and that is going to be yet another win for Ketzer.
That was an absolutely great positioning from the Cho'Gath and the Ahri. You've got the Ahri stealing mana away from the Fiora. You've got the Cho'Gath continuously chomping onto the Fiora as well. We've given up on the Dream, actually. The Mordekaisers are all gone. It's going to be the Aatrox 2, as you mentioned, Wita, as well, because 23 HP in a Dream is not quite enough, considering selling, and he did, the Swain for an extra item onto the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and the big thing here as well, why that's been the case here, is because Ketzer is winning out from the with his current position, right? So he cannot really sit and just expect to be at least third, even though that would and play for fourth instead. So he has to just play for placement instead of playing for first.
Yeah, and on the right-hand side, Kevin is going to go up against a ghost fight. For him, it's important to take this one down. His Fiora is still alive, so is the Kai'Sa, but she's now under attack, evades one more time, but it's looking pretty rough. The Cassiopeia will take him down. Kevin Parker knocked out, and I believe that is a 5th for him, unfortunately, here, as Ketzer manages to get into the top 4.
Yeah, that's a big one for Kevin here. That loss, it's really detrimental. I kind of want to bring it back to this fight against Ketzer, because this was a very good matchup pre-nerf for the Challengers composition, because it was very difficult to kill the Fiora for the Cho'Gath, but that was not the case here. There's just not enough burst from the back end of that Kai'Sa, and he was ever so close as well to free-starring it, but couldn't find the last 2 copies.
Yeah, absolutely. And it actually helped when the Mordekaisers were also out of the pool, when you draw these 4 costs out. But once the Mordekaisers went back into the pool, you could see a Mordekaiser straight in the shop, which could have been a Kai'Sa beforehand.
Ketzer on the right-hand side and Psycho on the left-hand side. Both of these players could get knocked out here side by side, but is it going to be happening? Ging on the right-hand side trying his way with Ketzer, and the Azir, I think, is going to fall off. Mordekaiser bonking him down. Ketzer taking a massive loss as the Spitting Stones come in, and one more time it is going to Zyko for him to hold on.
Wow, and it's actually very impressive that Zyko has been winning all these rounds with a Nico 2 still. 1 left for him, and he will 3-star that Nico. He would have a very serious winning condition in his hands.
I thought that Vangel, it wasn't of interest for Lalana, but it could have been a different way for him to looking at into a way of recapping his board, but he already has 6 Vang online, so looking for that Heimerdinger hit. It could be Heimerdinger 2, and it is indeed, right? That's a much bigger spike than trying to fit into 6 Vang, for example, because looking at this right now, there's going to be an absolutely massive bonus, and he also has a duplicator on the bench here. Shen-free might be his win condition.
That is actually crazy how Lalana has found his way through this particular composition, because I want to remind everyone that both Sticky and Kubixon had Pandora's bench and were running the exact same comp. But Lalana is the one. 3-star Nico from Zyko as well. That is capped board for...
Finally! That is your win condition with this board. That is what makes you strong in the first-hand place. The Nico 3 for Zyko finally coming alive. But is it enough to look Ging into the eye? The one player who has been knocking out people left and right. The Nico does remain standing, but can she take down the Mordekaiser? She will be able to do that. It's only the Cassiopeia, and Nico is making her way there. Soraka supports her. Aatrox is going to spawn as well, but I don't think there's any evading to that. Ging taking a loss.
Ging is still alive here as well. That's a big thing in terms of being able to potentially beat out Lalana's board. You can kind of see the impact of Milio in these compositions. That continuous stun coming through, locking down the Mordekaiser, locking down the Cassiopeia in that 1v4 situation, and then knocking down the Aatrox as well, so he was unable to get going.
Gonna be seeing all of these players try to position, try to rat out a little bit. Zyko with the Cassandra here, trying to get a good grasp on whoever he's facing. I believe it is going to be Lalana on the other side for both players, which means Ging is going up against the ghost copy of Lalana. We're definitely not going to finish out. Well, we could actually. Let's see. In moves the Cassandra, finds a target, but not the one he would have wanted. Falters, falls down. It is all eyes on whether or not the Nico manages to survive, but she doesn't. She's knocked out. Lalana will try to get the damage onto the Soraka to stop the healing machine, but the Neela is locked down there in that front line, and she is going to fall. Lalana down to 0 HP, and Ging and Zyko both managed to hold on.
And that was such great positioning right there from the side of Zyko, positioning the Nico with the Bramble towards the Xayah. It ate so much time off of that Xayah DPSing down that Nico to the fact where the Shen made it into the backline, the Soraka made it into the backline, and it started eating his board from the right side towards the Xayah. Xayah still stuck on that Nico until the very freaking end. That 3-star Nico has become the ultimate win condition for Zyko in this round.
And very importantly as well, it took all, like the Shen took all of the attention off the Heimerdinger turret, meaning that it had the Heimerdinger turret been on that Nico, that would have been a round that was going to weigh off Lalana. You kind of see that. It just went all the way back and forth. You saw like how low Nico was taken, but with the fact that the Heimerdinger turret had the aggro switch away over to the Shen, that just meant that I was just unable for him to win that fight.
Both of these players getting a little bit of an upgrade here. We can see some remaking on the side of Ging to try and transfer some items. Thieves Gloves coming in on the Swain to make him a little bit tankier. And on the right-hand side, we also saw Zyko roll down desperately to try and find any more upgrades, but it didn't really come together for him. And now they're in this very last matchup. Cassandra on the left-hand side finds the Mordekaiser. Can he actually take him down? Can he knock him out of this arena? He does. Will fall down though. The Mordekaiser just looks at him once and knocks him into pieces, but the Nico will not fall as quickly as that. They will take down the Mordekaiser and they will take down the Cassiopeia, and that is a second place for Ging, with Zyko managing to sit this board out to find that Nico in the very last stages and pilot this one to a first. Really, really well done.
Yeah, again, we just kind of see the importance of the Nico free come into effect here, right? It's such a critical unit in this composition, because without that Nico free, he would just have completely faltered and he would have been gone 4th or 3rd this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was such a saving grace as well, because the Cassandra was at the right flank to kick the Mordekaiser out, because the Mordekaiser had aggro from someone else. But last minute they die, Mordekaiser blocks the Cassandra, and the game is suddenly over.
It is, but our tournament is not. There's 2 more games to go for players to claw their way into the top spaces. So don't go anywhere. We have our analyst desk coming up next. And right before that, just a short break. So stay with us.
Hello, I'm Mohammed, known as Arzoo in TFT. I'm from Tunisia, and I'm here to participate in GSC3. Probably the dark one is the one growing the most. They won last Super Bowl, and they have Sasa, who's been playing amazingly. He won 2 GSC. Probably Dark is the one who's growing the most. I think Sasa is the best player right now in EMEA. He's doing really well, and I watch a lot his stream. He's doing well. I think he might go towards this set, hopefully. So my goal for this Golden Spatula Cup is to complete in top 20, and my big goal is to qualify towards someday. Big shout out to Tunisia Discord server. Shout out to my parents, especially my mom, who's been supported all the way. And shout out to my friends who also been really helpful. And even they don't know anything about TFT, they keep supporting me. Thank you a lot.
Now, that was such a Nico game. We've seen this specific composition do it so many times. As soon as someone hits that Nico 3-star, you know he's not gonna board 4 at all. Add to that equation, it was a Soraka 3, it was a Taric 3. So it was literally a perfect situation for him to get out there. And he scammed almost 3 positions just out of hitting the Nico. So Peter, loving Invocation, that lobby, and that board. I have a lot to say about it.
I mean, honestly, I want to zoom out here and talk about the context for this game. This was table 1. This was the opportunity knocking here for so many of our players. Kubixon on a 3-game win streak goes out in 6th. Stinky Abuse, the player just below them on the standing, goes out in 7th. This has been such a great opportunity for everybody else in the lobby to close that distance and make this back half of the day vastly more competitive than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, and as exciting as you said, vastly, we were also very close to seeing maybe a Mord 3 or maybe a Shen 3 this lobby. it was a silver lobby, okay? We had 2 silver augments, we had the third one being gold, no prismatics, nothing too crazy. Even the portal itself didn't really amplify people getting so many crazy drops, amplifying their boards. So something that I found interesting is that was a perfect situation for reroll players. One more thing that happened is that people were really aware with this one, Peter. Everyone was ratting out on each other's units. We heard so many pings like ching, ching, ching. Soon as someone had a Mord 3 close or a Shed 3 close, you knew they had their eyes on their boards.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think having the Pandora's Bench in here really exemplified just how over-the-top crazy it would be. I do want to show some recognition towards Kevin Parker in this game for bringing out an unusual line into it. If this game had gone differently for Kevin Parker, he would be the tournament leader right now, just because the other top players had gotten out of the way. It must have been an absolute heartbreaker for him to end up in 5th place and still have to be fighting tooth and nail to make it through the rest of the competition.
Yeah, now these other lobbies are going to be placed between 2 decisions. One, do you have enough points? Do you have the placement to make it and to become the Golden Spatula Cup winner for day 3? Or are you just playing for Golden Spatula points in order to get to the point where you qualify for EMEA finals? So that's going to be the narrative. Yes, I stole it from you from the analyst desk chat. Thank you. I'm going to be taking full credit for that. And
you're welcome.
It's fine. I didn't take credit.
I stole it from Sasa, so it's fine.
I gave you some of it. No, Salsa called us liars. We're not bringing his name again unless he's on the broadcast. That was the deal, Peter. That was the deal.
All right. Well, now apparently it's become official. What I'm being told, we'll have our signings up here in a second. Of course, we are coming up to our last 2 games of the Golden Spatula Cup number 3, our last Golden Spatula Cup of the season. It's all about, she said, who can improve their positioning, who can challenge for the crown here and that golden ticket, and who will just try and play for placement and a larger share of the prize pool.
And just in case you just entered the stream, you need to know that in order to qualify for the EMEA finals, the top 21 Golden Spatula Cup point earners across all the Golden Spatula Cups are going to be receiving slots for the EMEA finals. Of course, the winner is always guaranteed, but still, there is still a chance for 21 players from Golden Spatula Cup point earners in order to qualify for EMEA finals. So you don't have to win this specific tournament to qualify. You don't have to be rank 1, you don't have to be rank 2, you just have to carry enough points. And despite Kubixon being very unlucky, despite the fact that we kinda jinxed his early Nila, his early Zaya with the Pandora's Bench, it was an early Nila as well, but he is still currently rank 1 and the most uprising legend in order to win this Golden Spatula Cup 3. But with the standings, Peter, we saw so many good players. Who are you keeping your eye on?
I think there's still going to be a lot of eyes on Kubixon, but I mean, Zyko did incredibly well there to crush his way through the lobby. Yeah, did extremely well. I think the thing is, I think the language there is correct. For Kubixon, 3 games in a row in a first place to start the competition is no fluke. He goes straight to the top tables after winning the first game, so he gets those second and third first places against the best players in the competition. I will be very far from counting him out from being able to hand Poland back a Golden Spatula Cup win, which they haven't had since Gizmos and Gadgets.
Yeah, it was really beautiful to watch these 4 games and how they turned out. So we're not going to be delaying you guys anymore. Grab your popcorn, grab your snacks, because we're about to go into a very short break and we have some very nice lobbies incoming with a lot of hype. So, ladies and gents, we're going to be off for maybe just 3 minutes, even a little less, and we're going into our 2 final lobbies of the day. So hang on, stay hyped up, because it's only getting started.
Hello everyone, my name is Szymon and I'm most known as Shreddin in TFT community. I'm from Poland and I'm 30 years old. So my advice to the rookies that would try to compete and perform in GSC or competitive scene would be to be consistent with the games, obviously play as much as you can, review your own games if you could, but also try to watch as many competitive players as you can to have different insights other than yours, and also try not to rage. It's really important. Yeah, so my goal that I'm working towards is obviously making it to Worlds. It's still requiring a little bit of luck, obviously, but yeah, there's many different elements that I'm working on, just breaking up the path to success, so hopefully I will make it. Shout out to my lovely family, my lovely girlfriend Asia, and the whole Polish community who I'm very grateful for, that we can play each other on the tournaments. Obviously, shout out to Zeszek, who keeps his care of us. Shout out to my friends, Wojtek, Weiser, Lelouch, Gezman, Travis, and sorry for all the other ones that I forgot to mention.
We promised you a lovely day, and we have delivered. 4 games full of action, a lot of players really rising right now, and one of them is going to be crowned as the Golden Spatula Cup winner. Right here, I'm Morgan, I'm with Trouble, and I'm with Wira, and as always, it is going to be ladies first. So, Wira, what portal do you want to see this game?
I don't know, Morgan. I guess we can go to the sump to make you happy, I guess.
Sump. Please, I want to see some. I like how Trouble didn't even react to that joke. She's just standing over there like, I'm just going to wait for my turn, you know, like she's just chilling, drinking from her cup. She's chilling, like nothing happened.
Yeah, everything's great. I don't honestly care what region we see, even though I do have a soft spot. I forgot the name of the region, but it's the one that gives you the Pandora's Bench. I think it's a Shreddin region.
Sense.
Yeah, that one. I do have a soft spot for it because the lobbies get really chaotic. Everyone's trying to go for the reroll, so it gets really interesting really fast.
Okay, now we're going to be going off to maybe 2 lobbies that are going to be prismatics, golds. The level of these gameplays is going to go very high because now this is the final chance for these players to get their final chances. We've seen Kubixon able to get 3 wins in a row, but that last game was kind of unlucky for him. We went on a little bit with the curse and it's a very early Zaya, but he didn't really get that one out. So now 8 players ahead of us. Trouble, who are you keeping your eye on?
Oh, it's definitely Lekoko. I think he left such a huge impression on me from the last time where he literally was going first after first after first after first. So I just want to see his adaptation from the set 9 to set 9.5.
Not Rat Down, please. Even though I know Wida loves this one, but they're going in a circle. I love how they're just making it seem like, oh, we're not gonna stand anywhere. This is... No, not Rat Down, not Rat Down, not Rat Down! Are we about to get one guide by Jimray?
Bit of a French unity here by Canvas and Lekoko trying to go for it, but it is going to be the Shreddin Bazaar, right?
I'm happy.
And I think that's something that's super exciting to look out for here. But there are quite a few different storylines here over the course of the entirety of this lobby here. These are pretty much all players outside of Uzifan that we are guaranteed pretty much to see in the Rising Legends finals in a couple of weeks here. You have someone like Snubble who has a very first-rate playstyle that kind of came out of nowhere towards the back end of the set, where he back end of Monster's Attack, where he really started to shine, had a good performance in GSC 3, then came in GSC 1, came out guns blazing, had a bit of a weaker performance in GSC 2, but he's back here in day 3 yet again.
And we see already here, Campis has a few good pairs right here, and See, this is a double-edged sword because he's probably most likely going to wait before he 2-stars Ayo, before he 2-stars the Malzahar to see if these creeps are going to drop him gold or if it's going to be another item. Because he does have the Aurelia pair and he does have the Phoebe pair if he wants to. Does he want to go towards Sorks as well? Does have the Oriana. It's going to be, unfortunately for him, it's going to be a component. So he's going to have to sell to get that Aurelia pair.
Yeah, and again, just to say for people at home here, if you are unaware, there was a recent change last set, I believe, where it's the next to last unit on the first few stages here is the last one to be able to drop gold in the initial PvE.
Yeah.
So you know for a fact when there's only one creep alive here, you will not be getting any gold, and you can kind of already start making your decisions of what you want to keep and what you want to sell. Just a small little optimization there for the people at home.
You know what, Wita? I did have my eyes on Lekoko, and he's the only one to run Earth. Earth has been one of the most versatile champions, legends in the game, because you can choose to go with being creative and choose one of the
my days.
Wow.
As I was say, sorry, Trouble here. There's only one thing in mind for Campus, right? He instantly rerolled everything but that Sentinel Spirit here, and even gets the upgrades for the Jhin and the Aurelia and gets the set as well. Super strong open here, but Style it, Morgan. Potential build-over opening.
No, he decides to dodge it, however. He doesn't really have that third built-over unit going in. He already had a Vi as well. Maybe if that was an Oriana, he would have taken the hard because it would have given him that Oriana, would have given him that extra unit. But he had that one unit that the augment would have given him anyways. However, I love that we have certain directions going in with people already committing, because it's Stream and Bazaar. So you're kind of guaranteed to get some of your BIS items, Trouble.
Yeah, and right here, Lekoko is waiting to open the tome as well. I'm expecting with the units that he already has on the board and going towards the Ionia. You open it later on, you're most likely guaranteed to hit potentially an Ionia emblem right there and get a little bit stronger. Now, what's a little bit concerning when you go for the Ionian line is the fact that a lot of people are going towards it. It's a very strong line as well. You don't necessarily need the Ionian emblem to make it work because you do have strong units in general, but if you do have the crest, you can also push level 9.
Okay, this is a question for you, Ida. We've seen 2 scoped weapons. We've seen a Sentinel Spirit. Of course, we know scoped weapons can be shuffled into a Mordekaiser, but most of our players have been really leaning towards making it a Nida. So how many Ionia Vanquishers boards are we going to see this game, in your opinion? Is it 3, or will someone pivot away?
I want to see what the pickup here is here, actually, because then I can kind of make a decision of it. Because he has the Noxus in, right? But he could go for the pill we're talking about so much Trouble with the Bilgewater line instead. So we are going to be seeing a lot of them here, right? We're going to see probably 2 to 3 this game. That's just the nature of how everything's going to function.
Honestly, I feel like right here, you are hoping and praying that your 3-2 augment is going to be a gold augment, because you can very easily slam something like the boss here and just run away with something like a set build. 3-star your set, you already have a 2-star Aurelia. She's got the Juggernaut on, she's got the Sunfire, you've got the anti-heal sorted, you've got 4 Juggernauts on the board already. So you go towards that level 5, you'll get 3 Ionia, your set will have more power with the boss. It's going to be extremely empowered. Of course, we're talking about next stage and hoping that it's a gold augment, but it would be a huge spike for Lekoko.
That is a board. That is a board.
That is a board indeed, Morgan.
Oh wait, and that is an Aurelia with the Juggernaut emblem with Sunfire 2-star as well.
He's also level 5 before Carousel to keep his win streak up, Morgan.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the line that Lekoko wanted to go for here. I think if it's gonna be a gold augment as Trouble maybe predicted, I am not a huge fan of trying to tailor to a hero augment before you already have it on the first stage, because what if he doesn't get the boss? What are you going to be playing with a Juggernaut frontline?
You can just go into the traditional setups with the Ionia, right? There are just so many variations, right? It means that a unit like Aatrox, for example, goes up a ton in value for these Vanquisher players, because then you're going to have a 4 Juggernaut line very easily being able to fit onto your board at level 8.
Oh, Jimray doesn't want to win that! It just ruined his loss streak. And now we're on Carousel, and it's Stream and Bazaar, so each and every unit is going to carry 2 components, Trouble.
Absolutely, and you're looking for the components that are the most valuable to you, plus the most valuable unit right there. RNG Uzi fan is going to grab that 3 cost with BF, any this large rod on them, 2 of the most sought after, if you want, pieces right there. And I'm wondering, because I see see a Winters on this Taric, and I see a Taric. But I'm not sure what the board looks like, because if this is Invokers, that looks really, really good. Level 5 from Stylet there. We'll
Okay,
see
so
what will roll over
for
his
Uzi,
board.
it was perfect that he got the Gunblade, by the way. It's a 3-cost Gunblade. He already had the Last Whisper slammed on, so we're pretty sure that this is going to be a Vanquisher's board. 2 of the best in slot items for the Zaya. It was also on a 3-cost unit. It was perfect for Uzi.
And also, you gotta kind of be like admiring the fact here. He's on dedication, right? And we can already tell he's a very dedicated person from the fact that he's named after his love for a League of Legends player. Right? He's dedicated his name to that.
He's dedicated the name and the augment. Okay, the Bramble Vest and the Showcase are gonna be doing God's work here, trying to make as many units. Stay alive, punishing Uzi even more. And despite the fact that it's a gold lobby, he's losing a lot of HP. He's already on the funny number, but maybe one more round could be saving him here. Because if he maintains that 5-loss streak, despite what his HP is, if he's able to get the Vanquisher Emblem or the Ionia Emblem pretty early, it will save him.
Yeah, and probably the most important. Yeah, probably like
Sorry,
the
go
most.
with the.
Yeah, I was gonna say, probably the most important fight of the entire stage happening right now between Travis and Lekoko now. If he's also able to break someone like Campus's win streak here as well, it's going to be a massive advantage here for the Polish reigning Ultra Liga champion.
Yeah, and he is in his pool, right? It's Stylet, Snubble, and Canbiz, and this is 100% 100 HP for both of them. Win streak for both Canbiz and Travis currently. Travis's Crocodile is extremely strong, but this is pretty much all he has. If this Crocodile falls, the backline looks extremely fragile. That Vi is no longer the frontline that you need. So we'll see right here. It's not going to be Canbiz, so most likely we will have 2 players win streaking all the way.
It's a Jarvan.
It's indeed a Jarvan. Yes, that's pretty big. I was about to say, but this Crocodile is definitely in sports mode right now, right? You gotta stay engaged in that regard. But
he's got the 4x4 on.
Yep, he does. He is ready to go. And it looks like Lekoko here might be able to... No, Lekoko wouldn't have kept the streak up regardless here. Campus keeps the streak. Same thing goes for the side of Travis at the top of the lobby. That is going to mean that they have a lot of gold, but it also is going to mean there's a potential fear for the rest of the lobby because they have each other in their pools. 3-1, they might go to level 6, and some players might start taking a bit more damage than they had accounted for.
Looking at Witch Junglers and Snubble as well, they're doing really well, keeping up their loss streak. Pretty unlucky for Witch Jungler, he broke that streak in the final fight, but for Snubble, is going just as he wanted. Same thing goes for Uzi. Both of them are sitting at about 40 gold right now. They rolled once, or bought some units from the shop, but they've been able to maintain 2 loss streaks. So we have a pretty nice direction with our lobby trouble. You got 2 people win streaking, and 2 people loss streaking. It is going nice for at least half of our lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only thing that doesn't have necessarily direction for a lot of them currently is the direction of the compositions. If you look in general, there are a lot of items that are being built in sake of keeping your HP as high as possible or making sure that you guarantee your win streak right here. But there aren't necessarily a lot of set compositions, if you will, a lot of rely around whether you're going to hit your Zaya or your Nilla. You might get a different unit on the board as well. A lot of Ionia in general, which is extremely contested as well. So a lot of these people are going to want to get to that level 7, keep up their economy, and try to roll down for potential Ionian board.
And as we're talking about, Morgan, Devil 6 coming through on both campus and on the side of Travis. And as I was talking about, a player like Snooper now, well, he's going to be taking a little bit more damage than he had accounted for.
Yeah, he has scoped weapons, and he has a Nashor's waiting outside. So that could potentially be a pivot off to a Mordekaiser board. You have scoped weapons, you have Nashors. It depends on his second augment, though. And just as Trouble said, it was a perfect catch from both of you that Ionia is extremely contested, as usual, in this lobby. So I don't think he wants to save these items for Nila. He already has the scoped weapons. I think pivoting to Mord here would be the safest option. But now, we're off to our augments. This is what you both love to talk about, so... passing it on to you, and it's going to be Silver.
No.
Silver.
No.
Okay, no bosses.
Canbiz was praying for the boss right there. Had the Juggernaut collection already on the table, but bench is also something that's extremely valuable to him. If he chooses to go towards the Vanquisher or the Ionia route, he can get a few 3-stars on the board, already to 4 costs, sitting on his bench as well, looking for these 4-cost units coming up. Any good recon bulb units on the board for Lekoko?
Not really
Not
here. It's gonna
really.
be he can't get a 5 cost though, right? That 5 cost is gonna come through right now. It is gonna be a Scion. It's gonna be a flashback to the final game from yesterday, where we saw that come through on the side of Hubin and absolutely through the entire lobby for a spin here, as Lekoko will most likely now be looking to going in towards one of those Noxus lines.
I think that's a very weird board, by the way. He has a Kai'Sa, he has a Scion. Right now, you don't have a direction that works with these two in action. He also has the Juggernaut emblem, so what could he be going here for rather than just tempo? And I might be a little bit worried about him if he loses this fight. I think the Kai'Sa with the Gunblade might be able to save him if she is able to go away, but he loses that one as well, Wita.
Yeah, it's not necessarily like a strong board right now, but he can slowly but surely start piecing these things together. Juggernaut emblem means that you're probably going to end up running something like the Darius. You're going to most likely trying to achieve an Aatrox somewhere down the road as well. And all of a sudden, you could potentially start looking towards a 4 Juggernaut setup for that front line.
You know what? I really admire your positivity here, Wita. I'm not sure it was a great recombobulator out of all the 4 costs he could have drawn here. Unfortunately, getting the Kai'Sa, I don't think it's what he expected. I love the Scion, of course, in the front line because it's a very tanky unit, especially stage 3. But I feel like the Kai'Sa is just not quite good enough to keep up the damage meters in the earlier stages of the game. And Lekoko wasn't looking too thrilled about it as well, but we do have a vertical Noxus line later on with something like a Mordecai, as you mentioned, the Juggernaut from the Darius as well, getting the 2 Juggernaut in there could potentially be something that people have to fear later on.
Yeah, it's very important to note that, yes, it's not the best outcome in the world here, but it's very important for these players to be able to sit down and figure out where is this going to end up taking them, because what are the opportunities that are opening up by the fact they have access to these units a little bit sooner than they normally would have, right? And just trying to figure out how they can build from that here. As we finally have this fight we've been waiting for all throughout the stages, and now it is going to be Campus maintaining his streak, even down in Augment here, Transfusion not generating any value as of right now.
More and more 2 components coming in these units. There are a lot of 4 costs ahead of us. We're looking at an Infinity Edge on Natalia. We're looking at a Archangel, and that's a Juani Trouble. And there's a lot of other units.
Yeah, absolutely. That Aphelios being on the board and not being picked up is giving me a little bit of PTSD from set 9. But I just want to move on to something that Wita mentioned. I'm loving the fact that you mentioned the Transfusion, by the way, because I'm like, Cambix has so much tempo. And I'm wondering what his choices were in terms of silver augments that he actually resorted into getting that Transfusion. I'm a little bit confused. Nevertheless, he has a pretty strong board to try and keep his streak going. But I expected for him to go with a different tempo sort of augment. But from now on, every single loss he gets, he only gains from the Transfusion.
It does. It's going to be a bit of a weird situation, right? I completely follow where you're going from. But again, it's one of those augments where if you start to fall off, as you point out, you're just going to get a little bit more value here. But also, when you look at the rest of the lobby right now, you have a lot of players that are just relatively weak. So if you can continue to maintain that win streak all throughout this stage here, that's going to be absolutely massive for his placement when we come towards the end of the game here. Lekoko, slowly but surely, putting together a Noxus line here, has the Mordekaiser online now, at least.
A little bit unlucky, unlike Uzi, however. He has not gotten a single Shen, not a single Zaya as well. However, that Jhin is not a fraud. He's dealing a lot of damage. That Nilo with the Ionia finally gets the passive. And all thanks to the dedication, he does get that spat a little bit early. But he needs a Shen still. He also still needs the Zaya. And it's extremely important for him for him to be able to put in the 6 Ionia 4 Vanquisher line. Here she comes!
Zaya, though. She has arrived indeed, but now you got to figure out how you are fully going to be able to make this work right now. He does have he has the actual transfusion value right now, and again, it's kind of throwing it back to 2 days ago. We saw Uzifan do this exact same thing, where he picked up scope weapons early on, even managed to grief Lelouch's piltover streak in the process, and then rolled down and managed to maintain his way into a 4th position in the lobby. He is going to be hoping to do that in a bit of a higher placement this time around, but it is a play pattern he is very familiar with.
This is a level 7 Ahri, and this is also a fully itemized Shen with almost semi-BIS. So I think all of our Ionia players are quite happy, except Uzi right now. He's highly contested. He's the one right now sitting at almost 46 HP, so he doesn't have that much to keep him alive. But at least that early Zaya saves him some of the hassle that he might have been going for with this role. But now, going into Wolves, and that third augment, if it's a prismatic, this lobby is gonna take an entirely different turn.
I feel like Lakoko is in a bit of a pickle right here. If you look at his board, yes, he's running the Noxus, but he has no stacks. He had to pivot due to the Recombobulator. His entire board is a 1-star. He doesn't have a lot of gold. He's stuck level 7. That means he needs to donkey roll. But what do you donkey roll for? Your only pairs are a Cassiopeia, a Darius, and a Swain, which are kind of irrelevant in the comp. Not irrelevant, but not the most important units from the ones that you want to be having as 2-stars. And yes, sure, if you hit a Mordekaiser pair, you keep donkey rolling, but you cannot go into stage 4 having your entire board as a 1-star. So I think, like Coco just hit Mordekaiser 2 from what I saw on the right-hand side. So I'm going to take back my words. I'm going to eat them, and I'm going to say maybe there is some light at the end of the tunnel for him.
Innocent regret.
It's also worth noting like why he chose to take the massive high-risk line here. Like Coco is already qualified for the Rising Legends final. He doesn't have to play for a points finish here. He's playing all or nothing to try to get back into contention to fall that tournament win, and that's why he managed to go down that route here. But it does seem like he is finally stabilizing, as you guys are pointing out.
Yeah, the Night Harvester Slam is really good on the Mordekaiser, by the way. The amount of damage he does, he stacks up with the Gunblade for the healing, it's all good. He's now down 1 bow, and he has that pretty much good itemization for the Mordekaiser. Getting him 2-star is absolutely huge for his board, by the way. And the Martyr will keep him alive for as long as he wants. But now, is it gold, prismatics, or silver? Trouble and Weeda. Listen, quickly, I want to hear your predictions. I said prismatic.
I said gold.
I'll go with gold as well.
Okay, it is gold.
All right, a bit late for Campus to get the boss right here, unfortunately for him. As we look at Starlight, he does have the 5 Noxus on his board as well. Long distance pals, gifts from the Fallen. If you're playing any Noxus lineup, any combat augment is going to be your best friend right here. So I'm thinking maybe potentially a gifts from the Fallen. You just sacrifice a bunch of your units, you get your other ones stronger, and they just run it through.
Yeah, some interesting pickups coming out around the block here. Travis going for the Freljord Heart here, getting that a few extra copies of Ash, but also getting access to free Freljord, getting that team-wide stun to buy even more time for his board to dish up more damage. As we've been talking about, he is on a contested line right here, so buying more time in that regard is absolutely critical.
The thing is, he has Caretaker's favor, and he's not even close to hitting level 8, so he's still going to be down the maximum potential of that augment if he has to keep rolling, and I think he has. He's down 1 Mord for the Mord 2, and he has to keep going for it, and that is going to be a Freljord Heart coming in from Travis. So this is one of the very rare times where we get to see that augment in action. His items on the Swain are keeping him alive pretty nicely, so he will be able to get a win in this round. But is it going to be enough to get level 8 and get that final component trouble?
Yeah, currently suffering a little bit here with the economy. I'd like to see if we can RNG Uzi fans board, because he seems to be on a massive win streak. And if we look at the augments, everything is combat based, and when you play in Ionia, you're already getting a bunch of combat stats from the trade. Currently he's sitting at 128 HP coming in from transfusion. He's getting a bunch of AD and AP coming in from social distancing too. So even if his units, yes, they do not have a third item on either of his carries or his front line, they're getting so many raw stats from the Ionia, from the transfusion, and from the social distancing that they're making up more than enough for stage 4 to be snowballed.
I'm not very happy with the Karma being 2-starred here, because with the Ionia Vanquishers, you always want to sacrifice the Karma in order to give the passive to both Zaya and Nila. Maybe potentially also to Shen to tank in a little bit more early. But her being 2-star with social distancing might give her some damage. I don't know if you share the same thoughts with me or not, Weeda. And also one more thing. The Gunblade, if it's placed on the Zaya, it's better because she's able to heal in the front line way, way faster. And you potentially will want a rapid fire sooner or later on this Nila, with potentially 0 rapid fires here though.
Oh, that's coming out a few pings here for Aatrox, but I also think for the Cyan here, right? I don't know what the exact situation is of the Coco. He could have a pair of them, but Snubble will pick that up instead here. Another thing worth keeping in mind here as well is that, as you're pointing out, a few things need to be looked after in the seams here. Jinray down to just 2 HP right now. He has been struggling. Whoa. He was trying to figure out like a Nila line. It hasn't really worked out for him right now. Had to pivot off of that now. He's on the challengers, I believe, and it's looking like it stalls here.
Ooh, Oh, it's looking really rough. He needs to hit that Fiora too. He's sitting on a Fiora pair, doesn't have a Javan pair, doesn't have a Nasus pair, sells the Nasus, gonna slam in the Aatrox. Oh,
He gets her, okay.
finally gets a Fiora too, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. 4 challengers isn't really necessarily a very strong composition to try and get you through stage 4, especially going into stage 5 in 2 rounds. And a lot of the other compositions are so highly stacked. Look at this, 2-star Shen, 2-star Zaya in the backline as well, Shreddin with Giant Slayer. It's looking a little bit rough for Jim.
I'm gonna be a little bit optimistic and say that he has 3 combat augments. That Harm Assist is gonna be keeping Fiora alive a little bit more. Also, red buff being applied to the entire board is gonna be doing him some favor, because that anti-healing is doing pretty nice. Also, Martyr keeps up both of his carries alive. So Martyr does the same thing quite to Gifts from the Fallen, except that instead of giving them combat power to both of your carries, it just keeps them alive. So you need to keep that Kai'Sa and Fiora alive, and this is what Martyr does.
Yeah, and it is a pretty decent set of augments here, right? Today we need to learn to speak about a word we've been saying for 2 years, augments. But no, it is one of those things where it's very good for him right now, but the issue is he's down to 2 HP. A single bad matchup, any fight that goes wrong, he's just completely out of the game here. It's a pretty much unsellable position, but he just has to hope that he gets a couple of fortunate matchups here. Some of the bosses we've been talking about, Trouble, that aren't fully hitting, aren't trying to hit right now.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary currently because of the state of the economy. You cannot keep a lot of the pairs, even if you hit a Jarvan. And right here, you're stuck on a Setsuwani too with insane items. Let's see if the Fiora is going to be able to break through the front line. Or just ignore the front line, I guess.
Just hit the back line, right? Like, you know, that's the easiest way to get about this. But again, also, one of the big things about why this comp, generally speaking, was very powerful is the fact you do have that backline access. And your positioning here also makes a lot of sense. It has to be very good because you need to position Fiora and Kai'Sa kind of opposite sides of the map, so that when Kai'Sa moves into the free space on the map here, she is going to help Fiora knock down the target she's currently working on to get that backline access quicker.
Yeah, and thanks to the challenger line, you can easily fit in a Fury. So with that Aatrox, the Darkin weapons are really stronger. So that Fiora is going to get a huge amount of Omnivamp soon as one of them dies. Also, the casts are going to keep her alive. So she has Harm Assist, she has BT, she has Martyr, and she has the Omnivamp that she gets from the double Darkins. So this Fiora is going to be really hard to kill.
Well, looking at the different numbers, we can see Travis is kind of faltering now. He's very close to a Setsuwani freestyle, but as we saw earlier on today with Alana, that is not a guaranteed first place here. He is rolling. He hasn't published animal right now. It's a different person's animal we are looking at. Was the Coco again, I believe. But Wet Jungler here, a line we've seen him play a lot of this weekend has been this Mordekaiser line. He's yet again on is with the Noxus emblem from his last augment on the Neela, but is a Neela 1-star. He is slowly but surely faltering out of this game. Needs to pick up the slack here if he wants to have any chance of making it into the final lobby.
Travis here has the double rapid fire and scoped weapons as well. This Mordekaiser is not going to be dying anytime soon. And we also see Snubble maybe going into his final fight if he's not able to get that one down. He also has the scoped weapons, another rapid fire. So Justice Trouble was very happy with that Neela slicing through the entire board at the start of the games today. I don't think that Hurricane is going to be doing her a lot of favor. She procs it a lot because of all of these basic attacks and that immense amount of attack speed. And thanks to Zaya, constantly shredding their armors and constantly applying the Last Whisper, this Neela does a lot of damage. But she's
I'm telling you, man, Neela with scoped weapons, 1-star Neela with rapid fire and scoped weapons, that straight line goes all the way to the back line. It is so freaking strong. And that's only a 1-star Neela. Can't even 2-star it. It would have completely wiped off the board if that was 2-star. Looking and praying for that Setsuwani 3. Because if you don't get it right here, you just do not have enough damage. That's all the entire board.
No!
Travis!
No, Travis! There are so many Sejuanis in this lobby that I don't think is actually... How many Sejuanis is he rolling for? I think we saw 2 so far, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially, he's rolling for literally 2 more Sejuanis out of the 9 that he's looking for. I think that's the math.
But it's the only out here as well for him, right? Because he has the Pandora's Bench. Hitting those freestyle forecasts are going to be your most your most consistent out to kind of win a game, turn it around here. Traviscwat obviously rolling for that tournament title here, hoping to make a massive comeback. And I kind of want to highlight the fact that RNG Uzi fan still on that win streak from that level 7 roll down we talked so much about. And again, yet again, showcasing his ability to understand how to convert these potential full-on loss streak openers into something glorious like this.
Yeah, that was incredible, actually. He has not lost a single round since 3-5.
What a shot!
Level 7, ooh, and a 2-star. Okay,
What a
this is
shot.
incredible. He has been literally win streaking for 10 rounds with a Shen 1 and a Xayah 1. Currently, he's sitting on 6 Ionia, 4 Vanquisher. This is the entire comp. This is where it peaks. And 2-star his Xayah and his Shen. He's going to be completely unbeatable. He can now Bing chill and just go 9.
And I'm not envying the position that Jimray is in at all. Of course, he has a very strong board, as we spoke about, but he's on 1 life. One mistake here, one miscast from this Fiora, or one unit not getting killed Dart on time, is gonna get him outside this game. However, the Dokken finally transfers into the Kai'Sa. You don't want it on that unit, you want it on the Fiora to keep her alive, but it doesn't really matter. She still benefits from the Nafiri. That damage was enough, and now it is between him and Stylet, who's gonna go 6th. In addition to a jungler, and now we're off to our full item carousels, Wida.
Ahri on the carousel here could be a big pickup for one of the players that just picked up an Ahri for their Ionia boards, right? So that's something we gotta keep in mind here. Jimmy going for even more front on here for his job and ensuring that gets to cast, but Stylet goes for that Ahri right here. Gonna hopefully be a thing that really turns this game around. We will see. He's down to just a singular point of HP. Jimray has been keeping himself alive on 2 HP after hitting that Fiora 2.
Looking for the roll down right here, still stuck on the Mordekaiser 1. Unfortunately, is not going to be hitting. And if you look at the people in his pool, Jimray has been win streaking. Lekoko has actually hit his board. I think Lekoko, if I'm not wrong, is also playing Noxus, but he's like the guy she tells you not to worry about. It's just a better board with a Mordekaiser too. So I feel like right here, Stylet is praying to not face that board. It is going to be Lekoko with the Mordekaiser 2 against him.
I mean, you're gonna have to worry about that guy no matter what she tells you. His board is getting a little bit stronger right now, all thanks to the LDP as well, Stylet. He's on 1 HP with that hidden last stand, but it doesn't really matter. He does have that Cassiopeia trying to put it in God's work, dealing a lot of the damage, but it's not gonna be enough because that Mordekaiser just deletes people with LDP. And we're getting our first dies of X again, coming right now into Stylet. Also, same thing goes for Jimray. They both go out at the same time, but if I'm not mistaken, I think Jimray is gonna be having a better position, yes, because he killed in more units. He gets a 5th, and now we're down to our top 4 players already.
Yeah, we are, and that's just a big difference. We've seen stage 6s with like 7 players alive this weekend, right? But a big thing here that can have an impact on Lekoko's average placement from this position is the fact he's still secondary carrying a Darius. He needs to find a different unit that he can then turn into a secondary carry and then build from that instead. Because right now, it's all on that Mordekaiser to pick up the majority of the work. And for now, that's good enough. But as these boards become stronger and stronger, it will not end up being that.
So many Xayah, so many Vanquisher players in this lobby. None of them were able to hit their units a little bit early. So despite the fact that Campus has a very strong board now, he still spent a lot of gold in order to get that Xayah into action. That Nilah is also 2-starred. However, he's also playing against Wedge Jungler, and that Nilah is still 1-starred. He has the Edge of Night. The targeting will shove a little bit towards the Mordekaiser. He's healing her along with that Gunblade, but the Mordekaiser is a beast, and Campus is not able to win him despite having the Xayah 2-starred, the Nilah 2-starred. However, that Mordekaiser is a beast, and we're down to our top 3 players, Trouble.
That was absolutely beautiful. Having the scoped weapons, having the rapid fire cannon, that means Mordekaiser does not need to leave the backline. You're also stacking, you're getting that attack speed through the Nashor's Tooth as well. So the more attacks you get, the more damage this Mordekaiser does. Absolutely fantastic. Again, this is why Nilah and Mordekaiser are 2 great units to pair up with that scoped weapons. And here from Wet Jungler running that 7 Noxus, you see.
Wida, Campus is out. He got him out himself. So you know what he was missing. That Nilah 2-star should be easier to hit now that he knocked Campus out. And speak of the devil, here she comes.
She does indeed arrive now. Looking for another frontline item here, potentially. Even like an Infinity Edge for this Scion could be an interesting thing when he starts diving in towards that backline here. But Lekoko also slowly but surely upgrading his board that is very akin to Wet Jungler. So remember, in that silver slot, Lekoko is down to a recombobulator that doesn't provide him any combat power at all.
Come on, you know it. It was Infinity Edge scoped weapon Scion. No? No. Okay. He's now gonna be playing against Luque, who currently also has a very strong board. LDP is now on the Darius and on his very own Mordekaiser. Who is the better Mord? He has a QSS. So that Sion is not going to be doing anything to him. But look at the targeting. Apparently with Jungler's Mordekaiser gets onto Luque's Mord first. And that means it's going to be his death sentence. He does have the HP to tank that one loss. But with Jungler, apparently is scamming a top 2 in this lobby. And Luque is now sitting on 9 HP. Him and Jungler are very, very low now.
And it's a combination of scope weapons plus the RFCs you've been talking so much about, Trouble. Sure, it's not a full-on Neela composition, but we just see how well these two things synergize with each other with the current set of units we have in TFT.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that one Mordekaiser had to actually walk to hit and the other one has not moved a single bit. On the other hand side, it kind of seems like everyone's having a wet noodle fight below RNG Uzi fan because he's actually chilling. He's like, I'm just saving my gold. I'm going to go towards level 9. His board is capped anyway. The only thing he can roll for is Cassandra and Ari, which are typically units that you roll for level 9, but 2 of them are facing elimination.
And I love how we kept complaining the entire day about reroll players getting into top 3 places, but now we have our top 3 scoped weapons, Ionia or Mordekaiser players in the top 3 positions. One of them is going to go out. That one sadly is going to be...
It's just a double knockout. No, yeah, RNG Uzi fan with the comeback from down. Like, he was down. He was on the ropes. Understood. He even has a duplicator on the bench. He's not fully capped here, Morgan. But his dedication to that lost streak line only took him to a 4th place 2 days ago. We saw the same thing happen on broadcast. This time around, he takes it all the way to a 1st.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it worked so well for him. The fact that he rolled on the right moments as well to upgrade that Shen towards the end, to upgrade that Xayah towards the end, making sure that your board is absolutely capped to get you through that level 8. I felt like everyone was like getting their little daggers out, fighting underneath him. He was just there like on a beach, just chilling on his towel. So yeah, great stuff from him, getting these base raw stats with the Ionia, with the social distancing, with the transfusion to get him through.
You guys spoke a lot about how decent that dedication was. It got him that Ionia emblem a little bit early in the fights. He was able to get in that Xayah fully into action. He was able to get that Neela 2-star a little bit too early. And 2 combat augments to keep him doing as much damage as they can. Now, we're looking at the final fight at Lobby A. And it is set between Kubixon and Kedzer. Kubixon, this could be huge for him. It could be his 4th win of the day. And he could be getting one more step towards being the crown champion of the Golden Spatula Cup, day 3. But apparently that Quinn is still alive alone. Sniper's focus is not going to be triggered here because the units came too close. And Kedzer is going to be taking that one fight away from Kubixon.
Yeah, but Kubixon continues his absolute rampage right up towards the top end of the standings. Such a massive day for such a young player here who finally gets in with a good shot at a day 3 and performs to absolute perfection.
Yeah, that lobby was perfect. We saw a lot of good players rise again. Finally, it was one lobby where reroll players were not on top, and this time it was time for the Vanquishers to make sure everyone vanished from that lobby. We just got more dog rated by 4K viewers, so we're gonna hype. But before that, we're gonna go into a very small interview with PortugueseBabe and then to our analyst desk to hype and shout out to all these amazing viewers that just came. Small break and we're coming back.
Hello, I'm Diogo, aka PortugueseBabe. I come from Portugal, Lisbon. I'm 25 years old. There's a Portuguese player that I have been playing against a few times, but I would say he's quite shy, but he's super good. So, Diga Sparta, the other Portuguese player that qualified through TRC, he is super good and he doesn't show it enough. So I guess my dark horse to win Golden Spatula number 3 would be the Diga Sparta, but I wouldn't forget about the other. I have to shout out my Portuguese brothers, right? I wouldn't forget about the God. The God is the other Portuguese player I would shout out. He didn't qualify through TRC this time, but I'm pretty sure he will qualify either from ladder or from the qualifier, the open qualifier. So yeah, I of course shout out the Portuguese community, always. I will always shout out the Portuguese community, the God in specific, and the guy that allows me and the God to stream as we do, which is Psych. So the Portuguese community overall, and them in specific, I think they're the ones that allow me to be the player that I am, and support me in growing as a player, and I hope as a streamer. So yeah, those are my shoutouts.
I cannot tell you how giddy everyone behind the scenes is. You might think this game is as easy as Minecraft, but truly it isn't. Our players are so ready to go in there, and they're trying their hardest to make it happen with quite the strong techniques as well, Peter. We were talking to Uzi yesterday. Talk to me about the open forting that we saw from him.
I mean, this is something that have been raised during the tournament so far. It's such a contested line of play that our players have definitely been gravitating towards making it much more of a guarantee by just saying, you know what, I'm going to have all the money in the world, I'm going to make sure I control my destiny, then I can scoot forward to the high levels, pick up all the pieces I need, and guarantee, or at least guarantee at a big risk, that I can play the comp I want.
Yeah, and Snubble really trying to do the same thing as Uzi, but there were a couple factors why that wasn't possible here. Uzi, first of all, picking up that dedication, finding the Ionia spot as early as possible, then at the same time, Canvas finding that Sentinel Spirit in the first couple of augment rounds, kinda already takes two strong players into that Ionia route, setting down the statement augments, and Snubble was left on the non-receiving end, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we said it again and again. So often there's 3 Vanquisher Ionia players in lobby, and at least one of them is going to have a very bad time. You just have to hope and pray it won't be you on that particular day. Did a raise for Wet Jungler from Germany, of course, managed to find a slightly different way in. We did see a lot of Mordekaiser getting action in this lobby. You can see a little picture of it here. The scoped weapons combined with RSC on both the Neela and the Mordekaiser was absolutely absurd. I'm honestly a little shocked that one didn't win the lobby.
Honestly, me too, but it just was how it played out here with all of the extra power coming through on both of these teams. Wet Jungler only getting a 3rd place is still good, but let's check out our standings. Of course, for the players that unfortunately are at the lower end here, for some of them, those Golden Spatula Cup points might be enough, but for most of them, they've really needed that top 2 finish, and you can see someone who is holding quite closely onto that spot. Kubixon up there with already 34 points, Peter.
I mean, he is in pole position. We have seen people fall down from points like this before, because it's a really tough thing to go into the final game and know, I am the favorite. All I need to do is have a decent game and it's completely locked in. And that sometimes can just get into your head. And you know, if something starts to go wrong, you see it start to crumble around you. It's such a pressure position to be in.
And speaking of positions, they are going to matter, not only for the very first player in this last lobby, but also for everyone else. The Golden Spatula Cup points are more relevant than ever, and we are going to keep you in the loop on how that's going to play out after the next game. But first, here they are, Morgan, Troubling, and Wita to take you to the last game of Golden Spatula Cup number 3.
There are now so many stakes up for this final game. We just heard from our desk that Kubixon has been absolutely astonishing in these final games that he played. He might have had one game where he did a top 4, but everything moving on from now on, it is the final game. Wita, I think you spoke a little bit more about the stakes here, so tell us, what placements do they need to get to at least qualify to finals?
So it's not as simple as that, because there are going to be a lot of things like there's a lot of point gaps individually right now, but style like Arzoo event, Kevin Parker and Ketzer did not have any GSC points going into today. So in terms of the overall standings, they need to finish at least second place in the tournament to have a chance at qualifying to the Rising Legends finals in 2 weeks.
Okay, so Trouble, we've heard it. It's either that we're saying goodbye to Ketzer or Kevin from the EMEA finals. I think Kubixon is at a very good spot. If he's able to get at least top 3, he will be winning. So who are you vouching for from these two players? Does Kevin make it or does Ketzer make it? It doesn't have to be a vouch, but we saw 6 games today, or 5 games from these players. Who do you think has this final shot in this game? Is it gonna be Ketzer winning or Kevin?
Honestly, I think it's anyone's game so far. I feel like the lobbies have been absolutely stacked. We've seen these guys over and over again going neck and neck, and I think at the end of the day, it just happens to be what the lobby looks like, right? I think Wita mentioned in the previous lobby as well, it's like some people are already locked, so they are gonna push their, like, you know, they are gonna go for these hardcore sort of compositions. They are gonna rat your units away from you. So I think this is the fun of having to make it in the very last round of your lobby, having these people that have already qualified and they have nothing to lose.
And for a lobby like this, I want to see a lot of crazy stuff happening. Wita, I'm all down for workshops. I'm all down for rat towns. Just this game, I'm all down for portals that revolutionize your gameplay. We want to see crazy things happening. We want to see players going outside of their comfort zone, because this is where you take risks. And if there is anything to be going outside of the normal, I would expect this final game to have some crazy things happening.
Yeah, absolutely right. And this could even be reflected in the legend choice coming through today, right? And also, there are quite a few players right here that even, like, unless Kubixon goes literally 8th here, they will not even be able to win the tournament, right? Like, Stylet is mathematically unable to win the event. Uziva and Kevin Parker and Game need some absolutely ridiculous scenarios to go through because they're all on 27 points, right? And then it comes down to whether or not they have more total points over the course of the tournament than Kubixon already.
You can see the stress on their faces, but Trouble? Kubixon?
You know what, Wita? I don't think Kubixon can go 8. He's vibing right now. He's having a good time. He's had a pretty good day overall. He's won, I think, 3 of the lobbies he's been in. Second in another one. He's got first, 6th, second, I think. So he has absolutely insane finishes so far. He's been vibing as well in this particular one. You can see the smile on his face. He's not worried. He knows that he's going to go into this lobby. He's going to top 4 that one too.
Yeah, absolutely right. And for him right now, that is kind of the first hurdle he has to get over. Basically speaking, he has to just outplace Ketzer at like a Psycho, right? Ketzer and Psycho are the only 2 people that really threaten him right now as we're speaking, but it is going to be Shreddin and Bazaar most likely, unless someone else has a different thing in mind here. 5-3 split, Ketzer moving to the Aaron Mount instead, it seems like.
Are we about to get one guide? We have 4 on Shreddin and Bazaar, that's the biggest odds. 3 on Hearth Home. Ketzer alone on Eren Mount, but it's not going to be one guide. The odds go in the favor of the Shreddin Bazaar, so we're having a game similar to the past one. And it's my favorite entrance to that arena. Yes, I love that arena, Milana. I mean, Kubixon, I'm fully vouching for it just because of that. You heard him. You heard him, Trouble. Make some noise for our competitors. That announcer had it coming.
Yes, okay, because Eren Mount. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say Kubixon with the Earth again. Seems like he wants to get that direction very early on. And again, I feel like it's not necessarily just about direction that it gives yourself. It's also direction that it shows to your opponents. You cannot have 3 people, for example, going Ionia, especially when you have an Ionia emblem super early on. Someone else is going to have to pivot and they're going to have to find their way around it. We have 2 Earth players here as well. Ketzer going with the same legend.
Yeah, and I think that's just kind of the nature here, right? The thing about Poro, right, is that Poro actually has incredible high roll potential in prismatic scenarios, because for quite a few of the like legends where you choose your like where you have like the tailor augments for you, quite a lot of them are actually not that good when it comes to that prismatic situation. So that's something we got to keep in mind here. But also Kubixon here just needs a relatively strong opener to play through here, right? He just got to ensure that he just keeps a gap to Psycho, keeps a gap to Ketzer, and then builds from there.
You see he's holding his 2 Renekton's on the side. He's holding the Cassiopeia. He's got already the Samira in there. Potentially looking for something like a Swain or a Cho'Gath to play the Bruiser frontline with the Cassiopeia in the backline. He does have a Giant Slayer if he wants to. He even has a Titans. Does he want to go more towards the Nico route that he's won previously with? It's going to be the Silver Augment, which, okay, branching out in the Silver Augment is a little bit of a of a scary move right here. He's gonna roll it away, might be on a roll, and just go straight into that Cho'Gath line.
He has 2 options if he wants to go with the Cho'Gath, on a roll or Bruiser Heart, which also serves him pretty well in that lobby. It gives him an early buy, so he can rack up these wins, save up some of the economy. Too many interesting choices here, Rita.
Before we get too ahead of ourselves in terms of him going for potential Cho'Gath line here, he has 0 Cho'Gaths right now, has to do a full scout of the lobby. Lalana being offered AFK once again here. We saw him navigate that very well earlier on in the tournament to a 3rd place, I believe, and he's going to go back into that already yet again.
Okay, so the thing is with AFK, I personally think it is one of the best silver augments in the game, because if you don't have such a good opening or a good start, it is a silver lobby. So you're not going to be losing off that much HP. In fact, he had a Noxus board as well prepared. So he's losing with just a single unit. So he's doing nice. He's doing nice. He only lost 2 HP from that first fight. He's getting a lot of gold. AFK for him here is perfect in my opinion. And he also gets a carousel advantage in Shuriman Bazaar. So that is 2 components. He's getting his BIS and also making so much gold.
Yeah, he will be, right. He's going to come in a little bit later. You don't have the ability to sell the units to make it to 10 econ, right? So that's a little bit of a disadvantage here. But Kevin Parker, we've seen some rogue players today struggle to find their early upgrades for their Graves, while Kevin Parker finds that Graves 2 already, has the BT slammed. A minor thing here as well we got to keep in mind here, it is the Rogue Heart, which actually is worse than the Rogue Emblem because of the fact you can't make another unit a Rogue. So instead of having 4 units die bomb the backline, most likely Kevin will be stuck with just the 3, so he has to ensure they are going to be way ahead of the power curve.
I just want to pull your attention a little bit to the right side. There's 3 inconsistencies. There's blood money, the Stylet sacrificing his HP to get the gold. There's AFK. The entire lobby has literally gone econ augments apart from Kevin Parker, who has gone for that Rogue Heart, which means that unless Kevin Parker does hit these rogues very early on. You've mentioned as well, Wita, some players have had troubles hitting these Graves early on. That lobby is going to get accelerated super fast because everyone is sacking right now to build up that economy, to build up their gold due to their augments. But later on, this influx of gold is going to come very quickly. And then all the early game rerolls are going to have to either hit or the lobby is going to accelerate past them.
Yeah, and a big thing that's worth noting in situations like this here is that if you are one of the few players that have a combat-relevant augment in that can kind of help you skip ahead off the power curve, because when they are going to be rolling down the other players, you can punch them, you can put them even further down, and then they will just slowly but surely start taking each other out instead of like contesting for your spot. So your average placement might be a little bit lower than someone that has 50 gold 2-5, but you will have a lot more HP to work with just through the sheer combat power that you have at your availability.
Oh, it's also Fire Ishtal, and we see a potential Nico reroll coming in from Ging. He does have that Nico ready with the Titan's Resolve, so he is announcing that he is going for that line. He also has a Needly Silajod that is a potential either a Gunblade or a Crown God, which is also very perfectly nicely for the Nico. It doesn't really matter whether he loses or wins that one. He's on inconsistency, just as Trouble mentioned, so he's getting gold, he's getting carousel priority. Him losing this fight is really in his favor because that makes him third pick, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, second now. Nice.
Second pick for Ging right here. Some pretty good units. The Tariq with a tier is pretty good. The Jace with a double BF, so it's going to get yoinked away by RNG Uzifan. Unfortunately, the bow is on a 1 cost, and Stylet was sort of like contemplating whether he should go for that 1 cost as well. But if you do need the bow and there's only one on the board, you actually have to bite the bullet and get the 1 cost.
He also does have the risky moves. He's one of the players with an econ augment, so he will get a huge influx of gold no matter what. So missing an econ breakpoint for him is not going to be the end of the world. He is also on a win streak currently at Ghost level 5 here, and the potential Nash's 2 slam enabled by this or another tempo slam with the bow could be what guarantees him a full win streak out of stage 2.
It's absolutely Giga Chad to win in a silver augment lobby with a 5 streak, whatever your board is. But it's even more Giga Chatter if you can win with risky moves. He's playing almost down 1 augment. Yes, it does give him carousel priority, so that is an early advantage for him. But he slammed everything. He has a Samira 2, natural, a Jin 2 as well. That's a 2-star Aurelia. And he is going to be able to maintain that win streak. I don't think Rogues are going to be able to get rid of his backline quickly.
I think the problem right here is the crown, because Aurelia does scale off of AP, and it gives both a shield and AP on the 2 stages of the crown. So I feel like this Aurelia is in a very good spot to tank the entire backline of any composition right now. He just has to make sure that he does scout correctly, because there are other strong boards currently in this round, and it would be such a shame to let down his economy. He only has 10 gold, and sure, he gets 20 afterwards. But that still would put him in a huge deficit if his streak was broken here.
Wira, he's on 20 gold. He won 4 rounds, and he is still getting that big cash out from risky moves. Trouble just said that we see so many strong boards. Is it worth going 6 here for another set maybe, and for the level 6 odds? And it doesn't really matter what gold he's going to have left after the level 6, because again, risky moves is going to be bringing him back more and more of that economy.
He can afford it to go level 6.
It's not. It is definitely not worth it. I felt like I was a part of like a quiz show there for a second, right? You just like turn your attention from like one competitor to the other, just explaining what the other competitor just said, like they made a wrong guess in a quiz show. Then you have the chance to kind of make a different answer there for a second. But yeah, I think there's no right or wrong. Your style is just gonna continue sitting out here. There's no player that can contest his power, but Kubixon on a 4 streak, Style on a 5 streak, Psycho maintains a loss streak, but he's on inconsistency, so he isn't getting full value of his augment.
This is why I never loved mathematics, because if this was me here, I would end up spending 20 gold, and then I'm like, oh wait, I cannot afford it. So, thank God I'm not in the position of Stylet. I would have lost my economy, lost that level, and then Trouble came in like 1 second later, oh, he cannot even afford it. I'm like, shit, this is why I should have not skipped my math classes.
Well, I did study mathematics at university, so there's one. I mean, I dropped
wow,
out.
You're the only caster. You're the only caster in the world that's good at
math. Yeah, I dropped out later for esports, but I guess in the line of an analyst, it kind of works to be good at math.
Yeah, I noticed. Guys, whenever I say anything about mathematics, whenever I make any calculations, you heard nothing. Only trust calculations coming in from Trouble. I repeat, I'm a fraud when it comes to math.
So I'm the mathematician here, and Wita is the brain. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, what am I then?
It makes sense.
The dumb
Together
hype
we're
guy?
going to take over the world, right, like we do every day. So that's going to be what we are going to be looking out for here. Meanwhile, Kevin Parker rolling down, trying to find those rogues. And one of the things here... Yeah, he's 1 Graves away. And the thing that's worth noting here about the way this comp changed when you're rolling for the Graves is that you're rolling on 5. You're not full sending it free 2. But there is, in fact, no Rogue here picked up. No Katarina, no Echo shows up here. So no 4 Rogue online just yet.
I think actually this was a pretty good tip that Zaza said earlier on in the day. He said, actually, do not bother wasting your economy to hold other units that you're gonna hit later on. Focus on that one unit that you really need, and look at him. He has bis items for his Graves. It was so pivotal not only to hit the Graves, but to also have a healthy economy enough to be able to level down the road. So 30 gold, 40 next round. He has his 3-star Graves. He's extremely healthy on HP. That that was a very good roll down and a very healthy economy for Kevin Parker to be able to continue his game and get all these Echoes and Kianas on the board.
Stylet also won, by the way. And now it is down to our second augments. If he picks up the double trouble, we're gonna have triple troubles. But no, he now dodges that. Rift Walk from his position? I don't think could be...
That's not gonna happen here. Matra, though, however, is gonna be pretty strong in the Bruiser Center. You're gonna get so much HP back onto Cho'Gath, especially when you're in a spot here where this is a fully un-itemized Cho'Gath here. Has half of the 2 best slot items, half of a Battle Vest, half of a D-Claw, but still no belt to commit there. Guys, there are 2 very gold, shiny things on his bench right now.
Yep. all you need is a random 5% Xayah or Nilla, and you are set.
One thing for Ketzer though, if he gets a Gargoyle out of that bench, he's gonna immediately have 2 of his BIS items for that Cho'Gath. And that can happen in Shreddin and Bazaar, okay? He already has a cloak, he already has an armor. If that comes in the next carousel, that Cho'Gath is gonna be so hard to take down.
Absolutely, and something else that drew my attention right there, Kevin Parker going with the long distance pals, which means he has a 3-star Graves, which is also feeding another champion on his board currently. I'd love to take a look to see if he actually found any Kianas or whatever. Ooh, that Cho'Gath was very close to getting yet another stack, but Invokers right here will seal the deal.
Okay, guess he'll be able to get 1 more unit before she dies. And now Stylet has managed to do the risky moves correctly. He won 7 combats. He had was very close for Kubixon.
Time ain't stopping, so you better not either.
I'm just saying, that was Kubixon's win streak gone. He had a win streak, which was lost by the guy who was 1 level down, level 5 for Ying and level 6 for Kubixon, due to the long distance pass. Because if you look at the secondary augment right there, is Pandora's items for Kubixon trying to get Biss on his board. So again, this Graves composition is going to slowly but surely come to life.
Look at him. He's so rich. Level 7, Wida, 30 gold. And he might also make 40 here. Woo.
Yeah, but that's just like the ability he has with the nature of the risky moves. Just completely start pressing on here. Finds a very strong combat augment that's very flexible in the idealism to build from afterwards here. Right, just trying to build this tempo up, take it away. And for Kubixon here, this is also going to be a bit of a potential like demotivating factor here. He Qs into Kevin, then Qs directly into Stylet, who's also ahead of the power curve in the lot. But it seems like he might be holding on here. This Galio too, just tanking with that Absolution to Kingdom Come.
This Jhin unit, man. This Jhin unit, one-shotting the Galio before that 3rd Redemption Brook can come in. And Stylet is absolutely wrecking this lobby. Again, Ketzer, we need a Gargoyle in one of these units. It's a 4-star cost as well. Ketzer is 2nd pick. If he gets that Sejuani...
Xayah with Last Whisper, just on the carousel chilling for fun, by the way.
Xayah with Last Whisper, there's a Gargoyle on the Sejuani, there's a Spatula where a lot of people are seeking that Ionia spat as well. RNG Uzi fan is going to yoink that one away, yeah.
That's Xayah 2 for RNG Uzi fan. The double duplicators are gonna come into great effect here. This could be yet another masterclass in Xayah from like a somewhat losing start here from RNG Uzi fan. You gotta play the hand you're dealt, and when it's this hand like this, you just gotta say thank you, Mortdog, very much.
Oh, he's got a remover as well. Doesn't even have to sell the Jhin. It's a perfect case scenario.
Okay, is it safe now to call Uzi fan the perfect Xayah Whisper or the Vanquisher Whisper? Because getting a 2-star Xayah on stage 3-5...
I mean, he's called illegal. RNG Uzi fan. That's an AD carry. Therefore, the AD carries are naturally drawn to him.
Yes!
So.
Thank God we have another League of Legends commentator talent here.
It's not quite the Vayne, though. It would have been fun. Imagine if it was a Vayne, it would just be
if it was a Vayne, yeah, okay, fair.
Full circle poetic moment right there, right?
Oh, Wida! So you knew about Uzi that entire time. Why did you never match the vibe?
I have, like, I've been trying a lot of, like, I totally didn't spend, like, the past 3 months hosting a League of Legends show. No. But back on track, you can see the blood money from Ketzer coming through. Still has Thunder Brown West for the Cho'Gath, so it's slowly but surely trying to hold up, but Psycho's level 7 position here is just way too strong.
Can I please ask observers to have a look at Kevin Parker's board as Zyko hits that Shen 2 here?
Quack.
Okay, we are 2 off of Kiana 2. We have 2 Nikos as well, 1 off. This is a quite weak board at this stage. We do not have a pair for Echo. We're not close enough to Kiana. No items for Kiana as well. So even though it did work for stage 3, this is gonna start to get tricky right now, especially with Xayah 2 on the board.
I think like the biggest issue here actually is that right now we are playing Jace over Jinx, right? One of the different ways you cap out this board with this version here is that you play Jinx free as well in the backline just for a bit of extra gunner action here as the Graves just gets absolutely tossed around on the board here, but doesn't directly access the backline that actually does the damage here. So this is going to be a lot win streak, sorry, for Kevin Parker broken, going directly into neutrals. And when he is this low in his economy, this is going to set him back so much time in trying to reach that Kiana free point.
Yeah, I agree. Remember that Shen 2 we just saw being hit by Zyko? That's the one, and it was a big problem. Again, Graves on his own is really difficult to carry. You need the Kianas, you need the Echoes, you need the Katarinas. You need a lot more champions that will fall slowly but surely into the backline, and currently that is not the case for Kevin Parker. He's way off.
He's already paired.
Already paired. 10 win streak.
He's also his Nila and Xayah paired, 10 win streak, 30 gold. Like the high roll potential here is absolutely huge. I like the fact he's trying to roll a bit here. He's trying to get ahead of the 4-1 roll down.
Oh my god.
As long as he stays above the 20 gold point here, he should be more than fine.
I think we should have not highlighted it. He just rolled 10 gold and he got nothing.
I feel like this is the nature here, especially since you have 2 pairs in the likes of Xayah and the Nila. These are your 2 carries on your composition. You have to donkey roll until you hit one of the 2 so they can carry you through stage 4. Already
both.
1 hit. Now you have Nila as well. You have Shen pair. Now you don't stop. Now you just keep on donkey rolling until you hit.
And he just hit.
Kameni's on the board there. Lalana now going for a bit of a different line here. It is looking like we are going to be going down the Asir route here, most likely, but the Birdman is not here to show up just yet.
That is a lot of strategies on this board. This Silco also has some of his best items. The Gunblade is going to be keeping his front line alive with all of these shields. But strategists in a lobby where you have so many Vanquishers and Ionia players, I think they love having units with shields. We have not seen a single Godbreaker slammed yet, but this board, it's gonna be a little bit risky to pull into the late game, by the way. That Zilko does have anti-healing applied on the entire board. That Jarvan ultimate is also massive, stunning all of his frontline units. It is extremely huge for Lalana. That Jarvan ult might as well have saved them the round solo-handedly.
I feel like we haven't yet seen a Silco, at least not on stream, a Silco composition yet, paired up with strategies and sorcerers. Ooh, prismatic as well. Oh my god. If Stylet got this heads fund, the game would have looked so different. But Lalana is gonna grab this gold right there, trying to roll down, get that board strong, get that Silco 2, hopefully.
Yeah, the Silco 2 is going to be the big kicker, and you might be like, but why does he go level 8 to roll here? He needs to stabilize on something and kind of rebuild his economy and then look towards going into that level 8. But he needs the Asir 2 to show up very shortly here to have any chance of staying in the game. Meanwhile, Kubixon also rolling it down here. Infernal Contract. Quinn free on the menu, most likely.
Guys, we have 10 Jarvans out of the pool, by the way. 5 on Kubixon's board and 5 on Lalana's board. So I don't think that there is any potential for anyone else to hit a Jarvan 2 as long as these people have it on their boards. Kubixon now finally standing in that Gargoyle. He has a very strong front line. He did get that Galio. 3-star as well, and he's one of that Quinn.
I am, however, a little bit concerned for people who have gone for a little bit too much of econ augments, especially when it comes to having your prismatic being econ as well. I find that if you're gonna have a silver augment that is for econ and then the last augment is prismatic and you still need econ, that means you are on the back foot. So if your prismatic with econ cannot stabilize you on stage 4, it's looking really green for people here.
But also look at this here. RNG Uzi fan trying to play it out in the most greedy way possible here. Knows he needs an absolutely massive performance, right? This is a guy who's playing for first. Keep in mind, he needs to finish second place overall in the tournament. So he's been with a shot of making it to the Rising Legends finals. So yes, he could have slammed those double duplicates down on the Nico, on the Xayah early on, but choose to hold back here so he can get a more consistent output here, a much higher cap coming through further down the road.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Wita, I don't think there's another player that's playing Xayah right now, so even the potential with, Morgan mentioned as well, with 10 Jarvans out, so many forecasts out of the pool, you do have the possibility of even hitting another 4 Xayahs that he needs to get a 3-star Xayah.
Yeah, but on the issue
You
is
have
though,
two more players. Okay.
yeah, Stylet is one of them that is currently contesting the Sire. Psycho as well. Psycho is a smaller issue, right? He is down towards the bottom of the lobby right now. But Hyra, that is fantastic news for Kubixon because he's the first contestant, the first chaser in line to take over the title if Kubixon should fall at the final hurdle here. But another Sire on the carousel could be the saving grace for Psycho's game here if he's paired up.
Remember, RNG Uzi is on the side of the Zaya as well. Is he going to choose to go forward? It's going to be items instead. He's going to go around. Nope, it is going to be the items that RNG Uzi fan is going for. Not the 3-star Zaya. It could have been. It could have been, but for now, I think until players with Zayas die, it's not worth it going for that extra Zaya.
Yeah, we also just got a heads up from our lovely observer, Danny. Thank you so much. Ging has chosen what the Forge. So the items he went for, it doesn't really matter. He just wants to get the highest cost unit. And anyways, they're going to be forged into a pretty good item. Now, we see the full roll down coming in from Ging. That sniper focus trickster on the Soraka. He's 2 Sorakas away still. He's also 3 Nikus away, but he's 1 Taric away as well. So he has so many pairs, but nothing is going to be saving him from this one. Gets in another one. It better be a DFG for the Soraka. Okay, that's really good. That's a good one.
It's going to boost the damage up quite a bit here. That's going to be a big thing here. But now it's a battle at the bottom of the standings right now. Psycho and Ging going head-to-head here. Is 5 Vanquish or 6 Iona not fully capped out on the side of Psycho. Still on that 1-star side. You can see like she is still doing a ton of damage together with the Nyla here all the way into the backline. But still focusing on that Nico being kept alive right now by the Death's Defiance.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to try and win with a Nico board. You're level 6, you're still rolling for your Soraka. You're 3 Nikos off. Your economy doesn't look that great, and you still need to roll down. For Zyko right here, this is RNG Uzi fan's dream, right? There's only 1 Zaya on his board. If he dies, that Zaya goes straight back into the pool. Remember, RNG Uzi fan does have double golden duplicator on his bench. He only needs to find 4 Zayas. So if Zyko dies soon, that is his opportunity to potentially save gold, go level 8, and roll down for Zaya 3.
I'm a little bit worried about Zyko's selection for that Vanquisher crown though. He's only sitting on 5 Vanquishers. He needs so many pairs. That Nila's still 1 star. The Zaya's also still 1 star. So essentially, the only thing he got from that Prismatic was a Hand of Justice. This Vanquisher crown now being blazed on the Karma. What value do you get from that, Weeda?
I mean, it's just going to give a little bit more power in terms of being able to get those crits out. It is the natural transition point before you find your way into the Ari. Meanwhile, RNG Uzifan has committed both the duplicators to get that Nila 2 online, just to get this board into a powerful state, start punishing some of the players that haven't really hit in the lobby so far, making his chances of getting a first place finish even higher.
Yeah, but Ging, he did get that Taric 3-star. He might even die here before being able to get the Soraka or the Nico, which of course are the main units you want in this lobby specifically. That it was a 0 items Taric 3-star. These items were on a Nico. If she got 3-starred, if the Soraka got 3-starred, apparently he didn't listen to the mighty Zaza's tips. You need to focus on the unit that your comp relies on. A 3-star Taric did not save him trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. It had to be the Nico right there and the Soraka, but he had fallen behind in levels. So I think it was a little bit unfortunate that the rolls went down this way. On the other hand side, Ketzer's rolls are pretty good. Renekton 3, Choga 3 with perfect items on him. You've got a Cassiopeia into the backline with Slayer on her. Now you're looking potentially for that Rek'Sai 3. Yes, it's not going to be the end of the day if you hit or don't hit that Rek'Sai 3, but at this point you have committed so much gold into holding 5 Rek'Sais onto your bench that is actually crippling your gold. Now there's going to be some items slammed on her as well. And Kevin Parker, his fate in the lobby relies on these rolls right here. Echo 3 is going to be hit. Kiana nowhere near inside yet, only missing 1. Getting the holds most likely for that Echo could be huge.
That was a very fast roll down for the Echo. And now we're looking at potentially the final fight for Zyko. Look at him. He knows he's pretty stressed. He knows he didn't hit that one, and this was his final shot to qualify for EMEA Finals, if I'm not mistaken. And now he's off to 7th place for EMEA Finals. Okay, but he's not gonna win that one. So he's a little bit stressed about not winning the title for the Golden Spatula Cup winner, but at least he made it to EMEA Finals. Okay, there is room for him to make that up. And that Echo 3 is definitely putting in work for Kevin Parker. He also gave it the declo, so he's gonna be tanking a lot from the damage of that Shogun. The overtime coming in his favor, and the Graves is able to one-shot, but no! Direct side with the Hand of Justice, and the Sterk's Gauge is gonna be a beast, winning him the battle.
Yeah, and you look at the setup right now coming through. He's still lacking that Kiana. He was so close to that already on like 3-2. He's just been rolling and rolling and rolling and just doesn't get anywhere right now. But RNG Yusufan still win streaking, trying his utmost to get up there. And it's worth noting here, Psycho, his tournament chances are over now. This is a massive win for Kubixon, already potentially being unlocked here. Next challenge that it has to stay distant from is going to be Ketzer currently. But as more and more people are taking the L here, it is going to be harder and harder for Kubixon to fall out in a way that doesn't secure him the title.
Absolutely, and because he's locked in on level 7 as well, all of the 4-cores that are going to be coming out of the pool, what's next in line for him? He's going to lock in these Sonas, but Fiora could be that one main carry that he's going to be looking to lock in, and getting a 3-star Fiora is going to mean that all these Zayas and all these Nilas are going to go out even faster than they are right now.
Yeah, lucky for him enough, his forecast unit is not going to be heavily contested, and in fact, so many Jovans, so many Zayas, so many Nilas being taken out of the pool, and Mordekaisers as well. So finding that Fiora should not really be hard. Yes, he is stuck to level 7, just as you mentioned, but thankfully, this is a lobby where we don't have that many reroll compositions on 1-stars. We do have Kevin Parker on Rogues. We also had a Shogath and a Slayer reroll coming in from Ketzer, if I'm not mistaken. And now he might be able to get that Fiora, but he needs to make as much econ for it, Wida.
Yeah, and also when we saw Kevin Parker finally find that Kiana free, but it might just be a little bit too late here. The window to punish some of these backlines 1-stars, for example, has completely gone to the wayside now. Lalana facing him against that Slayer boy you're talking about on the side of Kubixon here. But Kevin Parker, well, the Graves is inside the backline, but it does seem like it will not be enough here. He's facing elimination very shortly.
Yeah, we spoke about how important it was for Kevin to hit at least one of the top 2 spots in order to be able to qualify here to EMEA Finals. I think that this was his final chance, and it is a little bit disappointing, a little bit heartbreaking for Germany, for Kevin Parker. He just missed his one-way ticket, or round-trip ticket, let's say, to EMEA Finals.
However, we do have our top 5 right here, and there's some pretty cool emblems right here. The Invoker emblem being one of them. You get a Scion and a 5-cost with it as well. You've got the blue buff that just got taken away by RNG Uzifan. See, Ketzer right there. He's just gonna grab that one, say thank you very much. Get out of dodge. If I'm not wrong, he might have a Scion 2 with this particular Scion that he just grabbed.
Yeah, I think now it's between Ketzer and Uzi to who gets that final qualification if they're able to top 2 in this lobby. I haven't been doing mathematics really well, but if there's one person to confirm that, Rita, Rubble, you both are good at mathematics. You know how it goes with the placements. So, is he gonna make it? It seems that these boards are a little bit too strong.
It's very hard to say because Ketzer is in a full-on streak position right now, and Uzifan has a 3-point gap he has to make up, but that's all for after right now. It's all about the man on your screen right here. He is ever so close to securing his first Rising Legends GSC title. This board here just has to carry him on for a few more rounds, and then all will be good for Kubixon. So many times he's faltered on the tiebreakers to make it into these day 3 scenarios. He's finally here and has to make it count just a little bit more.
Despite the fact that it was a ghost, despite the fact that the units were placed perfectly lined up for that Quinn in order to be able to slice all of them in a line, Kubixon still not able to find a win in that lobby, going straight to Ketzer's board. He's now against Uzi, and now we said it was between both of them, but no, it's against Silent. Actually, Uzi's just spectating over there, watching Ketzer still alive in this lobby. He would have wished that these booms went towards his side.
Yeah, Ketzer's gonna need one more round after the neutrals. He's gonna run down all his gold towards that level 8. Potentially getting another unit, something like a Heimerdinger would be huge for the Shred as well. Making, being able to burn. Because yes, that Renekton does have that Sunfire, but it would be good to have the AoE from the Heimerdinger. Get any unit in actually would be sick. Stuck at level 7 is never where you want to be, especially when you're win streaking and you're one off of your XI3 as well with 2 items.
Yeah, now it's fight between Ketzer again and Kubixon. He's spectating another fight as well. He has one more player to die or get eliminated for him to actually be able to get that title. But now, this board doesn't have that many units lined up for that Quinn, to slay. So these bruisers are definitely countering his backline carry comp. He does have a lot of damage coming in, And maybe the Queen is not able to deal enough damage on time. Lilana is only on 1 life, and so Uzi loses as well. Kubixon needs one of them to get eliminated here, Rita.
He definitely does, but Ketzer, although he might not be able to take on the tournament title, he will put his name in the hat for people that will be on the outskirts points-wise to take home the final ladder spot, GSC spot, because one of them will be opened up if Kubixon wins the title, because he already is in that top 4 bracket here. There are so many things to track in terms of who's going to make it here, but absolutely massive game here right now between these two people in terms of figuring out who is going to win the title, because we don't know. Like, we see Kubixon has lost 2 games already. He could be in with a potential 2 bad matchups more coming his way against Lana and Uzi fan. That could be his ticket out of the tournament.
Okay, look at his board. He has a very strong upgrade coming in. 4 Slayers, and Derek Sai is down 1 until he gets 3-star trouble.
Yeah, level 8, 4 Slayer in. You've got the duplicator on your bench. He doesn't even need to use the duplicator. He's just going to find the Rek'Sai straight up. You could potentially use a duplicator for Kiana as well. It doesn't matter at this point. His board is so strong. Finding the Mordekaiser too could be huge. There's a 3rd item to be slammed onto this Rek'Sai as well. He does have the Anvil in his bench. 2-star Ari on the other hand side for Stylet.
Okay, and now it's between Lilana and Stylet. If Stylet takes him away, and I don't think that this is going to be such a hard job. He has that GP with all that CC coming in. That Azir is not going to stand a chance as Lilana goes out and misses his final shot. And Kubixon, with Lilana being out, it doesn't really matter what position he takes in this lobby because he has already won. So he's already partying. If you look at his spot, you'll be like, oh, why is this guy smiling? Why is this guy laughing? He's coming up top 4. It's not even a win, but guess what? He has done so well in these past lobbies that he had already secured a spot as the king of the Golden Spatula Cup 3.
Yes, he has claimed national titles in Duels League before, but this is the first time. This is one of the players that has been continuously bombed out by missing out on tiebreakers time and time again, as I've been pointing out. This time he's here, and now he has claimed a title for himself, Golden Spatula Cup number 3. But now all eyes on Ketzer and RNG Uzi fan, the battle for these so coveted Golden Spatula Cup points.
Yeah, Kubixon's board now trying its best in order to take up as much HP from Stylet to maybe make it easier a little bit for Uzi or Ketzer, depending on who survives. But Uzi goes out, and it's going to be extremely well right now for Ketzer. So now, Kubixon did win that fight maybe because that side doesn't have anything to say, but Uzi misses his chance as well, and Ketzer has secured a spot.
And you see that on the roll down as well, he managed to hit for Kubixon the 3-star Sona, really great items, the Shred, the Sojin to be able to put all of this attack speed through the ultimate onto the frontline units, and Ketzer right there with an absolutely capped board as well. 3rd item onto the Rek'Sai got slammed. Bruiser, 2-star Mordekaiser. You've got anti-heal. You've got AP damage. You've got AD damage. You've got a strong front line. He's a huge contender right here. 20 gold and 45 HP going all the way to level 9. And now we're going to see the 2 fight against each other.
It is a great day to be French. It is a great day to be Polish because both of them now just booked their tickets and both of them are now happy. Kubixon already partying a little bit too early because he knows it doesn't matter what the outcome of this fight is, despite the fact that he is winning it already. I mean, Ketzer is winning it, but it doesn't really matter. He knows that he got that crown. He knows that he won regardless. That smile on his face is not leaving despite being knocked out here. And now Ketzer is doing his best to gather up more and more points. Stylet might be having an escape out of this one, but Ketzer's board is just way too capped.
I mean, he has just hit, and this is like why we've seen Cho'Gath be so prevalent over the course of the entire weekend. Even though it has been nerfed 3 times already, the composition when you hit it is such a powerful spot to play from. You can see how well this Bruiser as well has enabled. You have the secondary carry options in the likes of the Rek'Sai. The Cassiopeia also in the back line, really battling it out here. But Stylet on the opposite side of the field does have that RE2 to work with. But whether or not that's going to be enough to chew it through, that's going to be a very big question here.
And look at the board of a Stylet. He has a 1-star Aatrox, a 1-star Darius. This would be literally a half a chomp from this particular Cho'Gath right there. And the 2-star Sen is not particularly tanky enough. Yes, he has a strong backline, but can the backline of Stylet carry him through?
It doesn't even have to be a full chomp. You've heard Trouble say it. It's just half a chomp for him to wreck through that front line. Stylet doesn't have anything on these bruisers, no Giant Slayers, nothing that can help him slice through them. And again, Ketzer has a very stacked board. They're all 3-star. They're all very hungry as that show finally takes up the last chomp and Ketzer claims that final lobby. In the final day, in the final Golden Spatula Cup Day 3. That's a lot of finals, but of course, the final announcement is that we have to also party with both Kedzer and Kubixon because he won that Golden Spatula Cup.
Well done, Kubixon. Fantastic. Again, like I've been saying this for the past of this game. I am so happy, to be honest. Like, this is one of the most deserved victories in Golden Spatula Cup history, and I'm just super excited to see where this goes.
I'm honestly super happy to see that he didn't go necessarily with anything that was too ordinary. He went for the Demacia. He capped his level to level 7. He rolled down to 3-star his entire board because he knows that even if he doesn't win with this particular board, which is not necessarily an S++ tier board to just go full vertical Demacia, he knows that it at least guarantees him, if he 3-stars everything that was uncontested, a top 4, and that's exactly what it was.
We are always very happy when we party and when we get to congratulate these winners for their wins, but we're also very sad when the broadcast ends. Trouble, I'm going to begin with you this time. We were very lucky. It was very lovely to have you on the broadcast again. So do you have anything to say? Anyone to shout out for your appearance today?
Just thank you very much to all of you guys in the community that always invite me in. You guys are amazing to work with. The fans are amazing. The feedback has been amazing. Thank you so much for inviting me. I love TFT, and I hope you love it on your side as well.
Thank you so much. We loved having you as well. You always make sure the broadcast has such positive vibes, and we love all of these hype moments and all of these Soji jokes, because finally I found someone who is able to ride the hype with me, and it's good to have such a fellow League of Legends commentator that also goes around saying, oh, that Uzi guy is so sick because he did X. Wida, you also get to have one, despite the fact been under this broadcast for quite some time now, but you also get to have a shout out. See, I'm being nice.
I want to give my shout out to the analyst desk, who is going to tell us who is going to be the players that made it to the Rise Nations finals by the Golden Spatula Cup points.
Okay, we all give our shout outs. I'm giving my shout out to you, to the community, for being awesome, for being supportive, for making this community and this broadcast such a happy and a safe space. We're now going to be going off to a very small break, and then we're going with an interview with the winner. So thank you so much, Trouble. Thank you so much, Wida. Thank you so much, guys, for watching, and wait with us because we still have more content. Small break and we're back.
You're all going to get a cookie for staying because you did well, chat. We have more info coming your way, but first, Peter, let me state how excited I am for how this tournament played out. The fact that Kubixon was able to run it back the way he did, the fact that a third place in the very last game was enough to lock him in as Golden Spatula Cup winner is something you just have to put respects on, isn't it?
I mean, that was a hell of a start to the day. 3 first places. We said before, that is an incredible thing to do. It was incredible that Coco did it. It was even more incredible now for Kubixon. Because you go right up to the top lobby the second you get that first win. Twice more. It's just ridiculous. Falling down in round 4 and coming back again even stronger. I mean, and this was such a perfect lobby to end out Golden Spatula Cup number 3.
It absolutely was, and if you're looking at this screenshot, you can see why. Starting us off with those low-impact silver augments leading into gold, and then the prismatics to turn everything upside down. I cannot even count how many crazy hits we saw come through on the shops. The fact that there was an RE2 and what, like 3-6 or something? I don't even know what was going on here. It seemed like the universe decided that, yes, this is the final game of Golden Spatula Cup 3.
Absolutely. I think Mortdog smiling down from his throne, wherever he might be at the time, I imagine preparing for the Noxus Cup a little bit later on. But yeah, he gave us absolutely perfect games here. Our players being pushed to the absolute brink. I do think that for Kubixon, having the Infernal contract coming in at the tail end of his board, when that prismatic orbit came in, that must have just been such a moment for him to say, I have everything I need right now to complete this this journey itself being a 3-day journey. But of course, this is definitely very far from the first time he's played. It's been a lot of work for him to get here.
It absolutely has, but of course, honorable mentions to all of the other players in that lobby. Notably, I'm a little bit heartbroken for Kevin Parker. One of Germany's up and rising talents wasn't able to make it this time around, but Psycho and Ging, both of them, I think solidified their place in the finals already. If I'm not mistaken, we're gonna see them later down the line. We do have a graphic with all of the people that qualified for finals lined up for you. It's gonna be a little bit out there, so bear with us while we make sure all the math is mathing and all the brains are braining. But here is the leaderboard once more, and shout outs to all of our fantastic players.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to appreciate from the outside. Just getting to day 3 at all, it's an incredible accomplishment. We talked about how impressive Lococo is, and he's on the the bottom half of our players today. The sheer player quality here in Golden Spatula Cup number 3 has been absolutely astonishing. We can get official confirmation now of those top standings.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this, I just need to mention it again. A first, a sixth, a second, and then that third was enough to just cruise by. Look at the difference between him, Ketzer, and Psycho Kubixon after having some rough tiebreakers in previous tournaments has made it all the way. He solidified Poland's spot at the very top with the second Golden Spatula Cup winner, and we're so happy to have him here with us. Welcome, Kubixon, and congratulations, of course.
Thank you very much. Hello.
I am sure you're feeling great today, but let me ask the very first question while I shout out a Polska Górom to chat and to you, of course, as well. How are you celebrating tonight? Do you have anything planned?
Yeah, I'm gonna play Valorant with my friends just after the interview.
Okay. We won't keep you too long, I promise.
Well, Kubixon, can you take us back to that moment? Because we saw the smile come onto your face, but can you tell us what it felt like when you realized that you had won?
I mean, it is awesome, of course, but I felt more happy when I made day 3 because that's give me qualification for EMEA.
Ah, yeah, you knew yesterday already, of course. Now, you mentioned it, EMEA finals in 2 weeks. How are you going to prepare? Do you have a setup with some of the other Polish players or maybe other people that are kind of helping you get ready now that you know?
I don't know. Maybe we're gonna prep somehow. I'm gonna prep with Auk, I think. He's my friend, me and Spotty friends. So yeah, I guess with Auk.
Oh, awesome. I love that.
So, of course, now you know exactly where you're going to. Is there anything you'd like to say to the players in, the whole player field you'll be playing against in the regionals? Anything you'd like them to know from you to them before they face you?
I guess you can watch me. I'm gonna win the whole tournament.
All right.
Well said.
We will be watching, of course. I hope chat will be watching as well. One more question for you is, you've been playing TFT for a while and you started having competitive success as well quite early on. Is there any memory that you have where you're saying, oh, that's like my favorite TFT memory?
I think last Ultraliga final, everything was like really nice and awesome, and the people are the audience was here, so it's really nice. And I almost won. That would be better, but yeah, I feel like I won that tournament, but yeah.
You won this one, Kubixon. You can't have them all, but you will have this one, the Golden Spatula Cup. No one can take that away from you. Of course, the stage is yours. Anybody you want to shout out? You already mentioned Og. Anyone else?
Yeah, I guess my family is supporting me for the whole time I was playing. Also the Discord group, like Ernestiak, for example, he's really helping me. Spotty, Fifeg and all that players.
Awesome.
And of course you and the whole viewers.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So enjoy your Valorant game. We're going to be seeing you out there in the finals, and have a great, great evening. Kubixon, great show play today.
Hello.
Oh my gosh. It's such a privilege, though, to be here for these kind of moments like this, where it's a turning point in someone's TFT career. Maybe, whether they've been here for a long time or a short time, that's something that goes down in the history books. Particularly in this case, opponent to get a second Golden Spatula winner, you have to go back to Gizmos and Gadgets to Zabroyson to find Poland in that position before. I just loved seeing, with this win, it really sort of extends the threat of the Polish players as a group to really go into this regional strong.
Absolutely. And I mean, I was there in Warsaw. I watched them play. I've seen the Polish TFT community IRL, and I can just tell you that they're ready to take it all. So France, you better be ready. But of course, we also have our Golden Spatula Cup points ready to see how those regions square up and who's actually going to come our way. Here is your top 32 Golden Spatula Cup points, and you're seeing the 21 marker, double 61, scooting in there. Of course, he would have had a ladder spot as well, we know that, but scooting in there on the 62 cutoff. Ketzer, Catalyst, Fifek, Dark Hydra, one of the German players that has made it through. But check out the top 16 with Og, who we were just hearing about from Kubixon, also making it through.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I've got to have my eyes drawn there by Lalana. Did very, very well today. Getting all the way up to that final lobby in an incredibly well contested thing. We mentioned Org before, also making it in there on pure on the points. Of course, the rules of succession means that the Golden Spatula Cup points spot is the most valuable spot, of course. So, of course, we need to figure out how everything is going to be coming together, but still, an astonishing season from all involved.
It absolutely is. And what a tournament we've had. I don't think we ever had a Golden Spatula Cup where there were this many 3-star forecasts coming our way. But something else that is coming our way is the full qualified list of players who are going to make it to the EMEA finals. Of course, we know Zaza, who was here earlier with us today, Yaroi and Kubixon making it through. Ranked ladder has also been pretty much locked in, but here is everyone, Peter.
Yeah, I'm so glad we've got so many amazing names coming through, new and old. Honestly, I know the people before, particularly, for Dasik, who making it through in 10th place there, really wanted to see him get another chance to prove exactly how good he is. But we have got such an incredible regionals coming together here. I mean, you really couldn't ask for more.
You couldn't, and if you are interested in watching these amazing players square up against each other, mark your calendars now, because on the 20th of October, 4 p.m. CEST, the games will be starting with day one of our EMEA finals. Peter and I will be in Alicante once again in studio, so you'll have the pleasure to bear with our shenanigans in person, which for some might be better than for others, I don't know, but you'll see us out there, I'm sure. One more winner for today, though, is our contest winner, Peter.
Yes, so as I said before, we have had by force or delete the whole way through the weekend. And again, this is a contest determined by who can come up with the most clever or amusing answer. We'll see who it is between Misfortune, Set, and Jin. So, for Willie Jonas saying, Set the boss, the one giving... I realise now, I should always try and read things ahead before I start reading them out. Let's see. Set the boss, the one giving you a good beating, has to be the Force. Okay, sure. Since Jin keeps a safe distance, he's able to ready his sniper and is very dangerous. Very true. In order to delete Jin, I would need to save up, have some fortune, buy Misfortune to open up the path for Set to finish the killer. Gosh, Willie Jonas really took us on quite an emotional and fraught journey there. I can see why they're our winner.
Yeah, there was a lot of brain power and strong word usage in this one. I could see how that one could have taken some points, but of course, there will be more contests in the future, so do check out our Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA. Everywhere else, you'll find us under @PlayTFT. Notably, we're also on YouTube. That's where you'll find the VOD of everything. If you ever want to watch this back and convulse in memories or whatever the word is, you're going to be doing it there. And if you want to check out our casters, Peter, why don't you take us through them, because I'm too lazy to do it.
That's the best reason of all. So yes, of course, joining us for just today was Trouble Inc. You can find her at G_Trouble Inc. on Twitter. Of course, Morgan Cast from before, fairly straightforward. Sasa, who joined us for our first two games today, is Sasa TFT. That's 5454 TFT. Weeta Cast as well, and you can see our names below our pictures right now, Counterfeit Cast and Makes_. Well, I mean, we've had so many amazing people here today. I really hope if you enjoyed any of you want to see more of us, please do go check us out.
Absolutely, check that out. Mark your calendars. Of course, NA Noxus Cup will happen in a little bit of time. I'm not too sure on the hours. I think like 1 or 2 to go. So you can check that out as well if you want to find out who we're going to be stomping at the World Championship, which will be happening after the EMEA finals. We'll find out who's going to represent EMEA for us. And with that, thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. We're going to see you at the next one.
I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. All my haters getting bitter 'cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment and I own it. Stay in focus and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. 'Cause it's my moment. My moment. My moment. Oh. My moment. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own Loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. Cause it's my moment. My moment.